Try to line up and scary repositions. One instantly, 1, 2, 3. We'll see what they
A ranked game right now. We're working on timeout, potentially even an ace.
into the Cosmic Divide. Deny vision, but it's
Kill to do. They already breach up onto A.
oh my God!
Spray. Is there gonna be more? Goes for real. That's more. Is it?
Flary, Popos gets a hit, gets one more. Flary with 3.
Good afternoon, agents from everywhere. My name is Getting Q, your, replacement caster for today with L at the helm to take care of the color commentary. Welcome once again to all ages for the VCT MYSG Split 2 playoffs. We'd like to thank our partners real quick here. First off to One Esports, our media partner, and of course, for everybody watching on Astro Arena Channel 2. Welcome, 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 because today we have a plethora of games, and I'm pretty sure the trifecta might finally be broken this time, with some of the favorite teams might dropping down to the lower brackets today.
Yep, definitely. And we are going to start off with a bang because we are starting with the upper brackets of the playoffs. We have, of course, Bleed as well as X10, and then we have Kizuna and Enigma Gaming. So if you guys have not noticed, these are the teams that actually duked it out within the first day of the group stages. So now they are meeting after a very long wait. I cannot wait to see what has been changed and the adjustments that have made, especially since a lot of the players were actually swapped around within the beginning of the rosters of the second split.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. I wanted to ask you about this way beforehand, especially since, the teams and the rosters since split number 1 has significantly changed in split number 2. I think that at playoffs, this is where they need to start testing themselves to feel that, yes, this is the roster that I want to eventually bring for the Ascension tournament, assuming that they win.
Yep, definitely. But before all of that, let's see who are in our top 6 within this playoffs.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Yeah, take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Yeah, take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. I ain't never really wanna flex my gifts, but I think it's my time, let me check my wrist. You can never get my shine, I'ma keep on grinding till I reach the tip top. When it's just in my jeans and I ain't looking back, cause I'm feeling like Chris Cross. They can never slow me down, but they need to hate me, now I'm feeling like Chris. Rock with the team, cause you know that we winning, we with it, we going, we flowing again. I might just go by a Benz, I might just blow my Benz, whoa. I did it all for the feeling, alive but I'm making a killing. I'm gonna break every ceiling, cause I need a million, but I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck.
Teams have been working so hard in Split 2 for this very moment. Making that top 4 in the upper brackets is huge for them because they have an opportunity to bypass one of the rounds and go straight into the semifinals. So, I don't know, by far, I think this is going to be the most important best of 3s that both of these teams are going to have.
Yeah, definitely. Best of 3s for both the upper brackets as well as the lower brackets. But later on, when you get towards the lower bracket finals, it's going to be a best of 5. And then if you make it out, you go into the grand finals with another best of 5. This is taxing. You do not want to be in the lower brackets.
Extremely taxing indeed. But with Bleed and X10, I think we're expecting, the best out of the best from these two teams. If it's usually it's like an all or nothing once you're at the grand finals, but I think it's a good time to start showing all the hidden strats, all the things that they've been practiced for the past couple of weeks on this day.
Definitely. And I think Bleed and X10 is a little bit of a kind of like a rocky situation because, Bleed, of course, they picked up Nef from X10. And then after that, X10 had to adjust by bringing on Redcore, which is a great adjustment. But with that being said, that means they had to kind of build from the base once again through the group stages, and now within the playoffs, I'm sure they have a more solid footing into coming back and trying to take that win from Bleed.
Consistency is going to be key. And I mean, even when we're looking at their past couple of matches against each other, like, Bleed up against X10, Enigma up against Kizuna. I don't want to be sound biased here, but I do feel like Kizuna, it's giving me that old Paper X vibes where they just, they don't want to just sit back and relax. They don't want to play defensively. They're not waiting for that 40-second mark before they execute. They go in, they go hard, they go fast.
But the same, I could say the same thing about Enigma at the same time as well. So let's take a look at the brackets first before we go into more detail of the rest of the teams. So here we have the brackets. Of course, we talked about the upper brackets having Bleed and Extend. It's going to be the first game, the first series of today. You guys are in for a treat. And then later on, it'll be Enigma and Kizuna. Tomorrow, it's going to be Tio as well as Bikini Bottom Prada House. So make sure you tune in for that. But with that being said, this is the upper bracket. So that means it's the top teams from the group stages coming in as the top 4 and now duking it off within these 2 series.
Now, walk me through this, Elle. I mean, we know how Bleed is going to perform. We're expecting them to be the favorites. X10. There are moments where they have that consistency that we're looking for, that, you know, solid team gameplay. But what about Enigma? It feels like they're kind of feels a little awkward for them in this top 4 spot, especially since Kizuna was like clutching their way up to top 4.
Yeah, I definitely believe Enigma from the last time when they were in Split 1. They came in as the top dogs. They were actually the top of the group stages, and then now they're suddenly just bumped out a little bit down to the third placing, which is not too bad. I guess it's a good way for them to climb back up. But with that being said, we long for Zan to pop off, for the team to be much more unified in that sense. And a lot of these players actually just came back from the SEA Games and they came back with gold medal. So I guess the mentality with that being brought over could be there as well.
I mean, it's a boost of confidence for sure, you know, despite everything that's going on. Having SEA representatives in your side, having that on your repertoire, maybe not now, they might benefit more in the future, but at the time being, Bleed versus X10. Now, both of these teams play extremely similarly to a certain degree, because Bleed, when we're talking about research, the amount of times I've wrote the keyword flex player comes up very often.
Oh, absolutely. Versatility is the word here for Bleed. I don't even know how to classify the players sometimes because of what role they're in. They're mostly flex, and because of that, they can bring in all this unpredictability when coming into the series, as well as facing up with their opponent. And with that being said, X10, of course, they are a little bit more solid in terms of their roles as a player. But with that being said, they also have a little bit of unpredictability up their sleeves by the way that they play.
Liking to change the tempo, doing some hard reads on certain hits. And I mean, it's extremely risky with a lot of VCTs happening all across the world, all at the same time. There's so much to learn and pick up in this short period of time. With that being said, let's introduce to you Bleed Esports. If you don't know them just yet, you're gonna fall in love with them real quick. It's Crazy Guy, Darion, Juicy, Neff, and as well as Scary.
Oh yeah, Crazy Guy, of course, you guys know him as the IGL. Darren, who is, of course, a household name by now. Juicy, the youngest one, but of course, no explosive duelist. And then we have Neff, we have Scary. I don't think these people are new names to anybody here. You know how they play, and they play so absolutely well to cover off the long angles when it comes to those duels, or when it comes into just, you know, sitting back and then coming in as a support for the rest of the team. Bleed does it so very well.
I mean, we're talking about international experience, people who have played against some of the best, and that's why everyone is excited about Scary. Previously with the roster of X10, now with Bleed Esports, hopefully he can bring this roster up into the Ascension stage. It's going to take some time, but we have high hopes for Bleed Esports. And I don't know, I was talking to some of the other casters here at VCT MYSG, and you know, they're saying the big trifecta, Bleed, X10, and as well as Enigma are the 3 to keep your eyes on, and the favorites in this matchup between Bleed and X10 is going to be Bleed. Heavily. Like, it can't be a 2-1, it's gotta be a 2-0.
No doubt about it. They are the only team that went by full greens within the group stages 2-0 throughout the whole entire thing, by the way. I don't know about you, I think that's a huge feat.
It is a crazy performance overall. But let's talk about X10 with Egoist, Redco, Temps, Vera, and as well as Wayne.
Yeah, of course, we have Egoist here. When Gideon was asking me about any monikers that you know about, I immediately thought of Egoist being just this brick wall. When he sets up sight, then there's no one that's going to contest him. But if they do, he is not going to back down. Of course, then we have Redco, who just newly joined. He's the IGL, suddenly promoted straight off the bat, I guess with the credentials that he has. And then Thames, being the initiator that he is, he really does show up at times. And then we also have Vera, the duelist, who is really explosive as well. But because of that, they're able to play around him. And of course, we have Wayne, the solid controller that every team needs.
Everybody needs a consistent controller. Everybody needs somebody who's mechanically almost perfect. Clutch situations, split-second decisions. Wayne's the guy that you can rely on. And yes, I was talking about monikers for Egoist, and I've changed my mind. Before this, I was going to call him the Iron Curtain, but instead, I'm going to call him Mr. Blue Lock himself, because the way he takes care of his sights is rather interesting. It's not just, oh, play defensively, wait for my opponents to start walking into the site, bam, 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 no problem, I got the kills. He walks up forward. He's able to challenge. He changes things up consistently, similarly to how Duelist should be playing in this playoffs.
And with that being said, we have our duelists head-to-head here. We have Juicy and Vera. I think both of these players here have been highlighted fairly often within the whole entire tournament. Juicy here with 240 ACS and then 230 on the other side of Vera, so not too far off. But what both these players do very well is that they go on the side, they do their job, and they don't overheat as much. And that's important when it comes to a duelist, is when you get those kills and you are hungry for more kills. But with that being said, these players know how to play around their team. They don't do that as often, but if they do it, it's with the enableability of a teammate who is right next to them ready to refrag.
Don't worry. I hope nobody picks up Gecko because I'll have that exact same stuttering issue saying globules, globules all the time. But yes, I do think, Juicy is a more disciplined player, but Vera seems to be a little bit more self-sufficient, right? There are times where Bleed Esports decides, you know what, I'm going to whip out 2 duelists. And sometimes, Darion, he's feeling it that day. He's like, come on, give me that jet. Give me that jet, put Juicy on Reyna, let's make magic happen.
Definitely. And I think with Vera in the team as well, it comes with the, like I said earlier, either the fast-paced boom in your face or suddenly we stall and play around these picks. And because of that, X10 really does prove to be a versatile team when it comes to pacing. Really have that unpredictability through that strategy.
Well, here's the thing, right? No matter how unpredictable, no matter how consistent you are, at the end of the day, the question is, can you perform on the play date? And today, that's where we're going to have to see them against a team who has already shown we are consistent, we have all the fundamentals down, we have the makings to be great. I feel like X10 is in the same position, but we haven't seen them shine at that level.
With that being said, though, it's actually really interesting to compare where these top teams are compared to the last split as well, because X10, I feel like they have been in this situation before. It could be within their favor, but Bleed, they were also the top favorites, and then they got bumped down to the lower brackets the last time round. Hopefully it does not happen this time, considering they are the front runners right now, the favorites of the audience, and we are starting to see the map veto already being selected. Haven is already gone.
Love it. I don't like dealing with Haven whatsoever. That's just a personal bias, but also banning out Bind, rather interesting. I was definitely leaning more for Bleed to actually challenge X10 on a map that they, have been very confident on to kind of get that early momentum running.
Definitely, and I think Bind is one of those. Split, though, is actually pretty interesting. I think X10 with this pick is actually pretty solid for them. At first, we talk about the Lotus pick, but I think over time, it just doesn't seem to gel as well with the new roster. So I think Split is a safe pick for them. Bleed, on the other hand, what I'm afraid of is actually Pearl. Okay, so it's a Fracture pick. That's interesting. We don't see it as much being picked by Bleed.
For sure. But if we say that, yes, Bleed isn't the team that likes to kind of lean into Fracture, the same can be said about X10. Their Fracture hasn't been going on, well, it's hard to say now after there's been quite a bit of time to actually practice and really get back together to it. But I do feel that Bleed identifies that X10 probably can't play it as well. So we look over to the final map of veto here from X10, and it's going to be Lotus. Whew, thank God. Whew. Somebody had to ban it out at some point in time. Pearl as well, going to get taken out by Bleed, which only leaves us with Ascent for our decider.
Okay, the Ascent Decider map. I think that's a very good map to really decide between both of these teams because it's back to basics, right?
Exactly.
But with that being said, I sometimes dread Ascent being picked just because
Why?
If you don't go in for the rush, then it's going to be the mid control defaulting, and it's really long. But that said, maybe X10 could perform well in it.
I mean, we say that, but then look at the very first pick. It's split immediately right off the bat. And I think, as long as Egoist is going to have at least to worry about one site in a 2-site map, that's perfect for him. He has more influence, more control, more time to lurk around, if you know what I'm talking about.
Of course. And of course with Fracture as well, I think it's pretty interesting that Bleed picked this map, but I think they want to really just bring it down to the small micro communications that could possibly go wrong for the side of X10 when you're playing Fracture, because you have 4 entry points. There's so many ways to play around it. And of course, when you have Crazy Guy, who is such a fortitude, really playing those long angles that you do not expect, it's kind of like this hidden trump card that Bleed has.
Hopefully, we're going to get to see more of that here today. Hey, if he's feeling really hot, really heavy, give him an op. Let's see what else he can do with it. I mean, you thought, hey, with a rifle, he's deadly at long angles. Give him a gun designed for it. I'm sure he'll start popping off real soon. But we'll see in a little bit whether or not Bleed is in that sort of mentality where they're taking a little easy in the first couple of rounds, or straight from the bat, hot as hell. they're not going to stop.
With that being said, though, I'm very excited to see what the agents are going to be picked out for both of these teams, especially since we're starting off with Split. Of course, I can think about like Ego is just going on a Cypher. There you go, Cypher straight away. But then we have a double initiator.
Double initiator on X10.
Wait, no, it's double Sentinel.
Oh, they haven't locked it in. That's why. All right.
Okay,
so,
there you go.
Okay. Double controllers we're seeing from the side of X10. Again, the Omen pick, which I wouldn't say it's the best in the world, but that's more of a personal preference because we've seen X10 have a little bit of success in a couple of those engagements. We look over at Bleed side overall, they're going to be running double controller as well, but with the only variation of the Viper as well as Astra.
Okay, that's pretty interesting, and I'm pretty sure with Wayne picking up Omen, it's more of a comfort pick kind of situation, especially since Ritko is going on the Gecko, a relatively new agent that a lot of pro players are still trying to figure it out. And we have the Sage being picked up, the crazy guy. That is actually very normal for him.
Yep.
The Darion and Scary combo is what I'm very interested to see. And I think with that being said, I'm not sure who is starting on the attackers here. It could be very much a double down to really gain control of a site, especially since you mentioned it is 2 sites only, and the map is relatively small. With that being said, controllers being picked up just for that entry point, just to claim that, it's a very good idea.
Yeah, and I think communication is extremely key, especially if you're going to be playing 2 controllers. I do think for XN it's a little bit easier to execute because they are going to be running the Sky, unless they, change at the last second, as well as the Omen. So they have multiple ways of actually attacking and instead sending their members very deep in very, very quickly compared to Bleed, where they can't exactly play with that sort of information. They will have to jiggle, maybe even jump peek a couple of times, take a bit of damage to see where the sites are going to be laid out.
And with that said, also, we have the difference in the initiators on the side of Bleed. They have the Breach, and on the side of XN, it's going to be the Gecko, which is going to be a kind of interesting take. I would expect that Bleed was going to be more fast pushing, where they enable each other, go into site, just put down that fault line, and then the Wraith is going to satchel, jump into your face. Whereas Vecco, it might be a little bit more strategic, a little bit slower, just waiting for his team to give the cue to go and then play around that.
But that's the thing. That's the beauty of the double initiators with 2 controllers on your side. They're saying, you know what? We don't want to have none of this Sentinel nonsense going down. It's time for Egoist to really shine and isolate his fights.
Straight off the bat, you can see already the guns being picked up. It's going to be Frenzies on the side of X10, and they are starting out as the attackers, if not mistaken. So I can imagine going down into your face, trying to start a early skirmish. Could even go up from mid if they want to, just because they know there's going to be people there playing close.
Yeah, well, let's see how this first round begins. Lead going to be on the attack as they start pressing and pushing out in towards B, getting held back a little bit with all 5 of their members. Hopefully it's going to be enough. They find one, and Darion able to find one. Nicely done as X10 hitting it hard on this B site. Can they find another single trade here? No, they know one's on site. They get a bit of a heady, but Egoist is going to win that out. Temps finds a trade of his own, and now it's a 3v4.
Oh, but with that being said, Temps and Egoist, they are half HP, and the retake is already coming in. Juicy and Crazy Guy are going to do so much over there, and that's thanks to Darion actually stalling off the site. They did not give the possession of it so quick. They actually cut the site into half and played around that, waiting for his teammates to come.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that Darion was able to get that first initial kill really slowed down XM before the execute even happened, and with plenty of mid-control, Bleed eventually wrapped around to go for the flank and sealed the deal. With that much control, XM needs to keep that in mind, but this is just the pistol round, right? It might not be a recurring pattern just yet.
Oh, XN actually might be forcing here, unless this is a fluke. I don't think so, though, because all of them has purchased guns and as well as light shields. It looks as though they really want to try to fight this off.
Love it, love it. They're not going to be taking the Trailblazer this time round. They're going to have 2 flashes, full heals as well. Crazy Guy going to make sure that he at least has that wall for mid. He's not going to get a fat purchase just yet.
Oh, a bit of slow one. XN here actually showing the gun straight away, with Vera actually firing the initial shots, but I think that gives the warning to the side of Bleed. Darren here actually going to play on the entry side. Oh, he gets shot up by Vera, and that's going to be the entry point for the rest of his team. Not giving out so much space, actually, just going to wait for the retakes, considering they have the guns.
Yeah, they already have the space. They have plenty of initiators to kind of slow down any sort of aggression falling into drop, which is a pretty comparable angle at this stage of the game, but with the rest of the Bleed members regrouping here. 4v5. 2 judges in hand. Let's see whether or not they can find the space Crazy guy, he's going to swing out wide. He immediately finds one with a frenzy headshot onto Temps as they start breaking in the flash in towards backsided as well, making sure that they are limiting the space that they have stuck in it. They know somebody's got to judge. They got to back off here. Defuse being hurt as they blast through the smoke. They find one, but the Bulldogs just ain't enough here. It's going to be Bleed once again coming out of the round.
Oh, economy in shambles for X10 currently. They actually bought that round, and I think the Viper Wall actually did more harm than it did good because it just gave so much more space for the side of Bleed to inch in and really utilize those judges.
Yeah, it's tough, and not to mention that Crazy Guy had both of his slows as well. There's just not enough play space for X10 to really move around. I was hoping that maybe X10 was going to maybe control, drop, maybe take control of Heaven, but instead they decided to play a little safe to see what Bleed's response was going to be.
Could have just been more detrimental than they actually wanted to. Now they are forced to go on Sheriffs and the Light Shields. It's probably going to be a buy around just given to Bleed straight away. But we have to see because usually when it comes to it, it comes down to picks, and mid is where you want to pick at.
Oh. Immediately, Crazy Guy sees one. He's holding. He might do it a little too slow if... Nope, no util's going to be expanded, but they will break one side of the wall straight away with Vera pretty deep pushed up mid. Rest of the Bleed, we're not seeing too many rotations just yet, but Crazy Guy now has a little bit of support and Viper right next to him as well as the Orb. Just to make sure that no space is given whatsoever. Darion has plenty of info on what's going on in Garage, with the rest of A having two defenders just to chill far back into sight. Good timing by Crazy Guy. He gets two. Can we give him a third? Give him a third. There we go. He's got 4 kills and now looking to finish off the round with an ace. Somebody is going to ruin it, but no. Crazy Guy, he's feeling it today.
Right off the bat, third round in, he's going to go off and get an ace for himself. Wow, he has the Resurrect as well already within his belt. So this is really looking so well for the side of Bleed.
Yeah, and honestly, considering how much punishment Crazy Guy usually takes when he plays Sage, it's great to see him start off strong 8-1.
Yep, and this is the kind of playstyle that I said the Crazy Guy does very well. And this is where he showcases it. He's really disciplined when it comes to it, but when he's going to peak out, he is committed. Taking 8-1-0 already on top of the leaderboard.
I'm loving the way the Bleed is playing right now. They're making sure that Darion is going to be checking early on into Garage. Oh, Dizzy instantly being thrown out, hitting 2 members. Crazy Guy's forced to back up. It looks like he might have to drop the wall a little closer towards his side than he would like to, but no advantages being pressed by X10.
It's going to be slow as well. They have the guns, but I think this time around, just going to try a different approach considering the last time they ran in, they just got punished.
I think they wanted to bait out an early wall from Crazy Guy, but the fact that he just backed off and they did hear a bit of util being used, throw in Boombot just to check out the rest of the mailbox. The rest of the team, especially from A side, Bleed, have already pushed out with 3 of their members. They know they're not on this side of the map, so X10 needs to speed up, but they have no idea what's happening on the right side of the map.
It's going to be a little bit more of a pick of information and working around that, but Wayne's going to start off and taking down Darion. It's okay because they still have Scary to provide in those smokes if they want to, but it's not set up for B. It's going to be pretty easy for them to claim it, but Crazy Guy just hiding behind this shot, taking down 2 before he goes down himself.
Beautifully done, being able to equalize at least the players for the retake. Taking out 2 was extremely ideal, and now X10 versus Bleed in a 3v3. Rest of the Bleed will 2 in Heaven, 1 in CT. Trying to look for an opportunity here as they cut off exit points with the nade, making sure that they're clearing out every single one of these angles. And now Bleed starts walking up as the curtains have been pulled up. They don't have any util for this. They have one more flash, but again, the spike is planted in such a suspicious area. Blasted through the smoke. Red Coal already finds one. Sees the second, but it doesn't have enough ammo to finish it off. And lastly, in B main. This is really, really tough. 2 versus 1. Juicy is going to try his best. Unable to find any trades whatsoever. X10 close out the round.
Wow, amazing stuff there from X10. We saw Vera and Wayne actually going down really early, but they already claimed the site. And when you have Temps as well as Ritko, 2 initiators still alive, you get all those information and you work off it really fast. And that's exactly how X10 claimed that round. So finally putting their point on the map here.
And that's the beauty of having an initiator like Breach in comparison to something like, I don't know, Gecko or arguably even Sky. There's just so much hard CC that you can apply onto the map, and as well as just raw flashes that are so very effective. And when you have people like Juicy as well to kind of run on forward, he can take full advantage of it, and it doesn't necessarily have to be him. Wow, Tev's getting crazy, guys, so early on here mid, losing quite a bit of control as they have to throw down the snake bites to slow down the rest of the team. Trailblazer will connect against Scary. They know that he's pushed up away from ropes, and that means the rest of the mid is in the hands of X10.
But they're not actually going for the B push, even though we do have Egoist as well as Wayne hovering over B main. Could be in a little bit of hot waters here if they do not actually get the right timing off, but it doesn't matter. They're going to hit straight to A. The rest of the team of X10's already up in the defense here. It's going to wait for the Q to just go out.
Quite the read here as the rest of Bleed 3 members, especially with Viper rotating off from CT back into the B side, means that there's nobody to really hold down the line except for Darion once again on this Astra. They're getting zero info whatsoever, but here comes the ult. Gecko gonna search the site, look for literally anybody, doesn't find it, but he can pick it up once more. Bleed is aware of this. His wingman comes out and they're getting and executing on towards the site. Darion, he's just gonna let it happen. He's waiting for the rest of his team to come back and they're going to retake together.
Oh, the fact that Darion actually did not get picked off, that's actually really great for the side of Bleed. Now with 4 members, very much doable. They know what X10 is. They also know which path is claimed, but Egoist finds Juicy first. The great pick attempts with the blinds gonna find Neff.
Yeah, the unfortunate timing, but they even find one more back in CT, leaving only Scary to play for himself. Without the rest of his teammates, there's no way he's gonna get the defuse off in time. He's planning on saving, and the rest of X10, it's time for the hunt.
And that's what I'm talking about. You can play slow, you can play fast, and X10, they are not afraid of the timer. They know exactly what they need to do, and the read was really good because 3 members of Bleed were not focusing on A side itself. And of course, we have to thank everything to Egoist getting that pick off of Juicy over there, just starting it off, and suddenly the tracks on Bleed's gears just got slowed down.
As this round is going to be finishing off, let's have a look at least with Wayne. He's going to be able to get his ultimate as well next coming round here. Ult economy is looking pretty good with X10 having a majority of their ults ready to go. Let's look at Bleed. What do they have available? They have the Resurrect and as well as the Raze ult, so they can guarantee at least a 1-for-1 trade at the very least, and without a Sage on X10's side, they can't recover for that kind of damage.
Just happy to see that 3-2 right now. So X10's actually not too far behind, considering they did lose the first 2 rounds, even when they did force. Not too bad for them, and that really goes to show a professional team that knows how to play around economy.
Let's see the adjustments from Bleed, because earlier, Crazy Guy instantly got taken out in the mid, during this mid push from X10. But it looks like X10, they're going to go back into B once more. Again, this is just a game of odds, right? You would have expected a team who have attacked B 2 times, 3 times in a row already to eventually just, look for an A push, and even Bleed feel the same way.
Yep, 3 members over there not getting the right read. But with that being said, X10 actually not really walking forward as fast as you think they would be, considering they have less people on the side of B side. It's gonna be a bit slow.
I mean, they already got the wall from Sage of Crazy Guy, so they can rotate through mid if they want to. They've only revealed 2 members in mid and maybe a quick spot from Darion by Garage. But here we go. Instantly, they're dropping all their util, trying to look for an opportunity to kill Darion. Yes, didn't even stand a chance. Locked to the back of sight, and the quick rotation from Bleed, but nobody has the angles to work with. Heaven already smoked off as well. They're just going to have to wait this out once more until the time is right. They're going to be dropping down the Viper's ult as well, and this is where it gets really, really scary. Because now the retakes, it's oof.
No retakes.
Yeah, it's not easy, and especially when you're playing something like Breach as well, you're hoping that your concuss does something. The flashes might not be as effective now.
And I think with that being said, Bleed actually had the right idea to hold off the side, but the fact that they really threw every utility possible and took up Darium so quickly as well, kind of gave them that information and the warning that they need to run away instead of trying to go for the side.
The poor man. But the rest of the Bleed, they don't mind. They've already committed to the Viper's Pit, so they don't necessarily want to challenge it, and might as well. They're already up in terms of economy. I could be wrong about that because I'm just very, very dyslexic. But yeah, having to save right now is going to be great. At least they'll be able to get Darion some cash or at least some weapons in the following round.
Oh, that said too, Ego is putting down the wall over there earlier. Actually, I just realized that Egoist is not playing the Cypher.
Yeah, it's weird to think that he's not playing a Sentinel once more, but Bleed is going to be quickly calling a timeout here. Looks like they need to start readjusting to how XN has been executing on B so far, or maybe at least figure out some of the conditions. Because it feels like, oh, whenever they feel like it, but there has to be something that they're seeing that we're not.
Yeah, I can't even say whether this is a good read on the side of X10 or whether Bleed is just not reading enough to X10, because they did play the same way where they had Darion at the back of site trying to pick off anybody, but X10 got onto that. Eagles threw up the wall, put it up, and without those visions, they cannot see those clear lines. They can't really fight for the site. And also with Vetco, with the wingman, easily just planting, they can't even pick anybody.
Yeah, everybody loves Wingman. Tell me one person who hates Wingman, and I will be extremely upset because he's so cute, so useful, and in many cases, the sixth man of the squad. Speaking of which, right, in the early rounds that we've seen from Bleed Esports, and as the way that XN is kind of pushing and pulling for that information, we know for a fact that they usually want to get at least the Sage Wall from Crazy Guy. If Darion decides to be, a little aggressive, quickly peek style garage, I think that's more than enough information from Bleed to say, okay, we can assume at least 2 members on B, and since we haven't hit A as hard, we're expecting Bleed to be, at least 3 members around the area of A.
Definitely. I think XN, they also caught on to that.
They're gonna do it. Oh, no mid presence this time around.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Exactly. Suddenly just throwing Bleed off. It might be the first A push, actually, considering we haven't seen that as much.
Well, the fact that Gecko is pulling back with his raise, it may not necessarily be the case. Maybe they're trying to fake this out, right? They've already used quite a bit of util. They used the Trailblazer. They're also committing to a couple of flashes, but especially a good response from Crazy Guy, seeing nothing happening in the mid lane. He quickly runs down towards the garage and walls it off. So, with plenty of information, Bleed, they don't move a bit. They do not fall for the bait whatsoever.
I mean, it goes to the comp, right? You don't have like the Sentinels like Cypher or Killjoy, so essentially giving up sight is going to be very detrimental for them. They have to really contest it right at the entries. Farah, on the other hand, he is looking to contest up in mirror room, but his snake bite is just going to slow him down a little bit. I believe that's his own snake bite. His own team's snake bite.
It's a bit of a feels bad, but hey, let's keep in mind that Scary is still up in towards heaven. They quickly trade off, but at least with the Resurrect, they bring back their player. Oh, they trade 1-for-1 so far, and Scary is able to at least trade Red Coal. Made his life worth it. Attempts with a shorty once more, finds the close angle. Oh, great headshot there. One more to deal with. He wins it against Scary as well. Attempts in this 1v1. Can he pull it out? Any util left? No, he's got nothing. With only satchel charges left for Juicy. He's also got his ultimate, but does he really want to commit to this? Nah, just patience, raw patience.
I mean, that's the thing. You don't have any more utils to use to get information. You have no idea where Juicy is, but Juicy knows where you're at.
Feels a little bad there. I like the idea that X10 wanted to try and fake out A, but the response from Bleed, so well done.
And that's the thing, right? Bleed knows that if they give up sight or any space in general, it's going to be very hard for them to retake unless they're right at the entry points, at the doors, just waiting to burst in. So they have to really claim as much possession of space as much as they can. Whether it's B main, whether it's mid, they really want to do that to really block it off.
And now they're leaving Crazy Guy by himself on the A side to quickly get that wall down, and even throws as slow as he hears at least 3 players' gunshots to break it. That's going to be plenty of information for Bleed to work with, but as we know, when teams are pressuring one side, Bleed respond by pushing out on the opposite end to see how much space they can get and how much information before backing off. Oh, he doesn't see Red Coal there, as we see the rest of Heaven getting attacked by X10. Timing, could it be worse? Darion doesn't get the shot off in time, and it looks like the sewer member is already down. Redco holding his position until the Viper is able to swing at the same time. 3, 2, 1, no. 3, 2, 1, no. Not gonna do it again, but this time, Redco with sheer patience able to find one. Neff trades again. He knows the Egoist is on his side, but with the members so deep and out, he can't really cross on over as Vera has been left to lurk in Heaven on A side. That's gonna be the rest of Ramen cleared out by Tempses. The rest of X10.
Oh no.
No, gets one, gets the second with 11 HP left to his name to close out the round.
What is this flank of a flank over there?
Honestly, I think that X10 is doing a phenomenal job pushing in. It's like, yes, the first time we did the fake, they didn't buy it, so we're going to plant Vera in there, start moving around, and if they get a little funky on that B garage push, let's see if we can punish, and they found the right answers.
I'm not sure what the comms are within X10, because I would expect it, okay, oh, they're flanking me. someone needs to come and protect me. And suddenly the spike holder runs all the way to the back towards B main and starts flanking them.
Or it's just Egoist screaming at Red Claw. Are you gonna peek, bro? I wish that was the case, but I'm just putting words in their mouth as they team. Oh, okay. Shadow steps into a garage. Doesn't make any sound to show that they're backing off here. They've got the space now with only 2 defenders and 1 in heaven. From the side of Bleed, they're gonna quickly close out and drop the ult. This one down. The second satchel didn't go up, but still finds that double kill. Regardless, Vera still drops them down. Paint Shells misses out 1, ends up dying regardless. As Juicy falls, Temps will hold the site. It's 4v2 on the defenders, and especially with a broken buy, it's really tough.
I mean, Neff with 5 HP, he doesn't have much, and he just has to try to go for it. Scary doesn't seem to really want to bite the bait here, just staying all the way in A.
Hell no. He wants to make sure that at least he's getting some form of information, right? He knows that the round is already over. He knows that there's nothing much they can do about it. But if they can get you chill out of X10, if they can get a gun ideally to make this round worthwhile, because they've got plenty of ults to work with in the following rounds.
X10, they're not dumb though. They really know that that's gonna happen. Want to trail all the way towards the people who have just fallen earlier. Egoist goes hunting and finds his counterpart.
He should have died. He should have died there. 100% he should have died there. And talk about timing at its finest. That's why he's the Egoist. That's why he's Mr. Blue Lock himself.
That is the monocle. Blue Lock Egoist.
The Blue Lock Egoist, man. It's true. It's true. There is a lot of truth in the anime, and it translates well over into competition. Because at the end of the day, if you're going to be confident with swinging out, what do you say to yourself? I'm the best before you do it.
I mean, that's the start of every anime protagonist, right? I mean...
Yeah. Oh, that's... Now that I think about it, that's exactly what happened, right?
So it's anime protagonist Egoist.
Anime protagonist Egoist, right? Attack on Titan, same thing. We have Eren Yeager going, I'm the best. Look at what he lost. And now the X10 going to be attacking A side at this point of time. They have the full commitment here. They haven't shown any information anywhere across the map as they stacked up in front of A, and Bleed not pushing out except for Crazy Guy, who's jiggle peeking the mid. He remembers what happened the last time, and now they're leaning more towards, hey, information has already been gathered for the side of Bleed, and with the execution, this could be a potential fake once more that they've been trying to set up for 2 rounds already. But X10 playing it hella slow.
Slow indeed, but look at Juicy just getting the right crosshair at the right time, taking down Wayne. Less of one controller to work with now.
No way.
What?
No way. It's scary. He's letting all 3. He's letting all 3 through. He goes through smoke, but he still goes down despite it. He wanted to get 2, only gets 1. Regardless, he still had the judge. He made it worth it. 3v4 as the rest of X10 have planted themselves very deeply in enemy lines on the A side. However, it looks like Bleed taking very passive angles right now. Knowing the fact that majority of the util has already been used, it can't get worse from here, right?
I mean, Juicy is on site, so he might get the angle, does not get it. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, and that's going to force Juicy to power his ultimate. Does not get it, but Neff is there to fight with him. Rekko's going to find him. It's going to be 1-for-1. Wingman's going to trade drone down Neff. He is being hunted like a mouse. Oh, but he gets to fight back. He takes down Rekko. He has to go 1 more, but Egoist finds him. Crazy Guy right behind him. He's going to fight 2 or 3.
What?
Talk about the anime protagonist. We have Egoist in the building.
I can see his numbers on his right arm just going up. He is climbing the ranks real fast here, and he's playing hot today. Egoist take him off that Sentinel, put him on Viper full time, every time. Look at that.
Wow.
Beautifully done, right? He expects people to come in a particular order. However, Bleed isn't playing as tight today when it comes down to their trades, especially with the double peaks.
But that was actually almost Bleed's round. And you could see the adjustment being made there. They realized if they hold too close, they might just get shoved in with all the utilities. Okay, we're going to hold a little bit backwards, but we are ready for you. And really almost got away with murder before Egoist did something about it.
Yep, with the half buys that they have, the plan has changed a little. Instead of making sure that these choke points are completely uncontested, they pushed right up to it, ready to bring it into close quarters. Pushing out of A, rather bold, coming in for the side of Bleed with 3 stingers on their side. Snake Bite's already been dropped down as Egoist finds 1, gets a second, but he's not going to have that hot of a round, especially since Neff decided to go for the Guardian instead of that stinger. Rest of the team will have to push away. Crazy Guy taking a bit of damage from the paint shells, but the slow is going to be enough to slow down 2. Dizzy comes out from heaven, blinds Darion, but still he's able to win out his trade. He wants the gun, he ends up going down, and despite it being only a half buy, Bleed have pulled this back.
Oh, the risk here might be worth it. Because the Nav is right behind him. He's going to take down Thames. There's no plan for you, Mr. Wayne. Actually, help me out. Happen doesn't see him.
Talk about timing.
Really takes crazy guy. But at least now information is relayed that Neff knows where he is. But Spike is all the way in B.
He's got his ultimate. He'll be fine. He knows exactly what he's doing. And more importantly, Neff, he's like, he's not even considering that option. Here we go. The ult comes out, picks up the spike, cancels it, instantly going to plant. And now Bleed is making his way to A.
Spike planted.
Now with the extra time bot, Wayne has perfectly enough time to reposition.
Oh, and he's... okay. Breach having full util here. I don't know how he's going to utilize it. It's really hard playing util by yourself sometimes, especially in these 1v1s when you don't know where your opponent is. Do you just guess? Do you just cover as much space as possible? No, instead, he's not even going to whip out any util. No information. Silent, but deadly. Neff does it again.
I mean, we know within theory, like, okay, the default corners, you can just throw an aftershock, you can just throw a flashpoint. Nah, nada. He's just gonna go blindly dry peek him, and that's it.
Yeah, I think that's what, I think it's how you get into your opponent's head, right? You see a Breach, he's like, he's going to have to use all his util. If not, why are you playing Breach? But instead, he's saving those credits, and more importantly, not giving away the information of where exactly he's going to show up. If he makes any noise in heaven, instantly you see the reposition coming in from Wayne, comes up from CT, exact same position as well. But so far, I will say that these rounds have pretty much ended before it is even started, right? As soon if the execute goes well, post plants basically is a non-existent factor.
Yeah, but when it comes down to teams that are at the top of their game, it really comes down to how they play the strategies. And yes, aim is perfect for everybody. They have the perfect aim, like. Then it comes down to how you can play around your teams. And I like the X10 is actually calling this timeout, although they are 1 point ahead of Bleed. With that being said, though, they have the creds, and the other side, they have to really punish Bleed Esports continuously, especially since the last round.
I mean, let's look at the data here. So far, with a couple of rounds being won by literally just playing the post plans, waiting out that time, forcing Bleed to either save or make an attempt. Somehow, I think right now, X10, they understand we've got post plans on lock. We just need to figure out the right conditions to execute to get the spike down, because half the time they get caught in the middle or somebody gets slowed down. The tempo consistently changing for X10.
There.
Yep, now with the final round, it's gonna be full rifles on both sides. We do have the Astra ultimate as well as the Viper's Pit at disposal. So if they do claim site, it's gonna be an easy Viper's Pit popped out and then just really hold it off.
They're even committing the orb onto B as well, but it's not prompting any movements from Bleed at all. X10 trying to fake this out, but they wait for a couple of seconds and then Bleed start making their way with at least 2 members getting really, really aggressive here. They don't want to press through the smoke just yet, but they having 2 members by mid-side to catch any sort of rotations, any sound is being given away, that's when they start pressing back.
Suddenly it's a slow game and we have the Guardian Light just popping it off, but no one gets caught in. But look at all the utilities being utilized by the side of X10. Baron, Thames already true and making their way, taking down Scary and Neff, now taking down Juicy. He gets taken to real low HP, but Crazy Guy is there to back him up. Talking about a full sweep, and Juicy with the shardie is going to just clear it off.
Yeah, it's looking great. It's looking great. What used to be we lost a multitude of members. Bleed able to push it back really nicely. Especially with the responses here. The mosh pit was a really good idea, clearing out very common angles. And since it has such a wide surface area, it basically blows off an entire area by itself. But X10, Hugo is taking his time here. Can't really do too much with just too many angles to cover here against Bleed.
And now we go over to the next half of this round. It's going to be 6-0 on both sides. And you can see the players, they're just gearing it up. They know that this is going to be one of the most important matches of their lives, because if not, they're going to be dropped down to the lower brackets. They do not want that at 1 bit. On the other end, though, I'm sure we can see Bleed just right about here. Oh, you can see Juicy actually laughing, so that's great. They're in a good mentality. They're happy and really pumped up.
They're having the time of their lives. My big question is that I feel like Juicy has a lot more personality than the rest of his team members, because he's the only one with a different angled webcam. Everybody else decided, I want the side angle. Juicy's like, nah, right in my face. everything. I want you to see all of it.
I mean, most personality, most confidence. I wouldn't argue. I do know though he has the most appetite. You know, getting the double chicken rice. That's exactly what was playing the last time in the pregame.
A man right after my heart. But let's have a look at a couple of these rounds, right? Because mid has been a non-contestant point, and especially after the first 3 rounds, X10 was like, okay, maybe we could play around it, but it prompts too much. It requires too many people to actually maintain, so it's better if we just get the wall out. That's our biggest problem, and then we can start pressing out into the other side to see where the push and pull can start beginning.
And I think the turning point for when they actually stopped contesting for mid was when the flank came, and then the flank had to come back to really secure that round. Knowing that all these variables could be executed by the side of Bleed, they didn't really want to risk that. Instead, they're going to try to overrun them with all the utils that they have, run into side like this, Vera just starting it off. Finally, though, Bleed understood that and made the adjustments in the last round, but it could be a little bit too late because now it's just 6-6 for both sides.
It could be, but I mean, the fact is, X10 is playing really hot today. There's a lot of situations where they're getting more kills than they should for the amount of bang for buck that they've already invested in the round itself. And 6-6, it's pretty close, round 13. As we move, as both switch sides, I'm curious to see this time how X10 is actually going to defend. Because again, they are the ones that have the double initiators with double controllers.
I mean, that said, though, Tams is on top of his game today, 15-7. And I talked about Tams being a little bit of this variable factor. He could really bring in his A game, but at times also he could not be performing as well as he could. And today is going to be a Tams day. I am here for it. I'm hoping that X10 can really just take this first round, considering it is their map as well.
Hopefully he doesn't live up to his namesake and keeps it for a short period of time and actually is able to make it consistent throughout the next couple of maps here. But Bleed, with the way that they're attacking, it looks like they're going to go for a default just to see how X10's defense is on the pistol round, or they might have a strat in mind, just going to double check the arsenal that they are bringing. Ghosts, Classics, 3 Frenzies for the side of X10, Light Shields for the Classics, and full util for the Classics on Bleed's side.
I'm actually very interested to see how Bleed will play this considering they're on the attack. They do have Neff and Juicy to really start it up, and then Darion and Scary to just block any possible visibility. And of course, if all fails, we have Crazy Guy.
Yeah, I think the hardest part is getting that first initial entry because you only have 2 people to do that, right? Wayne, are you going to be brave? No, Wayne is going to be patient. He knows that he's got one more teammate catching, covering his back here. But nobody's going to throw out any utils just yet. We're not even seeing Dizzy to get information. We'll see how the rest of Bleed works out. They know that one person guaranteed on B. Other than that, not much info. Is even mid has been obscured by Egoist's Viper. No, it doesn't connect it just yet. I was hoping for a pick over there, but it looks like Bleed leaning more towards A.
It's going to be slow and steady for the likes of Bleed. Really, we have X10 Thames together with his teammate. Up in A side, just playing off of each other. I think they realize the threat that's going to be coming through from A main, and timer is not going to be very long for them, so they have to make a move.
Exactly, especially when you see or hear at least the slow from Sage. That's when you know that they probably want to lean more towards the side. If not, what else are they going to do? Oh, they're going to cut Heaven in 2, quickly go down the ropes and instantly trying to catch off anybody rotating. But the information was given. They heard him all the way from spawn. And now the 3 defenders from X10 on B are going to hold side, call the rest to get back in as they are running out of time for this execution. Oh, another right click gets it again. Eagle is getting 2. Wayne gets 1 for himself. Redco shutting them down, and Darion all by himself. He's going to max out this round, but the frenzies are just too strong. Information given, and the round handed over to X10.
I would say Bleed just lost the 50-50. We go to A or we go to B. And with that being said, most of the time, the rotate would come into A. Instead, we're going to go to B. But there's 3 members there from X10 ready to receive the wrath. So X10 here is starting out hot, playing off of each other as well. And now Bleed, they're not going to go for the force that X10 did initially within the second round of this map.
No force buys. We've seen at least 1 Guardian coming at least from Redco. He's got all of his util and he did pretty well last round, so treat yourself, King. Trailblazer's going to get that information down by A main. They're going to be throwing it out after the flash. Plenty of people as they trade it 1 for 1 by Garage. Sorry, 2 for nothing as Neff finds 1 in Vera. Thames gets Neff as well. But this isn't going too great for Bleed. But then again, you know, it's just you gotta save. You gotta make sure you have enough savings.
I mean, they did take down Vera, so that's the consolation. Thames, though, really gonna fortify his KD here. Taking 1 more death within his KD.
Can't really do too much here. Darion is just going to look to deal as much damage as he possibly can and save as many credits as he can before the next round. And for the time being, at least for X10, things are going extremely smoothly on the defense.
Slow and steady, Rico gonna put the final nail into the coffin, taking down Darion. That was kind of predictable though, but Vera at least going down is gonna be consolation for Bleed.
Yeah, but I would have liked to see X10 try to greed that out, you know, buy a couple of Phantoms, bring it over to the next round, not have to worry about too much. But they bonused very, very well. Redcore has treated himself, trying to even out his KDA. But at least with Bleed, now that they have that full, I wanted to say full buys, and then I saw half shields, and it's like, that feels a little bit bad, but it's not the worst in the world.
I mean, it's quite difficult, especially since you did lose the pistol and you only took one down. It's hard to really spread the economy all around to get full shields from themselves, but at least they prioritize the utility here. Especially when attacking, you really need to use that.
Yeah, X10 very aggressive. The information gathering here almost instantly as the round starts. Flash into the Trailblazer, making sure that they spot out as much as they can. However, Bleed making a good read, this time not revealing too much information. They start backing away through into sewers. Mid is still pretty much wide open from vents. Mailbox is going to be held strong. Rest of X10 not going to do anything. They just have to wait patiently until Bleed make that first move.
It is kind of like the waiting game at this point, which is a bit uncharacteristic of Bleed, because I'm very used to seeing them just disrespect space and running into your face. But this time around, it's going to be information fishing all around the likes of Bleed.
It looks like they're repositioning themselves and posturing to hit A once more. You know for a fact that the Trailblazer is gone from Sky. All she has is her flash and heal. Probably has a flash already. That being said, okay.
Got lost a little bit.
So Temps isn't going to have a flash for this upcoming execute here, as they miss the opportunity as Vision is obscured, breaking line of sight with the Viper Orb, as the rest of Bleed have completely taken control over this site. They're going to hunker down here, and the ultimate's available for anybody, not just yet in these early rounds. And it's, let's see how X10 is going to get this retake, as Wall from Crazy Guy has stopped any pushes coming in from CT.
Timer is ticking. X10 has to make a move here. Gonna prompt up so many Guardian shots from Red Cole. And I like the fact that Eagles is holding expected, but he did not shot one time. Darion is going to find Vera, kind of giving a taste of their own medicine the previous times, but right close to him is Thames. Is going to take him down, and Wayne following up with Thames' footsteps.
2v2, Paranoia already came out, but it's, the flash timing is a little off. Neff finds his win. As both sides, even Juicy winning out on his ones. Nicely played by Bleed. Great control of tempo and timing here. It is a little unfortunate that XN was messing around with the bird for a little bit, just to kind of check whether they were walking in through vents already. And it would have been nice to have it earlier.
I mean, with that said, though, it's not like you could follow up, because they were actually all the way down off ramps. So even if it did pop and did flash, they would have known that he had one flash less to work with. I mean, maybe they could have heard the sound cues, but it was so close to him. So at the very least, that could be the case.
It could have been the case, at least maybe for the retake. Too many things that could change, but once again, X10 not really changing up how they actually play these early rounds. That early flash, and then we're expecting to see the Trailblazer come out at some point, but no, this time no Trailblazer coming out for the side of X10. They try and dry peek it, and instantly Raze goes down. Vera didn't even stand a chance. As the rest of Bleed now posturing themselves towards A with that pick. They're going to just wait patiently.
Time is ticking, though, so attackers have to make a move on. I think Ramps is going to be the area of contest here. But there are a bunch of walls here from the Viper, from the Astra, also from the Omen. Like, so many possibilities. Gonna wait for any picks.
Oh, I mean, they've got everything ready to go here. They're just waiting for the timer to come on in, and here we go. The attack on Heaven initiates. Blocking off vents almost straight away. Ropes uncontestable as Juicy clears the entire site. Doesn't see Temps in time, but at least nobody goes down for missing him out in that one corner. 3v5. Not looking good for X10 so far, as Bleed making sure that they're sticking together as much as they can, keeping their plays really, really tight, not giving too many windows of opportunity for X10 to bounce back. And now it looks like it's a full save, I would assume here. Yep, they're just backing away.
Back away, I mean, just play for the economy. It is 7-8, so giving one more point is not too bad. But this begs the question, you know, would we go to a point where we have the overtime here?
I think it might. We'll see. We'll see in a little bit, right? Because X10, this is the one time that we're seeing that Bleed is now getting some success on the attack, right? X10, they didn't have to adjust too much until after this round. So we'll see what the adjustments are going to be before, before the game ends. And hopefully, we get to see a timeout to confirm my suspicion.
If there is a time to call a timeout, it would be now, though, considering that it is a little bit more into the second half of the map. And it is 8-8. You really want to make that breakthrough. Thames also has the ultimate. The creds I don't think is great, though, for the side of X10. There you go. The timeout is called. They don't have the creds, though, if they wanted to make it happen.
Exactly. So now the adjustments are going to be made here. I think some of the biggest problems that they've been having so far is the fact that, like, yes, we're expecting someone to actually come through mid. We're dedicating at least a couple of members there. However, when you have Sage on the enemy side, like Crazy Guy closing off options like Vent to get his team inwards, or even if he really wants to, he can start making some cheesy plays by boosting himself up in towards heaven from the A side itself, or arguably closing off CT from B. So that's where X10 really needs to make those micro adjustments to make sure that if they get the information, how are they going to get it?
And that's the beauty of having Sage onto your team. But with that being said, because X10 did opt out the Sage to have the double initiator, they could similarly use that to gain the information of retakes if they wanted to. And the fact that two members on the side of X10 just got executed early on within the last round really solidifies that fact.
I mean, I would like to believe that, right? Thames is going to be that guy getting that information, but Reiko, with his utility, it's a little bit awkward. Even if you throw out Dizzy just to see if anybody is there, the scary part is if you throw him too far, he turns into a globule for 10 seconds, you walk up to it, there's a good chance you might get peeked. And compared to Sky Flash, I think I trust the Sky Flash a lot more.
I mean, Sky Flash is the fastest in terms of getting information, so really having that is going to be great within your arsenal, but Sheriff is going to be the weapon of choice for Thames and Vera, the two that actually got picked out earlier from Bleed.
They're going to be slow. Again, we are seeing Bleed trying to go fast, but instantly, once they take this space up ramps, this is where they slow down significantly. A fast rotate coming in from X10, expecting Bleed to re-aggress after making no information. If Bleed decide to get back out here, that might catch X10 off guard. The Trailblazers are going to get destroyed up in heaven. They only know that one person is shooting back. They didn't spot out a second as they go for a dry peek there. A good attempt by Vera. Almost getting that headshot, but not close enough. Ego is going to be able to find his ones as the rest of Bleed is going to be pushing in towards that side. Darion is in, but here we go. The ultimate has been committed on towards Ramp side, but they can't push up, and they finally found it. Neff gets his kill, rejoins back up with Darion to get the spike plant.
Now Thames is really damaged. 2 HP. Oh, but Wayne is right there. He doesn't even need to show his face. We have Wayne to save the day. And this is the guy who's actually at the bottom of the KD currently, but it goes to show he is not just giving up kills and deaths towards the enemy team. He is there to fight with his team.
Absolutely. And I feel a little bad for Wayne because half the time, right, when you're holding up to things like a paranoia, you're like, I want to hit as many people as possible when they're pushing into the side. Bleed, they don't play the traditional timings for that site hit, right? They take the space and then they kind of wait a little bit, give that meat time to tender before coming right back into the site.
That's the thing, right? It's always the timing, the untraditional time. I don't even know if that is a thing, but it truly exists. Because when you peek out and suddenly they're playing to a whole different beat. I don't know how that happens.
That's the thing. It's one of those mental games where you have to like stop yourself from stop telling yourself, hey, maybe they left.
Yeah.
That's the biggest mistake. Oh, they left. Instantly bleeds back and you're dead. Once again, this time with a bit of a different approach. They're going to go for the default here, having members on all sides, but a majority of their forces in mid, trying to get as much as they can here. They're actually creeping up pretty fast.
Slow and steady is the name of the game. We do have a smoke provided by Wayne. But it's actually going to allow Bleed to just creep out a little bit more.
I mean, they can't get any more space than this, right?
Yep.
Especially with the snake bite as well, just to ensure nobody's going to be the wiser to push through that smoke just yet. But Bleed
Careful.
don't have much to work with here. They know for a fact that, okay, Wayne is probably somewhere on B side considering where the smoke came up from. Now they're instantly trying to get in there, but once again, the second smoke, it doesn't save him though. Crazy Guy is able to blast right on through it, get the heal and trade 1-for-1 against Egoist, and now without a controller, this might get a little easier for Bleed to reaggress on the A side.
I mean, they do have one more, but he did utilize all of his smokes.
30 seconds
So
left.
that being said, he only has the Paranoia and the Shrouded Step to work with. It's gonna be Flash out, running into mid and middle, resurrecting Juicy. Now it's just 5 men against the world. But we do have Wayne holding up the likes of B side.
Yep, and this time he's gonna Paranoia right up into Heaven, hitting all of their members to slow them down. As long as they don't get the plant, it's getting really tight for Bleed as they miss their opportunity to actually get the plant. They have to just go for pure kills here. As X10, they don't have to show themselves any longer. They've already won this round, but Vera, he wants it, and he wants it bad. Crazy Guy gonna say no. Sit back down, kid. Not this time. 33 HP to his name, but X10 holding it strong on the defense.
Can I just say, with the likes of Egoist and Wayne, there was no visibility of mid for the likes of Bleed at all, up until maybe the 30-second mark. It was just, okay, smoke, and then we have the cover from Viper, and then back into the smoke as well from Wayne.
I think the most annoying thing is the fact that Wayne is really, really sharp on these smokes. As soon as Egoist saw the first person jump out, you could see Wayne has already sent the smoke traveling into the mid side to block off line of sight from Crazy Guy. But hey, man, Crazy Guy, there's a reason why he has the IGN. He wants to make sure that he hits every single shot with or without the smoke. Oh, Trailblazer comes up with a quick peek from Vera. Doesn't get the kill regardless, but the information is there.
It's going to be a huge Viper split up in mid, so it's just going to deter any likes of the attackers trying to go through that area. But that just means it's going to be B main if it's not going to be mid.
I think they know that, right? X10 know
I think
this.
so, yeah.
X10 know this. X10 know this. And instantly, if you see the concuss already coming through, nobody's rotating to actually help out with the 2 members left. Oh, real dirty here. Juicy with the ultimate, able to find Red Coal almost instantaneously. A very untraditional wall, leaving Juicy in a really dangerous spot. Gets blind once more. His backside is still open for contestation. Astra is able to block it off, and once again, we see Vera with a double kill once more with the Rockets. Beautifully played, but Bleed still won. Again, what is up with these Sage walls? Cutting it off in a very awkward spot.
I mean, that goes to say, that's why his name is Crazy Guy, right? He really gets creative in how he plays and puts abilities down. You usually think you put the wall into a one-track side towards the left of B side itself, but we can really use it as creative as you want. Then suddenly Wayne has no idea how to join the fight with his teammates.
Yeah, and I mean, I thought he was already being a little sneaky boy using the Shadow Step to get into back of B rather than just holding by the pillar all day, every day, right? So, adjustments being made all across the board, and I'm loving it.
And that's the beauty. I mean, every time when Bleed actually fails in the execute, they suddenly start playing default once again, and then they make a plan straight off the bat. It's quick decisions like this that really enables Bleed to execute so well.
I think they also recognize that they need to make their decisions quicker, because the last time they couldn't even have the time to plant the spike, and this time round, oh, we're seeing the X10 actually pushing out from Garage, being real sneaky here as the mid is wide open. This could be the worst timing in the world or the best play X10 is about to make right here, right now. As the smoke comes out, the information was given, but nobody on the side of Bleed actually spots it out. They've already crossed in towards mailbox side. They have no idea this is happening, but they will find one in Scary straight away, and Bleed instantly gonna start executing onto side, knowing that at least one person might be here. Nope, nobody? Okay, perfect. Get the plant down, and now it's for post plants.
I think it's a bit too slow though. Knowing that no one is on site, they realize it's either through Garage or through Heaven. They just have to watch these 3 points, and with the Sage wall, it's gonna be 2.
Astra even committing her ult as well to ensure they get this round. Bleed, they do need it. They do walk back out, the concuss to slow down Gecko, but it doesn't really matter. And knowing the positions, knowing the rest of the members, especially coming in through spawn as well, they find one, they get a second. Gonna get Egoist. Yes, Egoist is dead instantly. Spray transfer from Neff to take out Temps, even though he's feeling hot today. Nicely done. Looks like Bleed is warming up.
And that's what happens when you put 2 of the top dogs together. We suddenly see all these clutches, these aces, and 10 to 10. We have a really even match here.
It is. It's quite the even match. Looking at the ult economy so far, it's 2-1 with a half buy coming in. Oh, well, they have to eco here for the side of X10. This should be another round going over to Bleed, no problems whatsoever. But let's see what the setup is going to be.
It's gonna be interesting though. They do have to go for a save here, but I'm just a bit afraid if they do lose this round and go for the buy next and lose that, it might just go into match point with no buys at all. But you know, that's a story for another day. They have to play for now and here.
I think they're gonna stick to this. Should be pretty much sticking to the script at this point, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's a little tough to imagine that X10 is going to do something crazy unless Bleed makes significant mistakes, and that's what X10 is hoping for, right? Deal as much damage as you can to the opponent's economy, build back up, get ready for the next round. Ideally, if you can get some ult orbs, that'd be great too, but Crazy Guy already finding that very first pick, instantly tries and peeks heaven, but Redco is there getting double taps in the head. Doming Crazy Guy and Darion made it easy breezy for the rest of the team.
Do not mess with the green head initiator. Go with the sheriff. Oh, still alive too, 62 HP and 4 utils.
Yep, the Stinger. Oh, Egoist didn't want a gun, and now Redco is gonna have to do it all over again. Temps finds one, and okay, maybe they're not gonna follow the script this time around because X10 they are feeling it. They're just backing up. They've got the guns that they want. Redco, if he can go for one more, that would be ideal. But committing any more of his util is just a waste of credits here. As Spike has been planted, Neff in this. Ooh, is he gonna challenge Redco? He's gonna try. Redco. Really nicely done. Finds one. The blind comes out. They know that Juicy is somewhere on that map. And X10 doesn't want to follow the script. They'll win no matter what. Eco, no problem. Full buy, no problem. Half buy, not an issue.
I'm shaking my head here. I was doubting the fact, okay, X10's going to save this round. It's not going to be easy for them, but it's not impossible. And Rico getting those sheriff shots. And also having, I believe, Temps. They got one for themselves. Why do you need rifles? Just play with the sheriffs, guys.
They should have a show match with just sheriffs to see how many shots they can get off in time. That would be pretty impressive to see, especially when players of this high caliber are piloting at the helm. Lead going to be not defaulting this time. This time going to be leaning a little bit more towards A, but they still want to have some kind of presence or at least the lineup for Breach to actually start hitting ramps.
I'm actually surprised the timeout was not called. I'm not sure if Bleed actually used theirs. Because the fact is, X10's actually in a really good spot right now.
That's the thing. I feel like X10, they've already used their timeout. Bleed, on the other hand, if this round doesn't go well, they'll probably go for the call, for the timeout, possibly. Because it feels like their attacks have been successful based off of the sheer raw timing. But the same exact case can be said about X10. The way that eco round goal was just a little unlucky.
I like how Juicy is so close to the screen. You can see his face turning green.
Look, man, he's one of the few members who doesn't need glasses. So I think, you know, he's gonna maintain his eyesight real well.
Hopefully.
Definitely. They're going to be dropping the ultimate as well to get most of sight. However, Sky is unaffected by the concuss so far. Scary is able to get back in, but they don't realize Temps with a great trick of discipline gets 3 with Wayne in the helm. They're turning it around. This Crazy Guy all by himself getting taken out by the last member. Up in heaven. Beautifully done by X10. A small sliver of a gap for Temps to just sit and not be concussed. Really nice.
Oh, and here begs the question, now the creds on the side of Bleed is not looking so good. And that was what I was worried about. Why didn't they call the timeout to just really get that breeder? Because they knew X was just 1 point away from match point. With that being said, now we have Spectres, a mixed by Light Shields. Juicy does have the ultimate, so if he really gets the satchel into their face, they could possibly win this back once again.
I mean, minor misplays have usually not really hurting these pro teams too much, but here at the playoffs, X10 really fully utilizing it, you know? Maximum punishment, not just 2 kills. Eco round wins. It is getting 4, 5 entire rounds based off of it. As we do see Dizzy come out, it's not in time as Juicy is able to find his trade-off straight away. Notices the corner, but can't see the kills. He's still blind. Neff will be the one who's brave enough to take him out. Now, despite only having that half buy, now with some real weapons in their hands, they're gonna have to deal with the Viper's Pit instantly. Temps is able to get 1, blindly shooting through the smoke. Scary's hoping for a second as Scary is able to get it. Now it's too tough for Temps. He's standing back. He's going to see how much damage he can really apply onto Bleed. That's 1. Make it a second. Oh, he knows 1 might just be close. He's going to make his way up into the ropes. Timing? No timing this time.
No timing, but Temps is going to try. He is 1 against 3, and also having Juicy so very low could be enough, but Tams gets taken down over here. And that's all because we had the initial start from Juicy, just jumping into their face. And with that being said, Vera also invested in an operator, but nobody contested mid.
That's the thing. Bleed, again, they're changing up the way that they've been pushed. The most common that we've seen so far is their A push. Sometimes, once in a while, we do see that outlier with 3 members in the mid as they're defaulting. But right now, Bleed, it seems like they have made some concrete decisions with how they want to attack the map.
Who needs a timeout? We can just talk between the matches. You know, those 12 seconds, they're enough.
Yeah, there's enough dead people on our side to talk about it while the rest are actually playing the game, right? As Juicy has already pressed up into ramps, they're going for the fast A play as they want to get control over Heaven to Trail. Okay. Was hoping that the wall was placed in the wrong place, but at least they were able to deny the Trailblazer. They do know that there's still members on site from X10. As they slow things down once more, they're trying to get the timings down just right, and Crazy Guy finds one. Vera is able to get the trade, but the Shorty isn't going to be able to close out this game by itself, as Crazy Guy once again and getting that instant trade. 3v2. Things are getting really tight here as the rotations being made. Wayne finds one to even it out to 2v2 now. 1 in Heaven, 1 in CT, with the rest of the members of Bleed hiding behind the side. Oh, that timing could not have been worse. Eagle was nearly losing his head there. Wayne, he finds one, but doesn't die, swings out again, and secures the round to close out this map.
There you have it. 8 HP is all he needs to get him Ego into the 2 controllers. It's going to close it off with the defuse. 11 to 12. And that's just the first map of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We still have more for where that came from.
Oh, a little rough for Bleed here. However, I think even they can recognize, like, hey, maybe if we didn't make 1 or 2 slight misplays, we probably would have secured a couple of those rounds. I don't think they feel too bad about it, but it does tell us that they probably want to keep it a little tighter for the upcoming maps.
Oh, yeah. And I really think that Bleed gave their all, especially in that final round. There was even a Resurrect. We couldn't even narrate that because it was just so jam-packed.
Yeah, again, that's why having Sage is useful, but I do like what X10 was trying to pull off here, and that's why the meta is kind of all over the place right now. Everybody's trying to figure out what works for them and how to express themselves as a team rather than just being a meta slave.
The funny thing about Bleed, though, it almost feels as though they are trying all those creative strats when it comes to entry, but when it doesn't work, okay, we'll default, and then we'll just do like the most simplest page in the book. Like, let's just go to B main and into site.
And it works. It really works out. It's just one of those, like, you know, the breach ult doesn't cover this one slight section right behind pots, and you get punished for something as simple as that. It feels really, really bad. And I think at least with Bleed on the defensive side, they had much better reads against X10 compared to the attack.
And with that being said, though, X10, when they are on the defensive side, they're much more comfortable. I see the way that they play. They're not going to just relent space. Even when they pushed all the way back in that final round, Thames was actually at the back of Heaven's side. He did not flinch one bit, and he actually used all his utilities before anything could happen towards him. So I really see them being more comfortable on the defense side.
We've seen, honestly, based on how the entire league has been run here at VCT MYSG Split 2, based on the stats, I will say more teams have won on their defensive rounds than the attacking rounds half the time. I don't want to say that, you know, our region may not necessarily be more attack-oriented. I would like to believe that's the case, but right now, with the way the meta is and the types of utils that VALORANT has given us access to, defense is so great. Letting your opponents come into you, it just feels so nice.
I mean, I'm going to double down on you. I truly agree that the MISG is much more comfortable on the defense side. And a lot of these teams within the lower parts of the bracket, you can really see that come into play because then they are much more... They usually lose when they start on the attacker because of the points that they just give up. But with that being said, let's just come back to X10 and Bleed.
Yep, X10 Bleed, no clutches so far. One thrifty from X10 really changed the pace for them.
Oh, yes.
It changed it so very much, despite the fact that, you know, Bleed, we're getting more first kills throughout this game.
Oh, yeah. And here we have the MVP. We have Thames 27 and 14. And on the other side, it's going to be Crazy Guy. But Thames, what a game he has had with all those clutches, those shabby shots, as well as 3Ks, 4Ks, and really utilizing every ability that he has. I mean, we have to discount that bird that was just flying around in Rams in A side. Yeah. But besides that, he has been such a player today.
It's like after you eat and you accidentally get a bit of food on your homework and you're like, it's a perfect essay. It just has a little curry stains on it, you know? It's not the worst in the world, but let's see if he can keep it up to the next, at least for the next map. And I feel like XM might be able to kind of overcome Bleed after how rough it was for them early on in Split 2.
But if there is anything about both of these teams, is that mentality, they are on top of it. So they're ready to just reset for the next map. 299 ACS, wow, almost 300. And also as an initiator player, yes, you are the one that goes out for the fights, but you also have to be the enabler for your duelist. You have to be the clutcher if it's not going to be your side. So he's done it really well, 18.8% hit shot as well, and 27 kills.
With his spray transfers, I understand why he has a low headshot rate. It just makes sense, you know, the amount of times he's able to chain his kills together with his spray transfers, and that's why we think he is feeling super hot today. However, Bleed will be able to, well, have to be able to bounce back in map number 2. It is technically, what was it their pick? I could be wrong about that.
Fracture?
Yes, it was. It was their pick for map number 2, and maybe they'll be able to get a round back.
Yeah, definitely. I think between Split as well as Fracture, there's going to be way different between these two maps here. Split a bit more close and tight-knit, and then with two sides as well, that's going to be relatively close with a mid as well. Fracture, a bit more different, definitely.
Ever so slightly different, you know, not that big of a deal. Not that big of a deal. But with that being said, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, we're going to be looking at map number 2 between Bleed as well as X10. We'll see you guys then.
Wagwan, I'm Rico and I'm from X10 Esports. A little bit of myself is that I play flex for my team, meaning I play all the flash initiators. We have good vibes in the team. Most of our personalities are like clowns and most of us just laugh almost every single round during scrims. So as y'all know, I was the IGL in Louvre and now I'm the IGL in X10. Our recent IGL got benched and I was told that I became the IGL of X10 by Thames and Vera. I'm actually excited for this opportunity because I get to bring a whole new dynamic to the team and I could combine my playstyle with theirs, which will make it a lot more interesting for you guys to see. So everyone knows X10 as the Masters winner, and us representing them will mean that there's a lot of pressure built on us. And that's one thing that I'm excited about, to actually show the world what we can do. So a little funny story about X10 is that I used to trash talk them in the previous segment. I said that they'll lose to us the 11th time, but I actually lost to them. And to prevent the 12th time from losing to them, I kind of joined them. You know what they say, if you can't beat them, join them? That's me. As an IGL myself, I don't have expectations for the team because I feel like having expectations would mean that you put a lot of stress on yourself. I just want my team to do their best and actually do what we practice in scrims. That's good enough for me. Kizuna, you guys think taking 2 players from Alvia will help you guys win something? Don't forget Bryce, that I know your every move. I know how you cook. Shinsei, I know how you entry. I'll be in your heads when you guys are playing against us. Good luck with that, man.
Hi, I'm Wayne and I play the controller role for X10 Esports. Fun fact about Redco is that I used to play for his team for one LAN tournament and I played the worst series of my life, dropping single digits on both maps, and after that I got dropped from his team. So now, being given the second chance to play for X10 Esports alongside with Redco, I hope to not disappoint him again. Fun fact about Egoist is that I used to watch him play professionally during the early stages of the VALORANT Pro scene, and now being given the chance to play with him on X10 feels like a dream come true. I would like to be remembered for being the Marco of the MYSG region, a controller whom my team can rely on to win their gunfights.
Hi, my name is Javier. My IGN is Egoist and I play the Sentinel role for X10 Esports. I feel that Rain is a very good duelist player from the few times I've met him in ranked, and I think that him transitioning from the duelist role to the smoker role, he'll be as good as DRX Marco. I would describe the team as a bunch of noobs because they always leave me alone at the other side on defense, and on attack they will also always leave me alone and they will only tell me to join them when they need me, and thus I feel very lonely.
Hi, I'm Vera from X10 and I play the duelist role.
One fun fact about Thames is that he's the noisiest in the team and always says random stuff. However, he is also the one that enlightens us when in every scrim and tournaments we play, when the mood is down. In a critical moment, I shut off my brain and focus fully on aiming.
Hi, my name is Thames and I'm playing the initiator role for X10 Esports. When Vera turns on autopilots, either he dies or everybody else dies. I would say the most played team would be Kizuna because they have the Gordon Ramsay of Singapore, Bryce.
They're gonna try to line up. And scary repositions one usually 1, 2, 3.
We'll see how they
I think a ranked game right now. We're working on timeout, potentially even an ace.
into the cosmic divide. Deny vision, but it's
What's going to do? They already breach up onto A.
spray. Is there gonna be more? It goes for real. That's more. Is it?
Flaring, Popsos gets a hit, gets one more. Flaring with 3.
Welcome back to X10 versus Bleak. We are in between the series right now. My name is Lemonade and I'm joined by Gideon Q. The Q stands for IQ because he is the IQ brain that we all need.
I'm a replacement caster, by the way. I just showed up and decided that this was the game to play today. Once again, we want to thank our partners, One Esports, our media partner, and of course, everybody who's watching on Astro Arena Channel 2. Salutes to you guys who are bothering to check out what's going on in the professional locally. Now, second map, Fracture, Bleed, probably didn't play their best round of split in game number 1. Hopefully, things are going to change.
I mean, Fracture is the map pick, and if anything, they are the ones to bring X10 into this total battlefield that they really selected. After the first round, though, I think a bit of mentality just being chipped off over there, considering it went 13 and I believe 10? 13 and 10, so close for either side. And back then also, when you looked at Bleed as well as X10 in the group stages, they also went really close. I'm not expecting a full easy sweep for any of these teams here, and Bleed's map, I'm expecting them to step up.
Well, hopefully they do, and I think especially since we don't get to see Fracture too often overall, and especially coming in from Bleed, the fact that we have 4 sites, it's not exactly the most common map pick for them, but it's specifically picked against X10. They probably have something they're seeing that we're not.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Because when I look back, it's going to be either Lotus or Pro within the previous round that Bleed picked. So coming into this with a completely new slate, it's either they have something they have to execute within the plans with the tactical books, or they just really want to just test the waters here.
Could be a little bit of both. It's hard to say when Bleed has been doing so well throughout split number 2. However, I will say that right now, X10, they're looking hot. The momentum is on their side, and if they can get this win against Bleed, they basically secured top 3 by the end of this tournament, no matter what, with this one single map win.
I mean, if anything, X10 is the one to do that because it's either close games or they actually took off 1 point within the last playoffs of Split 1 from Bleed. Though they did not win, it's enough to create an upset. And now it's going to be the first map loss that Bleed actually has to swallow down.
Yeah, it's a bit ruining your reputation in terms of overall stats, but hey, doesn't mean that they're not going to be able to bounce back from this. And plus, when you are playing a double elimination type format, at least when you get knocked down to the lower bracket, you just have to play more games. It's not that you're completely out of the tournament.
And that's also the beauty of having the double elimination, because now you create the storyline, right? What happens if Bleed just totally wipes up X10? What if X10 upsets Bleed and then later on they meet once again?
Look,
oh my god.
I'm just getting flashbacks of Team SMG all over again. But until that happens, I'm just gonna try and keep calm and imagine that Bleed is following the script that everybody is sort of expecting them to apply in these games. However, I am curious to see what they're going to do, especially for X10 on a map like Fracture, right? We did see in map number 1, they were going for the double controller, double initiators. Rather interesting, but more so the fact that they want to innovate and the fact that they're finding a style that really suits them is great. Have they prepared for Fracture?
That's the thing, right? Because you have either you have the Viper for those screen kind of control, or you have the Omen with the smokes, and you play those double controllers because you have these elevations within Split, you know, the verticality. Fracture does also boast a similar situation, so you could very well play the double controller, but with that being said, then you just nullify the double initiator possibility, you know, having the reads of the information coming in from either like a Sky, a Fade, or, I mean, not a Sova, I mean, not really in this map. And then you have the Breach, right, that really enables your duelists to jump in, and I think that's what they are picking up on here. No double controllers, we have double initiators on both sides.
Yeah, I think it's very clear that both sides have a particular style that they want to get through, and it's so important to actually have the KJ here who can completely lock down a site by herself, especially with her ultimate to lock down. The amount of area that you get, it's too valuable to give up here, and I think it's very straightforward. It seems that both teams have a very similar expectation, or at least understanding of what they want to play in terms of their compositions. What they're going to do in the game might differ.
Is it actually a mirror matchup? Because I didn't get to see the other two agents. I saw the Killjoy, Raze, and Breach.
Killjoy, Raze, and Breach. Yes, correct. Brimstone's on both sides. Brimstone on one side, Omen on the other, if I remember correctly, unless they switched out the last second. Yes, there we go. Scary.
There you go. But then we also have the difference between Redco, who is on the Sky, and then we have... I can't tell who's the different one. Yep, I guess it's just scary.
It's just scary.
Wait a minute.
That's the thing, right? Every time, what makes me very uncomfortable is opening up the stats and being like, I wonder what kind of like weird picks people are playing. I was hoping that maybe somebody would go for Chamber, but no, surprisingly enough, it's usually between the Gecko and as well as the Omen. On and off, we get to see it pull out. This time, let's see if it can really make the difference here. The round's already beginning. Looks like they will get rid of the first initial turret, but they do hear shots in the back, so they know that the KJ is still lurking around as they already are attacking the site. So quick, they've cleaned it up. One man sitting by himself was just not enough.
What happened, actually? It was like it came from Arcade and totally see the true Egoist gets one before he goes down. That's more than enough because he just opened up two possibilities. And Darren with the frenzy, he has something to say about it. It's going to take temps as well. That's his 3K. There's two more left. Could very well be his ace. He can try for it with the help of his teammates. Scary, as well as Darren and Crazy Guy coming in from main. It's going to find Wayne. And lastly, it's going to be Vera jumping up. Not getting the right timing here. He heard the defuse, so he had to try. But that's going to be a first point towards Bleed.
Man, you hate to see it. Bleed had a really good entry through Arcade to shut down Egoist almost instantaneously as he was the only one locking down B. That's something that Egoist is going to remember for the upcoming rounds, but I don't think Bleed was expecting the rest of the X10 members to start pushing out of A main back in through their spawn to get them on the flank. They were expecting maybe 2 at most, but 4 was just too many.
With that being said, though, what a start for Darren and Scary, getting 3 and 2 respectively, and now getting full, I mean, as much as they can buy, with the full shields as well. Crazy Guy, the only one with the half, just to prioritize his utilities.
Yep. X10 going to be looking for the attack onto Arcade once more. The exact same setup as they did before, but this time Bleed adjusts. Instead of having 4 members by A, they have 2 in B. The first contact has already been made, and Vera instantly is able to pick up the Bulldog as he makes his way up in towards Heaven's side. Nev says hello with the judge. Who's next to fear this Executioner? They're looking for some more. They do see Underpass. Juicy able to pick him off just in time. As once again, this is so nasty. Neff is holding down this site so well. 17 HP Egoist left to do the rest of the work. Post plants not looking great, 17 HP only, but Crazy Guy able to secure the round.
I like the fact that we had Bleed from the previous round who just couldn't stall as well. And then now they're like, okay, you know what? You want to run into us? We're going to stall as much as we can. I don't even know how Nav got that double because there were 2 members on the side of X10 who is really up on his threat within tower. And then with that judge, managed to take down 2. and then pick up a Spectre for himself, and giving enough time for the rest of his team to actually just come with the reinforcements as well for the retake.
It's just the disrespect of the judge. People are like, it's just a judge. We could probably do something about it. But he also had the option after getting that first kill to actually pick up the Spectre and swing wide just in case they decided to back away. So plenty of options. Well played coming in from Neff to secure round 2 for them. Solid hold. And now here we go. Round number 3 about to begin. Broken by coming in from X10 as they have to save. Darion gets blinded, but you know him. He still has, even though he's swapped off of that Duelist, he still has that same urge once in a while.
Once in a while, but he does know how to pull back and play with his teammates. And they do have the double controller, actually. And it's not like the screen and then the smokes. It's both smoking controllers.
It's both smoking controllers. And especially when you have Brim on your side, the smokes last for so long. Takes forever. It really slows down the game, especially if you're giving respect to it. But Vera, you know him. You love him. He's very disrespectful. Slowly creeping up, finding gaps. But you will see the turret just at the top. Does he give that information? It doesn't spot him, though. Going to get rid of the turret just in time. Boombot to try and get this clear. Is he going to sell this fake, though? Moving backwards, and yes, he's prompted at least Scary to start rotating through rope side, but he's going to pull on backwards. Again, Bleed, they don't fall for these fakes too often, as now the execution through Sands looking good for X10. They start making their way in very, very quickly. Oh, getting hit through the smoke. A little unfortunate, but hey, not the end of the world. It is still 4v5. Every kill for X10 is going to matter.
Crazy guy actually holding the side of drop and then shuffled his way into safety for the retake. Even though he knows he has the better guns, he's not going to take any risks. Playing with his team here, XN does have the side, but they only have Sheriffs. And information is definitely relayed because we have a Juicy jumping into the face.
Beautiful paranoia coming in from Scary Egoist. He does win out that gunfight, but he's too low to actually secure the round as the rest of Bleed. Strength in numbers, better weapons. Capitalist at its finest. You want to have as much money as you can. They lose another member. That second death was a little unfortunate, but at the end of the day, they should be able to secure the round, and Bleed do just that.
Close enough at the side of X10 though. Consolation prize being Neff and Juicy taken down with just Sheriffs as their purchase. Scary really just selling the judge over there. He has the crest as well. And he went for the judge. I think now he's going to realize he needs a proper rifle, especially if he wants to spray within his smokes. And he's been playing like that a lot of times in previous rounds. I wouldn't be surprised if he does it again. Those mental games that he does so very well.
And I love the fact that at least with the side of Bleed Esports' composition, with the Omen as well as the Breach, it kind of allows them not only to just sit on the site, but the fact is that Paranoia, such a powerful tool on the defensive edge. And when you're looking at Sky, it's a little bit more all-rounded.
Definitely. It's going to be a slow defaulting once again. It's going to be a 1-4 formation for the side of X10. Vera making his way through, unfortunately, failed to do so, but we got the initial frag. It's going to be Wayne taking down Darion.
Really nicely done. Basically, able to tries to get the concuss off in time to slow them down, but instead Temp's able to find it. Redco able to find Crazy Guy once again. Trailblazer's gonna come back up, but Wayne was able to creep up. Good distraction with the Trailblazer, as they knew exactly at least one person should be on the site in heaven. They do spot out Temp's inside, so now the rest of X10 going to reposition to play for these post plants.
It's gonna be a bit hard though. They do have one Operator and one Vandal, so it's going to be a really crisp shot as they want to play this retake. It's almost impossible when you have so many angles to look at.
I mean, you have the Operator, so you can just kind of bide your time, but that's so much econ invested into this round, and Bleed, they don't feel like leaving it and giving it over to X10 for free, since they're already with at least a 3 rounds ahead of them. Might as well maintain the advantage.
Here we have Juicy just making sure he checks every pixel with the close-up of his screen. Making sure he does not miss anything.
I wish that Juicy would change his crosshair to be bigger, so at least we can see the outprint on his face when he gets closer to his monitor. That'd be great. And I wonder if it's going to be like a really cute one, like one of the flower crosshairs, or like
the cat.
The cat one.
Oh, yeah.
My personal favorite, the sunglasses. I like that one.
Yeah, I'm just the boring old circle.
What? Really?
Yeah, I just do the boring old circle.
Oh, okay. Didn't realize that circle was going to be the geometric shape of choice. I thought it was like a simple cross like this one. You know, the traditional crosshair sort of thing. Maybe without the outlines, but let's get this round started. You see, looking for an opportunity, tries to dodge the flash, but instead gets fully blinded in the meantime. going to get rid of the turret here as we see the X10 is taking a very defensive approach. A lot stacked towards A, but again, no commitment. Nobody is going to the north side of the map to try and go through Dish. They're going to hard contest A, as Scary might be in some trouble here, able to TP in time, but he's put down to 20% of his HP. He doesn't want to get hit by the collateral damage, but instead, he wasn't able to get off in time. Orbital's trying to come on through. He tries his best to get through the laser, but it's too late. Darion holds side by himself. He's got KJ to get this crossfire going. He's going to Molly, seeing that the spike is already on site. X10 in a lot of trouble here. He's going to try and go for the all-orbital strike once again to try and flush out Darion, but he still has too much space to play.
Turret out. Oh. Just in case anybody is hiding up on steps, Darion at the back of the corner here, actually not getting hit, but he gets taken down by Egoist. That's going to enable his ultimate. And now we have it online, Juicy as well as Neff. Oh, sorry, that was Egoist. Oh, yeah, that was Egoist. Yeah. Oh, he's taking down Neff.
He took down Neff. He gets rid of the lockdown. What happened to Bleed? They had the right idea. They had the angles, and more importantly, both Wayne and Egoist had no clear means to actually challenge them. So that should not have gone over into X10's favor. Juicy, all by himself, swapping out the up to make sure that he doesn't give it over. But more importantly, having this rifle, he doesn't realize how close he actually is, but Egoist doesn't miss.
Standard contact and contact position over there, trying to play off of each other and bringing X10 to their second point. A bit difficult, actually, I would say, but they did it nonetheless.
I felt like they could have held the angle there, right? They're just trying to protect the lockdown. They had a really good opportunity to start gaining back the space. Worst comes to worst, X10 just has to fall back in towards A main side. But, well, let's see how this round is going to go. We're seeing two Guardians, one Bulldog, 3 half armors. Vandals switch out for at least one of those Guardians here. But we do see that X10 is going to try Arcade and Dish once more.
I think the fact that we had Bleed actually pushing out in the last round really pressured X10 to make all those quick decisions. Oh, Barra's gonna find Juicy over there. Paranoia is so huge. Scary's gonna find 1-for-1. Scary is gonna come out as the victor of that skirmish there. Instead, no attempts. Gonna put him down.
Yep, the 3 defenders on the A side making an incredible read, knowing that Dish was going to get attacked. They trade 3 for 3, and they also get the ultimate out of temps as well. 2v2 situation here. Rim KJ versus Breach KJ. One flash available. That finds the shot. He's looking for a second one. Final flash is out. Now they're just going to have to dry peek a lot of this. Darion could use the molly. He goes for the opportunity here. Temps put down a 47, and Darion to finish him off. Nicely done from Bleed as they pull this round back.
Oh, finally. Bleed gets another point for themselves, but with what cost? Most of the members actually got executed there from X10. Now they only have 1 gun to bring over to the next round. Most of them have to rebuy. It's really close, actually, considering this is the map that they picked out.
It is, honestly, it is quite close. And I think that the fact that Bleed has been making some, honest to God, hard reads against X10, and especially since that Fracture isn't played that often, I'm surprised that Bleed has been getting away with a lot of things that they've been doing. And X10, it feels like right now, even if they change it up, that Bleed might be 1 step ahead of them. Like, look at this time, they're putting 3 members towards B main side.
Yep. I mean, mind you, this is X10's pick on the side that they're going to start with as well. So they're going to start with the attackers. But most of the time, you see them just clumping together in one cluster, and they know this, but Juicy is not able to make quick work of them. Temps takes him down.
Oh, that was beautiful. I mean, if he was able to get a kill, it'd be even better. The Paranoia connects on to Vera so far. They knew that 3 members were walking into A main, so they have to rotate fast. Paint Shells comes down to Ignite. Oh, wait! Crazy Guy gets him right through the smoke. Well, I don't know if that was intentional or not, or maybe he was trying to shoot cabbages, but we'll find out later as the rest of the team has now maintained the site. Bleed will be playing from CT.
Cabbages indeed, and there you go. The guiding light's gonna pop up, but no one's gonna bite the bait. It's gonna be real timing, but it's hard to believe Temps is able to capitalize on the timing instead. Nap manages to put a bullet through his head with the Guardian, but that's gonna be just a refrag.
Yep, it's looking good so far. Bleed starting to walk on in. 3v3, 3v2 as they take out Redco, the only last member sitting on top of the site here. Post plants need to be played well. Scary is going to try and push that smoke to the left side. He finds one, doesn't win out his gunfight as Wayne here. Multi-millionaire philanthropist and vigilante at night. Silent but deadly. They've won this post plant so effectively. Ego is now next. Swings out, secures the round, maximizing HP as a resource.
If there is a time for a timeout, it's gonna be now.
Is it really though? I feel like Bleed had some really good ideas, and especially with the fact that Juicy was able to get like a lot of information. They knew it was going to be a full A commitment there, seeing at least 3 or 4 players walking into A main as soon as he got on top of the top box after B. I feel like there should have been a faster play, or at least not the right characters on A. A little bit unlucky.
But that's the thing, right? Like, they have the right ideas, but suddenly execution just seems to be a little bit all over the place. And it's very hard for them to come out of it on top with at least 3 members alive.
Yeah.
And with that being said, it's hurting the economy quite a bit, going with the saves. But nonetheless, they have to face the wrap of X10 and Vera all the way up, and Jenny killing out 2. Oh, man.
Feels bad for Neff, who tries to itch away, get his fingers on that gun. Hesitates for half a second, doesn't want to expose himself. But now, considering everything, despite it only being a being a save for Bleed, in a matter of fact, 2v3. If they're able to turn this 2v2, this round is definitely worth it. Redco doesn't connect his shots just yet. Crazy Guy tries 4, but Redco wins it out this time in this duel. Is able to blind 1 out in B main, but doesn't realize he could be all the way back.
Oh,
Juicy finds 1. Gonna get the second. No, Wayne secures this round once again. Wayne, very reliable.
Very reliable indeed, and that's why he is the controller. And you saw him earlier within the pre-show. You can see them just going like, I really want to be, you know, like DRX Marco, and he's proving to be more of that solid player for the side X10 here.
He's following in the footsteps of Egoist, of course. We saw in the interview previously, he's seen him play from afar, and now got together, was really disappointed in his performance in that one tournament. And now he's back with him again to prove himself otherwise. And that's what happens. It feels bad that the blue lock system just forces you to kick people out in times. And you get 100 Singaporeans and hopefully one of them comes up. That's Egoist right now. So they find that first initial kill. 2 already down from Vera and Redco. Is that once again they're going to be hitting B real hard, real fast from main.
There you have Rolling Thunder is going to be initiated. Doesn't quite hit anybody, I believe. I think Scary is actually right at the end of it. But he is Splash as well as Aftershock. And Vera's gonna make quick work of him. Not just 2 members, Crazy Guy and Juicy, ready for the retake.
Beautifully done. Like, I can't say much about it, but X10, as much as they've been playing hard, they're able to bait out some really great, bait out some good util out of Bleed so far. Not as much in map number 1, but definitely in map number 2. On the other hand, it's a little tough. Have to play, find your buddy, partner up with them. Hopefully you're able to find a couple of kills here.
Oh, but X10, they are out hunting. They already checked the whole entire A main and A side itself. Now the only possibility is Arcade all into Dish. Are they going to try to find them though?
I don't think they will. I don't think anybody's brave enough to start hopping onto top box into Dish, but we'll see. We'll see. Once the spike explodes, we might see that very last... Oh, here we go. Of course it's a Duelist. Of course it's the Duelist who does it, right? Nobody else is brave enough to do it. He hears the shots and he's like, no, you know what? I take it back. I'm not that brave. I don't want to give the gun over. Not at this point where we could be getting some round leads.
Oh, there you go. Timeout, but on whose side though? There you go.
Okay, it's understandable. I feel that X10 Esports, when they are going fast, they are going really, really fast. And Bleed was a little too over-responsive in some of these situations. But X10 slowly getting under the skin of Bleed, and maybe with a little bit of time and a little bit of conditioning, they can go back to alternating between attacking Dish and going in through Arcade.
And the word that you just used, over-responsive, I think that is exactly what's happening here. I mean, Bleed, they have this kind of modus operandi on how to reply into X10's attack, but suddenly it's just a little bit too shifted that it's a disconnect between the communication. Okay, I'm trying to fight this guy, but wait, I'm not even there. It's all these micro things that could possibly be hindering them in the long run.
Yep. I feel like that's what the game is right now between both of the two teams, right? Again, they've been consistent throughout the split 2. It's really boiling down to, oh, I didn't perfectly place my ultimate. Oh, the timing was just 0.5 seconds off, arguably even 0.2 seconds off at times. Well, let's get back into this now. Full buys for the side of X10 once more with a healthy economy to back them up. On the other hand, Bleed, not so much in the same position. They're going to try their best here, but it's quite a commitment. Lockdown, 1 orb away. They do have the orbital strike and as well as Juicy. They might go for the aggressive play once more, though.
Ooh, it's the read right, though, because we have Juicy as well as Crazy Guy with the rifles. The only one that can really put themselves into an even battlefield here. I think it might be if X10 actually goes for it.
It's scary, right?
Yep.
He's got the one-way down. I don't think he's going to go further than this, but Vera finds it, sees his feet first as he swings out just in time. And now X10 going to increase the tempo, right? Using 2 satchels to close the distance. The paint shells deal just enough damage with the Trailblazer, the one getting the kill. Redco is doing God's work as Crazy Guy is just eating flashes, unable to win out on that 1v1 against Redco, who's playing mighty fine here on Fracture. This might be a mistake of a map pick coming in from Bleak, considering how X10 are playing with. Orbital Strike, not going to hit anybody.
It almost seems as though they're responding too fast or too slow, because right now it's easy going for X10, getting another point within their belt. And that was also Juicy, Crazy Guy, as well as Darion, I believe, purchasing out the rifles. And now it's going to be 4 buys for them at least, but then we have half shields. We have the ultimate available from Neff, and Juicy does have the showstopper. That could be very good as well for him because he used it earlier in Split, really opened up a lot of things for the side of Bleed. Could possibly replicate that this time.
I totally agree here, but the thing is like when you have a limited economy, what do you start sacrificing? You start sacrificing the amount of util you actually have, and it looks like Neff is going to be going without the nano swarms and instead just wants to have the alarm bot. So let's keep that in mind, right? Because we're expecting him to hold down the side really, really hard, but it looks like he purchased all of his util just in time and drops it down onto the floor right in front, slightly past B main. But once again, it's going to be the arcade hit so quick, so fast. Heaven hasn't been cleared just yet. The rest of the team from Bleed going to be attacking from B main side.
Ultimate is online for Neff. Ego is though playing around with it. He's going to find one, but he gets refrag. It's going to be 1 for 2. So Vera and Ego are down on X10 side, and also the ultimate went off and no players were detained.
This could be tough. This could be really, really tough here because with the amount of space they actually have, it's really, really awkward. It's hard to kind of regroup back into B main as Wayne has already got this flank off, and Juicy, he's aware of it. He sees the head, gets it. Nicely done. Juicy doesn't know if there's going to be one more coming in from the flank, but with Canteen already gone, that should give him more than enough information for Crazy Guy to get the wall bang. Hemps all by himself, just needs to buy enough time here, but he hasn't even got the spike down with 13 HP left.
30 seconds left.
He's got to get out of here. Temps, he knows he's in a bad spot, and Neff, well played, able to secure the kill.
I'm a bit in a questioning point of view because there was no spike going down as well. I'm not sure if they're trying to bait out Accent, just really over rotating really quick and trying to go for those fights and get those pickoffs, but then it backfired, right? Suddenly we had Juicy and I can't remember who it was. I think it was Darion? Darion alive as well to really fight from that, and then Temps could not go anywhere even though he had the spike and he had the sight as well.
We could assume that this was either a miscommunication, or we can also assume the fact that B main was compromised, right? That's the one angle that you would imagine that is like, oh yeah, I can hide behind the box, do my best, but now it's going to be Vera once again, shoot ones out of the sky, looking for a second one. He's going to use Salsa Charge to get the, oh my goodness, the disrespect. Vera, disrespectful with the shorty once more. Huge play coming out from Bleak, getting shut down by X10. Even when they're on their attack, they're still defending. Breach tries to make the attempt through the smoke, but Vera shuts him down too. The last member of the team Bleed is going to be scary. Can he clutch this out against 4 members? Even the lockdown being committed because X10 really want to start developing a lead.
Who would have thought that this is what we're going to be coming down to? This is Fracture, Bleed's map pick, and now we're seeing them struggle a little bit. Scary, who's always the rock, who can clutch out amazing clutches. Can he do it though? Egoist does appear in his mini-map, but he's not able to connect his shots. Vera though is going to be running all the way there, chasing after his ace, and that's going to be 5-7 for the first half.
Raw confidence. Raw confidence. The man was already low. He knew he was basically going to die in 2 bullets or 1 bullet, depending on where it hit him. But the important thing here is that he wanted to get his ace. Now, coming back to Bleed, right? We saw them warming up in game number 1. It felt like a couple of micro mistakes, but it feels this time that a lot of their plans are getting shut down. They had good reads in the very first half, and especially in the first 5 rounds. But afterwards, that's where we see X10 get a little too comfortable with the way the Bleed has been playing.
Now I'm actually wondering, could it be that X10 kind of predicted that Bleed are stronger on the attacking side? So they picked the attacking even though maybe they're not as comfortable. It could be all these mind games, right? Because we usually see Bleed being so fortified as a unit running into site and really disrespecting so much space. And I think that's Fracture is one of the maps that you can really do that full-heartedly. Having Bleed start on the defenders could just be the little edge that they need.
Well, or it could be one of those situations where, double initiators are just great on the attack, got so many flashes. What are you going to do? Smoke me off? Big deal. I'm going to just Trailblazer in through, get Vera, send him all the way into the backside if I have to. There's just a lot of things involved, especially on the defensive half. That's a little tough for Bleed because, again, they don't have any real means to slow down X10 other than the paranoia, other than Crazy Guy with the flashes. And if you disrespect those flashes, even better. You just need to make sure that you don't collide with the KJ util, and you're fine.
I like how I gave you a whole math problem and you just said double initiator. That's the answer.
Yeah, it's so simple.
Oh man, it's all in the comp.
I bet Twitch chat is just like, it's so simple. Everybody knows this. They're great on the attack side. They got 2 initiators.
According to my calculations, I mean.
All right, let's calm down, Dexter's Laboratory. Now, as the rest of the team is going to be, I'm seeing you like that reference, right? Yeah. 1990 cartoons for the win. Okay, bottom side, we're seeing that both teams are going to be on opposite sides. This time around, let's see, double controllers have been pretty effective on the attack as well, especially once they've gotten onto site. Post plants can get very, very deadly here, but we don't see a Viper being whipped out. In terms of mollies, it's just going to be dependent on Darion on this brim.
Yep, Darion on this brim here. We do have the Scary on the Omen as well with the Paranoia, but I would expect he's going to take more of an aggressive position, trying to enable his teammate as well with Crazy Guy and Juicy. I've seen that happen a lot of times when it comes to the main of any of the site. On the other hand, though, X10, they do only have one controller. It's going to be Wayne, but at the very least, it is a Brimstone, so it's possible to work around globally.
Exactly. I mean, there is a bit of a limitation to his range, but let's see how they play this out in terms of, especially these early rounds, right? For the double initiators, it's a little easier for them to get that info in comparison to Bleed. Arbot already down. They know that there are a couple of members towards B's side, at least 2 based on the number of shots. However, let's keep in mind that Neff is hiding on that top side of the map looking towards Dish.
Towards Dish, but no one's gonna bite the bait here, and Ego is just held off B side, and I'm telling you, nobody wants to fight him. He shoots a little bit, no one's going after him.
And now, with that push coming out of A, they initiate onto stride. They go into underpass, and they're trying to eliminate a lot of these angles here. Juicy, he still has the Roomba available. Does he want to drop it down to get? No, he's just gonna try peek it, finds one, caught mid-rotation. They get a second as well, 2 in Canteen side, as they quickly flash it through. They're trying to press towards the left side of the map as Kevin gets cleared out. Vera ends up going down, but Neff still so reliable, holds it down for the team.
I was just looking at the screen, but when you look at the minimap, you see them make the rotation so very fast, and Bleed, they knew how to attack, and they knew they need to step up the game.
When you're looking at the map, looking at the mini-map, it's battle ants, right? As soon as that flash comes on through, 2 pushes out through that smoke, instantly, Neff is like, okay, go back through underpass, we're gonna come out back through that flank. And I like these conditions from Bleed. I like the way that they're playing so far. I can't wait to apply this into Premiere and still fail at it. That's what I'm excited for.
But that's the thing, right? It keeps the dream alive, right? You see all these things happening in front of your eyes. The chat is probably going crazy. Okay, I'm going to write this down in my notebooks. I'm going to do this the next time I'm in my 5 stack.
I can't wait for 2 teams to do the exact same thing, and both of them just fail. Look, we have very low standards for ourselves, and we're very self-deprecating. Other than that, though, Bleed will be trying to make an attempt, maybe another default once more. I mean, it was pistol round, and now that we're moving on towards their buy, they go for that half buy, that anti-eco, and they want to make sure that they can dish out enough damage against X10 and bring it over into a bonus at least.
I just want to talk about the fact that X10, even if they do lose pistol rounds early in the first round, they still buy. And most of the time, it's actually not working. I'm not sure if it's going to be like a one-trick pony thing where later on, Bleed is going to realize this pattern. But with that being said, though, I like the confidence. I think that only screams confidence to me when it comes to X10 and the way that they're playing against Bleed.
Yeah, and I mean, they're not, what do I say? They're not passive against them, right?
Yeah.
They're not passive against them. They're willing to take the space that Bleed gives them, and they're willing to challenge it. If it costs them util, so be it. If we come into the last couple of seconds of the game, especially in those post plants, I'll just have to dry peek it. That's a sacrifice I'm willing to take. Now, Bleed will be attacking through Arcade. All 5 of their members are here. They're expecting X10 to try and push out of A after B has received some form of pressure.
Here you go. And with the technical pause, it also gives them time to recuperate a little bit. I think this arcade push is what they really want. But X10, they're getting the right read here. A main's been checked. It's been cleared out. Its only possibility is onto B site. We do have, I think it's Egoist right up close on the heaven side. But Crazy Guy's gonna check it. Aftershot's gonna take down Redco. Egoist taking out Juicy 1-for-1, but they already take site control.
Yep, they trade 1-for-1 here, and they don't mind that Juicy was the one who got taken out. The rest of their members can play this post plant extremely well as they re-smoke once more to play for these posts to buy as much time as they can. Scary, he can start lurking in towards the enemy space, but Wayne quickly peeks out just in time, getting the information off of his mini-map. Evan, though, still being contested here. The Bulldogs from Darion still going well. Crazy Guy's able to take out Vera. Darion still a little late to the call. Crazy Guy just one step ahead, but he knows that Darion's got his back. Nicely played by Bleed.
Nicely played indeed. And now we equalize 7-7 with that extra money and extra credits earlier. Bleed was able to capitalize on it, get the guns that they need, and really punish X10 off of it. Now moving forwards, where we actually have the question of who is going to get the upper edge, because now we have the full buys on both sides. We do have a Bulldog on Crazy Guy, so they can't exactly purchase here. They have to bring forward the guns that they had before.
Look, some people are going to enjoy more bonuses than others. X10, on the other hand, this is going to be an extremely important round for them. If they lose, they're going to be broke once more. That's not a position you want to be in, especially when the score is 7-7. We are seeing the attack on the attack side leaning more towards A main so far. It doesn't seem like they're going anywhere else for now, but they are extremely aware of how X10 likes to start pushing out of their defensive lines just to start taking space, and more importantly, whether or not they can commit to a flank when a full execution is being had.
I think X10 actually heard your advice here that it's going to be really important for them. They're not going to take all those risky plays. Instead, they're going to play off Qs in each other's contact. Redco taking down 2, but he gets taken down by Neff. At the very least, he has 2 down. And now just making the entry a little bit more harder for Bleed.
Yep, the entry. Oh! Neff still finding. He's going to blind fire through the smoke. He knows that there is at least one more onto Dish's side. Crazy Guy's able to secure it. And now they're going to be locking off the spawn, making sure that it's so difficult for Temps to make it happen. Despite him being hot, Crazy Guy still wins it out, gets the plant. This could have been super dangerous had Crazy Guy died trying to cross over in towards backside.
Oh man, and now Egoist, he said he doesn't like to be the last one standing alive, staying alive, and he's going to be going to be doing that now. Can he really clutch this 1v3?
Well, he didn't sacrifice 6 months of his life beating other 9,900 Singaporeans in a battle royale. I don't know how long I can milk this joke for, but let's see. If he really does, it would be impressive to see him actually, moments before that shot was going to hit the head. Crazy Guy wins it out. It feels like even his blood is pumping.
And now we go into the economical crisis of X10.
I mean, they're going to just have to give the round. There's nothing much they can really do about it. If they can get some damage down, that'd be good, but no real point to actually punish Bleed, because so far they've just been dedicating 5 members, hitting really hard against the site, making sure the only reason why they've been slowed down is just through the raw util, the util tax that Bleed is applying onto X10.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of like as though they picked a page off of X10's books, but in split, right? When they drew every utility up into their face. But with that being said, though, X10, they were able to clutch out a drifty round earlier with the Sheriffs. Hopefully, we can see that being replicated here.
Ooh, the contact is looking good so far, and the response Concuss actually slows them down, allowing Juicy and Scary to get the job done. 3 members falling down. The defenders of A are gone, and Egoist and Redco look back at each other, and Redco going, good luck trying to clutch this round out as he continues to look for a fight.
I mean, I spoke too soon, man, and Redco with the Sheriff. He is up in A side, but no one is going towards there.
Oh, no. They're holding down A. The plant is going to come out on B, and they have to die here to make sure that their team has enough money for the next round. But the spike is going to get planted. They're going to know just enough and start making their way.
Oh, Bleed just being comfortable here. They have all the time that they need, all the space they can work with, even the brimstones just to truly secure that. As well as Scary as well with the smokes.
That's why double controllers can be a little frustrating to play against, right? Especially when you get 2 who are very, very good at messing with you. Very long smokes, one with a paranoia and can swap his positions whenever he feels like it. They already found 1 kill, which is great for Redco. If he's able to get another one, this could be some pretty good economic damage so far. Darion able to find Egoist, and now Redco is like, what happened? I thought you were going to be the last guy.
But Redco does have full utils. He's not going to go for the fight, but he has to sacrifice himself to really get those crits in the next round. Juicy trying to bank on it, though. He's not going to let it go for free.
Oh, nicely done. Nicely done. Making sure that they're holding these long angles to ensure that, you know, the last remaining members don't just die to the explosion of the spike and denying them that free creds. Great for Bleed's economy, terrible for X10. However, they will get full purchases here, and we are seeing an operator being purchased by Vera.
Oh, I'm not sure how well that's going to translate, because we did see Vera purchase a operator just now in split, and then they didn't go through mid, and then he actually got the operator just now as well. It could not make it work. It was just as though the rest of his team is just getting overrun, and he had an operator and no idea how to go in.
Vera is actually going through the doors of A main rather than just holding the long angle by A main. But here we go. The ultimate being committed on towards B side. They want to gain control of Canteen, and yes, they do, but Juicy isn't able to find any more information other than one guy. Didn't even get the kill. A little sad, but it's going to be 4v4. But this is great. At least it's just your Duelist. They trade back coming in from Egoist 3v4. Both the controllers still up, and they can play post plans with KJ. As Redco walking right into the site. He knows that most are in heaven. He knows one's on the left hand corner, but the orbital strike is going to come out. Wayne's going to try his best. He quickly airstreams backwards on his jump. Wayne is going to have to try something here. All three of their members. Neff getting 2! Neff getting 3! The shorty to clutch out the round. Well played coming in from Neff.
And that's how you play it with your team. You get this information, and the smokes are such a hindrance to the sort of X10. They were on site, but they could not find him. And then we have the 4K clutch. Wow.
Oh my goodness. Neff is just saying to the rest of X10, it's like, guys, I know how you play. I know what you're thinking. I know you guys want to kill me when I am the last person. I know I used to play with you guys, but I have a shorty and a bunch of smokes. Try me.
I mean, that's how it goes. I mean, I'm happy to see Neff adjusting so well with his new team, and I'm also happy to see him annihilate his old team.
Who knows? X10 might be able to get him back with a knife or something later on into the rounds. We still have plenty of rounds to play out here. Oh, very interesting. They do have Neff actually cross back over to actually commit for this full B attack. It looks like they got enough information off Arcade side to be able to make this work. And now with control over Heaven, they can't do too much about it. They do have lockdown though coming in from Egoist to push them off, and Vera with his ult as well to get back into the fight.
Juicy?
Does he notice him? Oh, wait. It's gonna happen. At some point, somebody's gonna go up those ropes. And it looks like they see it, and it's gonna be Juicy who responds faster. He's gonna nade the front. Oh, tries to get the ultimate down, but he ends up dying before he gets it. Vera is the one who was able to make it work. Juicy, finally dying, but he was able to get the paint shells down, and here we go, getting gunned one by one. Neff says hello. Neff says goodbye.
Goodbye, indeed. I thought it was going to be the knife, too.
Honestly, I thought it was going to be a knife, too, but Neff didn't feel that disrespected last round.
Okay.
So he's like, okay, I got to show some respect here and there. They used my old teammates. And also, he used to be the IGL, if I remember correctly.
Yes, he was the IGL. And then he moved over, and then suddenly we had a spot open. Redco with his credentials. Yeah, you got the job.
I'm going to be calling out the timeout, and I think it's necessary because right now it's really difficult to stop this just raw aggression coming out from Bleed when they commit all of their members into one site. However, I will say that a couple of adjustments here is, number one, do they recognize that Neff is actually feeding that information on the opposite side of the map, especially since spotting out 2 by Arcade kind of gave the green light, knowing that majority of the X10 members like to have 3 defenders on A side to make that raw, fast B hit.
And that's the thing with Fracture, right? I mean, you do have all these 4 entry points, and then, okay, it's very hard to guess. But initially, when you peek out in any point of Dish, Arcade, or Main, if they're not there, that's information. If they're there, of course, that's information. And you work around them. All this communicated, it's actually pretty easy to predict where the attack or the defense may come from.
I suppose. I don't know. I do feel like, you know, X10 might have committed an ultimate there, but I think there was just too much damage already dealt to little members to make it work. I mean, they had the lockdown since last round, and I mean, the orbital strike was picked up recently by Wayne, so less excuses for him, but I'm curious to know the thought process of X10.
I mean, that's the thing. And we have an interview later, so we might either meet with X10 or Bleed, and we can ask every single thing you want about their thought process.
That'd be great to hear. Now, we do see that X10 is going to get a little aggressive on Arcade side, as we see the conditioning from Bleed has worked out perfectly. Walks into the site, no tax whatsoever, no damage whatsoever. And X10, they're just going to have to regroup here as they commit the ultimates, the orbital strike as well, being shot down. Crazy Guy still able to get the kill onto Red Coast's side, but there's just too many smokes. Temps, he's going to be dropping down that ultimate here, as Vera is going to be dropped right through the paint shells, but Juicy is the one who wins it out. Great satchel to hide back in, and Bleed have completely shut down X10's retake.
Are they just getting too predictable? Bleed is just so overbearing. The power that they have to just fully utilize all their abilities and overrunning the site. Could this just be it? Because look at it. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rounds in a row.
7 rounds in a row. I mean, it's good recovery, at least for Bleed Esports. You know, after considering map number 1's performance, this time round they're feeling better. They're feeling very, very warm, and they're most importantly feeling comfortable.
There you have it, 12-7.
All right. Once again, they're going for a fast A hit here. He sees one Juicy nearly getting the second, but the crouch saves his life. They're able to trade him out regardless. Red Co already down 4v3. It's not looking good as X10 feels like they're one step behind on these reads, especially with the starting setup here. We do have Neff creeping up. 3 people on the site so far for Bleed, but Neff, he's going for the long flank here. He's going to be walking through spawn.
We'll see how this unfolds in about 10 seconds, but wait, it's gonna be the one taking down with 2 Guardian shots consecutively as well. Nav finally reveals himself and takes down Vera. Temps is gonna be challenging him, but just so very low, both of them.
I can't believe it. Temps, he tried to go for the God play there to tank the Molly, try to get a shot off. Scary gets him, and he's playing so well. Oh my goodness, the push and pull. Scary secures the round and secures the map.
Exactly when the smoke dissipates at the same time. I don't know if they're counting this, you know, I just know Brimstone's around like, I think like 14 seconds. You could be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You could turn on the oven to just look at a timer.
They're counting out loud and waiting for it to time out. Yes, but with that being said, that means that Bleed is able to even up the score. And we're going to go over to a decider map number 3, the score only being 1-1.
Wow. And Ascent is the name of the game. We're going to be going towards that map, the basics of the basics. Every team has played this and perfect this, and it's going to really test these players as players.
Let's have a look at the highlights here, just in case you just missed out some of the bright moments coming in from both of these teams, and especially when they're on the attack. I'm just going to say, both Bleed as well as X10 have a lot of similar plays.
Yeah, definitely. But you can definitely see that Bleed is working a little bit more faster. They're more comfortable here. They know how to make those quick decisions and really be so convincing when it comes to the entry points. Both sides too, you can see how they play utils, one of another contact. Is the name of the game.
I do feel that Bleed had some really good reads. They just couldn't execute on the defense side. X10, on the other hand, they execute really, really well. However, they don't have as good of a read in comparison to someone like Bleed, especially in these later halves. 7 rounds in a row given over to Bleed to turn this for them.
But that's the thing, right? When we have X10 as the defenders, they get the right reads too. They have 3 members up into sight, but then suddenly the overrun with utilities, all the lockdowns, everything that's been thrown, and the way that they play off of each other, it's just so strong.
It's so very good. It's tough, but at least we can tell that Bleed is looking a little bit more back on form in comparison to game number 1, where it felt like they were too comfortable, a little too lax on some of these situations.
I mean, with that being said, this is the map pick of Bleed. So Fracture is given to Bleed, and then from the first one, it was Split that was taken by X10. Now it's equalized to go into the final one.
Hopefully it's gonna work out well. Man, the thought of it hurts already. But so far, based off of this game, the things that we can actually get a couple of reads on is, number 1, the X10 were a lot better when it came down to actually getting in on the site. However, their post plants, there's a couple of moments which were a little shaky that Bleed were able to take a couple of rounds off of them when they were on the defense. But other than that, right, Neff was playing a solid game, whether on defense or on offense. The rounds won on defense was because of Neff. Some of the rounds, important rounds, in a matter of fact, to break the economy of X10 was because of the information that Neff was able to provide on the opposite side of the map.
And the fact that he is 19 and 12 as a center Sentinel as well. This just means that he is staying alive for the longest one, as the longest player, and he's also fragging out and getting those kills. And also, we cannot deny the fact that his teammates enable so much of that. When you have the double smokes, and then you have all these alarm bots that really work off of proximity contact, then they give you this information that as a normal player, unless you're staring at your mini-map, you wouldn't be able to catch.
For sure here. Neff, headshot rate of 11.5, but he's got an ACS of 256. Don't worry, he's playing Killjoy. Put him on a Duelist, you probably make those stats look a lot bigger than what it actually is. But his impact as a player, and especially on something like on KJ, for an example, he's not passive on this KJ, not at all.
Yep. Especially when he's in the attack. And I think really in the attacking side, that's where he actually shines, because then he goes up a bit more aggressive. You think he's just a Killjoy, he's gonna be a Sentinel, just playing back, gonna throw those nanoswarms onto the plant. Nada.
That's what he's doing. It's just, oh, nanoswarm Kobe every single time. No. He does go for a couple of dry peaks, and it's interesting because he's covering a lot of space. He puts the alarm bot down on the opposite end, and then looks to kind of hold the dish side when he is playing on Fracture. Switches it up sometimes, but when that information comes on through, man, you can see how fast Bleed just activate and execute straight away. With that being said, we're going to be going on a short break. Remember, the score is 1-1 between Bleed and X10. And we've got a final decider map to predetermine who's going to make it into the top 3. We'll see you back for VCT MYSG Playoffs Split 2.
Hi guys, my name is Kong Anh. My IGN is Crazy Guy. I'm the initiator and IGL for Big Esports. About our team, we overheat while playing a lot. Like when we get the first kill, we will try to fight the second one. And when we get the second one, we will try for the third one. And sometimes that one will cost us the game. During the off time, sometimes we just go buy food and cook the meal together and play right after that.
Hi everyone, my name is Derek, also known as Darion, and I play the Sentinel role for Bleed Esports. One fun fact about Crazy Guy is he actually has like one of the loudest voice I've heard ever in my life. One fun fact about Scary is he's actually known for his calculativeness and calmness in the game, however he's very clumsy in real life. It will probably be X10 because they brought in 2 new additions to the team, which would most likely bring a positive change to their environment.
Hello everyone, my name is Pon. IGN is Scary. I'm come from Thailand. I play a controller role for Beat Esports. Fun fact about Deon is now he is Sentinel player for us, but he really don't like to play Sentinel. Every time we play the map that he had to play Sentinel, he gonna say, you join again, or Zephyr again, I don't like to play, can I change? Yeah, poor Deon. I feel really good to have chance to play here. And my teammates very kind, they are good guys. But I don't think too much, I just focus about my performance and my team performance. So we're gonna win the Ascension.
My name is Juicy and I play the Duelist role for Bleed Esports. Fun fact about Neff is that when he eats chicken rice, he's scared to eat a lot. So he's scared to 加肉, 加饭和加蛋. I think I want to be remembered as the crazy entry fragger who kills 3 and doesn't die.
Hello guys, my name is Marcus and I go by the IGN of Neff and I play the flex role for Bleed Esports. So when Juicy orders chicken rice, right, he'll only order chicken rice that is worth $10. If not, he will not be willing to eat it, which probably explains why he is 2 times of my weight. So an advice I can give is that to just grind the game out and get better at the game. And another important point is to build connections with players that are in positions that you aspire to be in the future.
Gonna try to line up. And Scary repositions one easily. 1, 2, 3.
We'll see how they
A ranked game right now. We're working on timeout, potentially even an ace.
into the Cosmic Divide. Deny vision, but it's
What's going to do? They already breached up onto A.
spray. Is there gonna be more? Goes for real. That's more. Is it?
Flaring, Popsos gets a hit, gets one more. Flaring with 3.
Welcome back, everybody. You're watching the playoffs of VCT MYSG split number 2. So far, 1-1 between Bleed and X10 for a final decider map to predetermine who's going to make it in the top 3. My name's Getting Q, and Eliminate is going to be my co-caster for today, as I am not exactly well-informed. Ascent, apparently either high impact, really fast pace, or super slow, and you might even not get the spike down. I don't know what's going on there.
I don't know, that's just my opinion, man. I mean, it's because it's so close as a map, and the entry points are either mid, or you go to main for B or to A. Then it's just either those 3, and defaulting is just like the easiest thing to do on Ascent. It could be anywhere, but before all of that, I like to thank, of course, Riot Games, One Esports, TGC, and of course Astro Arena for making all of this happen for all of us here. And with that being said, just like Gideon is to me, it's going to be a tall task for any of this team to go through and really secure this series.
I'm trying not to give you that I'm trying not to give you that one, but still, it is a tall task. It's not very easy here, and especially considering the amount of hours and time that Bleed Esports has been putting into this particular map. They are known to dish out a lot of damage to the map, but it's not like we haven't seen explosive starts from Ascent from X10. And that's what we're hoping for here, right? If they want to flip the script to say, hey, maybe Bleed isn't exactly the most favorites to win the entire tournament, they're going to have to win here, and we need to see that early momentum.
But that's the thing. Both of these teams are actually very well-versed in Ascent. I wrote it down, priority maps. Okay, Bleed, X10, both Ascent. So really it comes down to who can adjust as well, especially since it's so close. A flip of a switch can really just make, okay, we're going to flank, or we're going to go for a full-on push. Just all these micro decisions, or go to mid, go to A. It comes down to all of that.
That's why it could be the cleanest map in the world, but it's also some of the messiest fights that you will see here between both of these teams. And that's a scary thing, right? Those calls, it's a lot of pressure, and especially since this is for top 3, whoever is the IGL is going to feel that pressure, right? If this call is bad, our team has to play another game later down the line rather than just make it into semis. That could affect them for the rest of the tournament.
I mean, with that being said, though, if you do go down to the lower brackets, at least you get more practice, but nobody wants that here.
Look, when you have a shot at Ascension, would you rather having to go through 5 games or just go through 2 games? Ideally, it would be 2 best of 3s, and that would be the most ideal. In this case, I feel like Bleed is going to have a slight advantage. As always, we're still following the script against X10. However, I will say that Wayne has been really showing his impact in the map, especially when it comes down to those post plans. I think that's where he's feeling the most comfortable.
Yeah, I think on both maps, as we can see from X10, they had different members actually take the highlight seed, which I think is really great for them because it really shows who is better at doing what in which map, because it changes all the time. And when we come back to Ascent, I'm expecting a little bit more of a, I guess the split kind of momentum will work a little bit more better for the side of X10. Bleed, of course, we know they are a force to be reckoned with, but it's how X10 adjusts to it, considering they are the first ones to make it upset to take a first map off of off of Bleed throughout the whole entire split 2.
I think if they made a second map, take another map, and especially if anything, put it on Ascent, I think then people's minds are going to change about this team in X10. And I think there's definitely an argument to be made of them winning the entire thing. Again, the big trifecta, Enigma, Bleed, and as well as X10 all have been kind of similarly dominating the tournament so far. The question is who's going to be coming up on top and whether or not Kizuna is able to stand out amongst them. That being said, I do hope that we see a change in compositions. If we get the exact same compositions, then we can expect either that super slow or super fast play here in Ascent.
I mean, we have the double controller, I think, being played by Bleed, I think for both maps now.
Yes.
And coming into Ascent, I'm not sure whether that will work as well towards their favor at the very least. I mean, yes, it can work, but whether or not, let's say you're going for a retake or you're going for like attack, and everything's just blocked off, how would you fare? Because it's so tight-knit, right? You need that space. You cannot just play around just small quarters.
Yeah, and speaking of tight spaces, let's have a look at the composition so far. The things that they're hovering over may not necessarily be what they are selecting, but Jets are definitely something you have to keep your eyes on. Sova's just a must.
Oh, the Darion on the Gecko though. I did write this down. That it's a possibility. Just a fluke.
We're just joking. We're just joking. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Both
Mirror?
KJs. Yep. It looks like it's going to be a mirror with the lock-ins already coming in pretty soon and early for Bleed, who's going to be on the attacking side in comparison to X10, who's going to be on the defending side. Omens on both sides too. Okay. No big differences unless they change at the last second.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Because Ascent has been around for so long. This seems to be the winning formula for every single team. Like, we've seen this in pro plays, not just like in our region, but the regions above us, of course. And then now we are just replicating the same thing. It's a bit hard to really just change around the building blocks of this composition as well when you come into Ascent. So just sticking to what they know is great, even though the Gecko does work at times as well.
It does. I mean, there are moments where Gecko it needs to be able to kind of flush out key points of the map, and especially since it's something when you have a team that wants to kind of be a little bit more aggressive, throw in, go, take the space, pick up the globules. Once again, rinse, repeat, do it again. And you have the secondary insurance of Sova. If it's not necessarily to be an engagement, we just want info.
Yeah, we just want info. But I mean, when you have like the KO, which does so well, especially when you have the silence ability to really flush out abilities coming in from, I say, Killjoy, because you know Killjoy is going to be picked in this map regardless.
Oh yeah.
Just to block off the whole entire B site, and then when you pop off that just one knife, or you pop off your ultimate as a KO, totally nullified.
Totally nullified. But that's the thing. I would like to see ciphers on these maps, but man, KJ just provides way too much, especially with her ultimate as well. Let's see how they play this out as Bleed on the attack, starting off with a strong 5 men on the Beyond during pistol rounds.
Oh, 5 men. Darion's the one actually leading the charge. We talk about how Darion was so well versed as an aggressive Killjoy within the last map. He's going to take that role once again. He's going to swap up with Juicy, but totally just clumped up in B main.
Yeah, they didn't want to give too much information there, and I think with Darion peeking first, it gives him a false sense of security as he dashes inside Juicy. Able to secure one, looking for a second, gets rid of the recon, but they still have to deal with one more in Boathouse. Gonna gun down by 2 classics. They hold the site strong, plenty of smokes to work with. Beautifully done by Bleed, even a shock dart, okay. Quite a bit of commitment, but it's still 3v4.
3v4, but what can you do, especially since Vera, he has to go through the minefield that Darion already put up. It doesn't ring at the very least, so he's gonna have to just look around and try to clear all corners that he can. I think the teammates already gave him information that they're all the way in sight, so they're gonna play for sight indeed.
Yep, they're trying to get the knife down, but nobody has utils anyway, so they didn't have to mine with Juicy already fighting 2, looking for a third. They gets it as well to close out this round. Nicely done here. And honestly, a pretty smart option to not shoot the knife to give away his position.
Yeah, I mean, it's all these small little things that comes into play. I think information is key here, especially when you already have the site, because you know there's only a few corners that you can hide in. So really not giving it and making them check the 50-50, you could possibly win it, and that's exactly what they did.
If they can close out these games just like that. Well, honestly, to be fair, considering how X10 and Bleed plays, you would expect that X10 is going to lose pretty handily on the defensive side, but as soon as it comes back to the attack, that's when they're going to get their momentum.
Revealing area.
Now Bleed, they have the buys. X10 does not force this time round, but I think they are wary in the very case. Tam's actually going to go out a little bit too aggressive here, but he has Egoist as backup. Not quite enough to take down any members of Bleed.
They all bought shorties. They all bought shorties, and now they're spamming every smoke. He doesn't want to die. Oh, Darion, he still lives. He manages to walk away with a 6 HP to his name. He's going to spam every single smoke from now on. Doesn't care, pistol or not. He can't afford another member to die like that.
Tell me, what is Wayne going to do?
Spike planted.
He has a shorty. They fished out every part of Ascent so far. I mean, market is closed off, so it's only through CT. There you go. That's information. They're going to run at him.
No, they're not going to run at him. They're going to flush him out with a single molly, knowing that he has a shorty. They suspected it, and they had their confirmation with the recon dart. Now, looking at it so far, Vera very, very close. 3 more kills, 3 more orbs until his ultimate. Same goes for Juicy. They've been able to get some of these kills pretty fast now. With the bonus round coming in from Bleed, do they want to do this B hit again?
Right here.
I mean, it does seem as though that's the possibility. Could be that they're actually trying to play off the fact that X9 could predict that they're going to go to A, considering they don't have the rifles. But now they're gonna try once again, but their paranoia is so huge though. Scary only managed to get one. So not as much as they thought they could get, but at least they have one duelist off.
Yep, good for one. They had the insurance policy because they were going for the shock dart, follow up with the paranoia in case they pushed up really far. And it was too late. Egoist able to take out the lurker, running through mid-side here. Really unfortunate for Neff, but now Bleed with 3 members still alive, up against 4. Where are they looking to attack here? Considering their util so far, no paranoia, but basically everything for Juicy. He's going to use that Cloud Burst to get temporary breakage of line of sight, but Temps going to get fully blinded off of that KO flash.
Slow and steady. What's kind of information? Oh, I don't think it's scanned.
Did it not scan there?
I'm pretty sure. Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
It definitely went through. It definitely went through. But Bleed, in the meantime, wants to make sure, since they are the attackers, they can just start farming orbs. Like, these orbs don't disappear unless somebody takes them or you plant the spike.
Yeah, a lot of people actually kind of underestimate our priority here, especially and you have like Egoist or Redcore on your side. Those ultimates, Darion as well as Juicy on your side. Those ultimates are very useful, and Juicy's gonna pick up one. Egoist gonna find 2. He gets refrag, but it's gonna be 1 against 2 now.
Yep, he's got to plant fast here. The moment he lets go of this button, he is in a lot of trouble. He knows he's stuck by Gen's side, and the same goes for X10. Redcore wins it out with a headshot to secure the round.
Oh man, Ego is getting 2 there. That is huge.
Honestly, I thought they were ready for it as well. They knew that somebody was going to come through Gardas. They just didn't expect him to walk out in that particular manner, right? You expect him to just walk in a straight line. No. He comes at a slight off angle. Your readjustment of your crosshair forces you into a weird spot, and he gets 2 just because of that one small adjustment.
I mean, that goes to show, right? It's all these movement things that really everything can play a difference when you come into these 1v1s.
Hopefully, it's only going to get better for them. X10, hopefully they're able to get that momentum that we were looking from these guys, right? They've got the Jet, they got the KO, Shorty in hand. He's able to get just 1 kill. Knives can be popped, and with a Shorty, it's definitely possible considering how tight this angle is. Oh, wait. They smoke off Amy and Molly it too. Molly to ensure that nobody's on that right side. Farms that orb to get Vera. His ultimate, he's gonna get scanned out and Bleed instantly, looking to attack onto the wards of each side through Market. They break through it really quick. They get on top. Teammates are through, close down the door. The rest of the members from B main start pouring in. They see 1 in the back of the site, the second one as well, and they know there's only 1 there, so they can take their sweet time. The rest of the team will take a little bit more to actually come back and break through that smoke. Neff, they still have not planted just yet, as the push and pull is going out well. Egoist finds one to completely forget that he's in the backside, and with the help of the rest of his members, a beautiful flash coming out for the side of X10.
If you actually just rewind the clip, you could have seen Neff ready to throw in the flash, but the nick of time, reinforcements came in and he was alive and ready to fight.
Oh, so well done. I can't believe it that Bleed just completely forgot. They spotted out 2 at the back of sight. They knew that 2 were there, and yet right at the critical moment when they should have swung, instead got distracted about the members of X10 actually just pushing through CT.
I think it's just a miscom thing because there was Darion as well as Neff right at the same linear line towards the boathouse itself. So it could be anybody's fight. Just who's going to pick it with Egoist.
Now, the rest of the team, I don't think Bleed is going to be able to get as much as they did before. However, this mid play has been working out wonders for them. With only just the alarm bot there, he knows he's waiting to get close enough. He knows exactly where he is. They shoot it, and now they start to execute. Same exact plan as they walk in towards Market side. The drone's coming out of the recon just to actually get that extra bit of information. Oh, the back of side instantly dead with a follow-up flash to try and deny him, but it doesn't matter. He's got the kill. He's got the sight too for nothing as Bleed take control.
And that's what happens when you make those decisions so fast. The execute comes within order. Run into it. They have nowhere to go. Thames and Ego is kind of hugging each other. But now they're just 2 members dead on the side of X10.
They start backing up here. All 5 of their members are on site. These flashes are significantly slowing down Vera, but it gets the first initial wall bang. Good understanding of 3D spaces here. He sees the second one, but it's going to be Juicy who wins out that fight. Tries to go for a third, but it doesn't matter. As Darion and Neff in the back lines, just making sure that nobody gets the peak for free.
Using all those utilities within his advantage, throwing the Molly right where you know he's going to be. And now Egoist and Redco, although they lost the last round, they have ultimates available for them. So very good as well with the null command with Redco. Could possibly just shut down any push coming through, but he has to play in a place where he can read where Bleed's gonna push.
Yeah, but we always know what happens. When the lockdown command comes out, guess what happens? Your opponent also uses it, right? You're expecting both of them to be applied unless you can make a good read. You don't know if they throw the knife a little too early to give away the position. You could be on the opposite side of the map and maybe play take and retake. Oh, Darion! Able to find that first initial kill by B main. Lockdown coming out right now.
Ooh, lockdown coming out, but on the other end though, Redco is actually too far away to try to pop that null command. They have to give up the space here, which they are, knowing that actually was a crucial mistake from the previous round, but Thames is getting damaged so heavily. Juicy already clearing up the side, opening up a business for the side of Bleed.
Yep, this is honestly really, really well done coming in from Bleed, right? Maximizing the time of the lockdown, making sure, hey, there's no way you can be on site. You have to get out, and then you're forcing your opponents into two choke points. Redco, he's had some success with this Guardian before, unable to get the wall back just yet. The recon dart will reveal too. The flash comes on through. Anti-flash is there, ready to actually swing off. Redco finds it, and Wayne as well, able to pick off one, turning this into a 2v2. Unideal for Bleed indeed, but Neff finds, he almost gets it, but he's down. The null command is still available. No util can actually be used. Wayne still has the paranoia, gets both of them, gets one, and now backs off again to play it again, to try and blast him through that wall. He can if he wants to, but the molly is not looking good, and Redco with this Guardian. Give him a skin. Give this man a skin.
Give him a riot buddy, man. I think he deserves it.
He deserves it after that round. Honestly, if he has an exclusive skin just for Guardians, I'd purchase it. Just know
Red Cold Guardian?
Yeah, Red Cold Guardian? It even has a ring to it on the name. I like that a lot. I wasn't expecting the ring, to be honest with you. But it's good. It's working out so well for X10. The anti-flashes were in place. They're starting to get the responses together.
Yep, and now ultimates are available for Egoist, Redco, as well as Wayne. I don't think he needs to use it as much, maybe just for information, but the point is economy. Bleed suddenly does not have the best economy to work with. They have to go for halves and saves here. And play a little bit slow, I believe.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed that Redco just didn't want a bonus on his Guardian, considering what work he had just completed. But now, we are seeing a bit of pressure being applied onto mid coming in from X10 because it... Oh, well, you know, Darion getting flashed once more. The team is going to get in onto B as they always do. The amount of aggressive util being placed down, and as well as the Bulldogs cutting through mid-market. Not great. It's not looking great. It's the defender's killjoy here, and Scary. He's got to get out of here. Oh, he's suppressed with a null command. Perfectly played. They find one player detained with one man down technically. The rest of them will slowly come on forward. Null command making sure no utils are available, and now this is a pure gunfight. It doesn't matter because they just have the better economy. So dirty coming in from X10.
Oh, crazy guy at least gets a consolation on his counter, but he is blinded for days. Even Redco is going to take him down, and Offshot as well. Everyone is pointing a gun towards him.
Man, it's really upsetting seeing how many abilities were actually utilized against a team who didn't have any weapons technically. Like, majority of them were already below 80% of their, sorry, not 80% of their HP, 80 HP because they had to run through the nano swarm and then immediately get hit by the shock dart and immediately followed up by the KO knife. It was a little annoying, and I think Bleed will take this time out not only to, well, cool down a little, but really think about these attacks because X10 have been changing it up. The post plans have not been working out for Bleed now.
I mean, it's been over and over again. B hit from mid. I haven't actually seen much of an A, I believe. But I think Bleed, they're just really fortified on going through that route instead. But I see X10 just adjusting so well to it. It's almost hard for them to really do something. I think right now the timeout is exactly what they need.
Personally, for me, I think that at least a contestant for CT might be in place. It is rather dangerous, but I do think that Bleed are very capable of taking that space because so many of their members, even last time where they basically got 2 for free and lost the a 4v3 with 4 of their members sitting on top of that B side, it moves. It's devastating, right?
Yep.
No situation should ever look like that when you have the man advantage.
Yeah, I mean, you count the agents here. Okay, you have a KO, the Molly. They're with a Molly, crazy guy also, with that shock dart, could clear so many corners. And if you hug the site so tight, it's quite predictable to where you're gonna check.
They have to take some risks here, but it's gonna be Temps. He's gonna start things off. He's got an Odin in hand and bleed. This time, not towards B.
Oh, but Temps with the Odin though. You know how it goes with the Sova.
Take flight.
With that being said, this information is, I think he saw one?
No, he didn't. He didn't see anyone. Darian was still hidden, but mid-execute is coming through this time with a 4th player to make sure that this works. They don't recognize the Odin just yet. As soon as the information is given, he's gonna blast through the wall. Artillery fire coming in from the backup side. He ends up going down. Scary Neff and Juicy all find a kill of their own. 3 already down, and Crazy Guy is gonna have to hold off by himself. Dies the reload, but his teammates have got him covered. Meaning that Vera, with the operator, just gonna be waiting it out.
We hyped Temps so much, but nothing was actually achieved.
Look, there are times where you just hope for the best, and I think with this double, this double initiator comp, like, Bleed have been just kind of running on in so very well.
I think the pattern here is actually when Vera purchases an op, then suddenly they start losing. I'm not sure if it's because of timeout or it's because they run in so close to you that there's no time for you to even pick off any member.
Well, to be fair, I will say that Vera did try to make an attempt through a link here, looking out towards Catwalk side by tiles, and he was hopefully trying to get a shot, but I think that at least with Bleed, their protocols, every single time they start moving out towards mid-market, they smoke it off almost instantaneously, and there's no real quick path to reposition back into mid.
You know that, and when you purchase the op, you really have to take those risks as well, because that's a huge investment. Now Vera could have done a contest for the site itself, and now he's bringing the op over.
Yep.
They still have creds, which is okay, it's fine, but Bleed now is starting to get a foothold about what they want to do.
Yeah, the worst part about Vera maintaining, not dying here, because he did invest into that operator, is people like Wayne and as well as Temps, who they'll have to come in a little underhanded with their shields. Temps taking the brunt of the economical damage, having to hold on to his Guardian. He will try his best. Crazy Guy, actually, he's going to drone on over, expecting some kind of change towards the mid route, and yes, he was correct. Now they make a hard read as they forcefully push their way in towards B main. 2 in market so far, looking for an opportunity to stop them, but Vera finds 1 with his kill. Cloudburst again, looks for a second, comes close to it, he doesn't connect this time. Darion remembered what happened, and now he's looking for a second. The Red Goal able to actually push up towards both houses side with 3 left. They're losing members and they're dropping like flies. 4v2, and it's not even close as Egoist and Red Goal swinging at the same time from both lane and stairs.
I mean, not much to say because we had the modus operandi of X-Time finally come into play once again. Okay, we give them sight, but not too much space. We come in and collapse on them when they're least expecting. It's so hard for me to really predict when it's going to happen. And Vera also starting with an opening op shot, proving me wrong.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it's great that X10 now are starting to disrespect the smokes. They're like, okay, yeah, they're going to smoke this off from CT, Red Goal. Let's pop that flash, push on through. And once 3 people had kind of covered Boathouse's side, you could see how, well, depressing it is to be Darion. So deep within logs with no means of actually escaping or getting back up.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? If there is a team that's going to go up against Bleed, it's going to be X10. I mean, Enigma as well, they have a strong, confident push to possibly take a game off of Bleed, but you have to constantly have that confidence and the disrespect as well in terms of getting space.
Absolutely. Now, this time, the very first attempt that Bleed can commit towards A. It looks like they backed off for a little bit, following some of the same antics that we saw in map number 1 as well as map number 2. They try to go for the initial util, and then they start to reaggress. Here we go, Crazy Guy informing the rest of the team what the plan is. He's going to get that information, finds 2, but Vera takes out Juicy straight away before he even has the opportunity to get on towards that side. And now Bleed, they might have to think twice about this, whether they want to get back in towards that side. Oh, through the smoke! Make it happen. Bleed is able to break through. Darion is able to close this off. Red Cole trades him off instead, and now they're going to be taking control through market. The rest of the Bleed are saying, no, too much damage. We don't want that oh my god moment all over again. We have to pull backwards.
Oh man, talk about trying to be the DRX Marco, man. Just really holding it off. Shooting blindly into the smoke and then getting a lucky crosshair. Now 2 members with Neff and Scary. They have the spike, but what can they
30
do?
seconds left.
They're trying to dish out as much damage as they possibly can. If they can take at least the operator away from Vera, I think that would be the most beneficial. But let's see here. Once they're checking through lane and making sure that every single angle is covered, they're going to start making noise now with only 13 seconds left and only one defender to hold this down. Egoist secures the round, no problem. Taking out the spike holder, and now Scary all by himself. Just going to try and go for a couple of wall bangs here, but no, it's Vera with the operator to take him out from stairs.
Suddenly, you see the cracks within Bleed's tactics here. 6-4, and now the final 2 rounds within this first half. The silver lining, though, for Bleed is that we have ultimates available, but no creds.
No creds. Unfortunate. Bleed so far, man, they're really struggling to get onto the A side, and I think they knew that it was going to be difficult, and that's why they've been hitting B so very often. And through mid, the variations are great, but let's see what plan they have this time for attack.
Even Juicy does not have the Blade Storm. He has to try to get it orb if he wants to get it.
That should be doable, right? Oh, but now they've got the optic defense here by Wynan as well as a main. Disgusting as they take out a majority of the members of a Bleed before it even starts. An aggressive type of defense, but a very effective one once you get that foothold. The one-ways to double down on it as well. X10, they've stopped every single push from every corner of the map.
Oh, Crazy Guy is going to try to fight and contest over this one-way here. Rico's going to force to use that Molly, just shove it out. They're so close, but they know where he is. He's gonna find Wayne with the Sheriff nonetheless.
Oh, Neff, do it again. Do it again. Give us one more. Give us one more one-tap just like that. So clean, so very, very sharp. And X10 covering their boundaries here. You can definitely see that even for Red Core, he throws the knife, he quickly looks towards the A site once more, just in case somebody had crept up through Catwalk, which is the only place they don't literally have visible eyes. Now, Bleed. With their at least for X10's KJ, they quickly drop it down the bot a little deeper down B main.
Left.
Bleed playing it very slow. They know they have the time. If they can get the plant, that would be ideal just for the credits.
And you look at Ego is actually staying alive so long. No one is there. They know that it's going to be an A hit. Even the suppress and Rico just playing around it. He's just survived so long, allowing Thames to take those 2 kills.
Yeah, that's totally fine there. And especially for Bleed, okay, we had a broken buy, nothing really much we can do about it. But this time, we've got the ultimates. We've got a full buy. There's no excuse this time. Let's see how this is going to work out because Red Core, if we're talking about Null Command getting mega value, this might be the round.
This might definitely be the round. Vera still has the operator as well. I'm thinking he's going to go for an A-Link. Yep, an A-Link hole. And if this is going to be what I think it is, Bleed might actually bite the bait.
Now let's find out. Let's find out. How have they been checking beforehand? Usually it's Crazy Guy with the recon and then the drone. Yep, here we go. The drone comes out first, spots out one. Oh, very smart from X10. Making sure that Jet is placed really, really close to the wall just to look down Catwalk. Hopefully he wasn't ADS so that his gun wasn't poking out, but they also made sure that they had Wayne there just to be like, oh yes, there is somebody at A-Link. Maybe not the op, but at least one.
He's gonna go for it again. The smoke comes in time and he does not manage to connect it. So no reward for that aggressive pick.
Null Command is coming out as they go for the traditional B hit all over again. Temps is going to make the attempt. He's a little blind, but nobody has cleared out the lane just yet. He wasn't able to get a second one before he gets traded out as the rest of the team of X10 trying to scramble backwards. Can't do much. Bleed is wanting to take the space really badly, knowing that the spike is down by Market side. This is now becoming even more disgusting as they get blinded again. Vera is going to try his best with the shorty, holding onto the Cloudburst, going for his second one. Oh, have you learned your lesson this time, Juicy? He hears the jump, moves backwards, sees the peek, and instantly gets taken out. A good critical kill from X10.
Wow.
Switching sides.
We were talking about how Bleed was not able to just break through out of it, but I think X10, they're really adjusting so well out of it. Even if it wasn't a factor that they were going to lose that round, they still made the adjustments nonetheless. And with that being said, here we have X10. Actually, not as happy as you thought you would, because it's an 8-4, so pretty much a good lead to carry over to the next half.
Yep, and I mean, it's halftime. It's one of those moments where you're just, increasing your APM, making sure that your fingers are warm, go to the bathroom if necessary, and in the meantime, I think At this point of time, like, if you are in Bleed shoes, what exactly is the defense going to be looking like?
Oh man, I'm sorry. Juicy is just permanently blinded for me.
He never left the flash screen.
I mean, with that being said, it is a mirror matchup. You can clearly see how X10 performs with this comp, exactly this comp, so very well. They take the risk that they need to, but with that being said, they don't give enough space for Bleed to work around as the attackers, even if they do take the site. And I think that's a really good way to just execute. But could it be too predictable because X10 already knows how to do it?
Well, I suppose that could be one of those cases. I do think that Bleed is not thinking too far ahead of time, right? Not thinking in terms of like how much space do we actually need compared to what is required. They feel like they need just the side, but I think what is required this time is to actually be able to maintain control over places like Market and more importantly places like CT if they want to do hits like that again. But since we are hopping over to the opposite side, right? Let's see whether X10 is going to be the ones that implement the same strategy, and I hope they just keep slamming B just to make a point to Bleed. Is like, nah, you can't keep hurting us. You can't keep hurting Egoist.
With that being said, though, they're actually hovering around A main, but you know, it could be anywhere. You could take mid control and then into Market. You can just U-turn around into 3 and then do like a 2-3 kind of formation over 1 and 4 to claim those sites. I think the only time that Bleed really was very convincing as the attack, I think, was when they actually made a mid push, and that really goes to show how important mid priority is.
Yeah, mid is such an important factor in this particular map because then you have access to pretty much the entirety A as well as B. But I do think that in this particular game is who adjusts faster. And when we saw Bleed starting to push it towards Market, X10 instantly started to adjust accordingly to make sure they don't get that same space. And they played their post plans even better than Bleed.
But who would have thought 8-4 within the final map of the upper brackets, we have X10 and Bleed, and X10 is the one actually with a 4-point lead. And Bleed's the one also with the, you know, of course, the great studious A+ student track record.
It's tough. It's a tough pill to swallow for now, but it doesn't mean that they're out of this game just yet. Still, Bleed, they need that early momentum. They want to recover from the damage that XN has brought upon them. This time round, Pistol's going to start off Paranoia coming in towards Tree side to allow them to jump into Catwalk super quickly as well. Neff trying his best to get the trade, but Vera is the one who wins out that duel. Heaven is now under control as they start pushing in towards site. Vera getting a second one with Wayne with a quick follow-up of his own. They clear the site, and now it's 2v5. Not a single casualty.
Perhaps we have XN actually being the one on top. Dara's going to at least put 1 point to their death. Juicy actually tried to push out into A main, but then got punished really fast.
Yep, crazy guy. Of course, Darian is the one who wants to be able to do it. He sticks himself out. He's watching the back. He knows that crazy guy has more HP. A lot of the util being dropped down. Recon to check under. He knows there's at least one. Almost wins it out. Rick Cole ends it, but Wayne is the one who finishes.
Wow. Now we have 4 members on the side of X10 as well, just alive and ready to go. They're going to purchase themselves some guns. I'm not sure if Bleed's going to force here. I think Dara's going to pick up another Sheriff. He actually played with it earlier in the first round. I think he's very confident he wants to make something happen.
Okay. Do I think it's necessary? Not really, but hey, if they can get that opening pick, that would be extremely ideal. Even Neff himself is going to get one. He's going to be looking out mid, so he wants to be able to challenge those long angles. KJ just wants to be able to get that one quick tap here by main. Do they get it, though? Does he know that? Oh, he expects it as well. Wow. I wouldn't have expected someone like, expected KJ at least, or Darion to recognize the potential positions there. Really nicely done. But still loses out on that gunfight. Keep that in mind for the next coming rounds. As we see that Vita is going in fast and hard. Vera finds one, looking for a second one, goes in towards CT's side, and this is what I was talking about the previous game. Oh, he gets taken out by Scary, and now weapons in the hands of Bleed. And with Juicy at the helm, he might be able to make it out. Closes the distance, expects one by lane. Triggers, sees that flash. CT goes down, but Temps is there to back him up with 2 members holding in from main side. They close out this round.
I understand the theory behind Darian's aggression with that, try to get those initial picks, but when you lose your life so earlier in the round as a Killjoy, you just essentially give up every utility that you possibly set up there to stall for the side of XN coming into your entry. But with that being said now, we have guns aligned for Bleed Esports, light shields and stuff like that. But this is going to be the round that makes or break it because it's already 10 points for X10.
Yep, huge momentum for X10. And I don't think, so far, Vera, he's been heating up and he has been profiting from these overheats. So far, so good. Now it's broken by coming in from the side of X10. Hopefully, Bleed should be able to make things work out here.
Oh, straight off the bat into Market. Gonna burst through, just closing it off. But he's nano swamped to death. Crazy guy as well is gonna find one for himself.
Disgustingly good so far. Great start. Currently 3v5 so far. The defenders are at a huge advantage here, and Bleed is able to turn it around. Great setup from Darion as well, putting the nano swarms. Putting the nano swarms by the switch, knowing what Vera wanted to go for. However, we do see that the lurk from Egoist was able to secure one in Neff here. Nobody's going to break that market door just yet as they start backing away, expecting someone to come out of A-Link, hopefully. As they look through from tiles, they know it's there. Oh! And Egoist once again finds a second one, a headshot wall bang. All the way from mid as they reaggress. Where do they want to go? Now it's a 50-50. They don't know whether or not B members have kind of moved off. Was that the only one? But they will start to challenge it. 3 of their members will walk into one. They find the kill temps. Does it? They start pushing on through. They want to get in towards spawn. They get traded by Darion, and now they know that he's there. They know the KJ has the util. No nano swarm. Turret's already down. Finds one. Looking for a second. Gets the second one. Darion holds down the site.
Oh, just not at the right angle. Darren is really hugging out the wall there. But amazing stuff coming from Bleed. I think it was just, every single pick attributed to how they won that round.
At this point in time, Bleed aren't making the adjustments, right? Number one, Darion's setup has changed a little bit. They don't expect them to just continuously press on in towards B main like they did last time. They expected people to actually start moving in towards mid. And yes, even though they had all these good reads, they were just not winning those early fights until the latter half of the round.
We can't blame them. It was a bit of it was the guns that they had from before, the bonus they had to play. And now 10-5. Bleed's starting to get a little bit more awakened, but no, Vera, he is at the top of his game, taking down Darren off the bat.
Ooh, really, really sharp off of that as well. It wasn't double swung with the help of their KO as well, and Neff, he just pulled on backwards, and now the rest of the team is going to start bleeding on through. Scary, actually taking an aggressive approach to maintain this control. Egoist is able to find one with Wayne, finding the second. Neff is able to trade off both Wayne as well as Temps, making sure that this site is nice, spotless, and clean. Egoist all by himself. This is his moment here. Clutch God himself.
No utilities though. He does have the nano swarm down to work with, but alarm bot as well as a turret. If he's going to recall them, it's going to take some time, and the plan is going to be the sound cue that they need. Molly and every other utility is going to be utilized by enough, and Crazy Guy himself. Double initiator, Shari in his face. Doesn't even need the backup. That's it for Bleed, getting the 6 point within the belt.
You could see the end coming there. They slowly angled him off, making sure that, hey, off angle in the back of Jen, cleared that. Molly, so he has to go towards the right, whips out the shorty, and the end was nigh.
I mean, that's why they come Egoist, right? He's over there, he knows that they already rotated, but he's still going to go for the plan anyway. He had enough time, though.
He had enough time, he got the money down, and I think if he really wanted to be true to his name, he would tank that Molly and kill both of them right there. I'm setting an unprecedented amount of high expectations for this man.
I mean, he's 15-8 as a Sentinel, as well as Redco, 15-8. I think a lot of them are actually doing really well on the side of X10. And this is really great to see, considering we had MVPs of different people within the first 2 rounds, and now everyone is carrying their weight.
Yeah, it might be a bit difficult to actually figure out who's going to be the MVP of this particular matchup, as Juicy is going to make sure that this angle link is going to be... Oh, this might be the first conflict here. First contact that we had as X10 starts speeding up. Vera, he wants to win this out against Juicy once more. He checks it, and he's able to get the headshot instantaneously. Clears it out. He still has the shorty that he's been keeping as a memento. Wayne, able to swing out at the right time, able to find one from Bleed. The second one doesn't go through his Neff. He gets 3. 3 secures 3, goes from foot and aces it. The man says no. He didn't just win Blue Lock, he made it.
Can we have a moment of silence for the fallen members on the side of X10 there?
Now, I would love to see a replay of that just one more time.
The funny thing is Egoist literally fell from the sky. His crosshair.
He did. He's not the main character here. He refuses to be an NPC in this match. And I think, you know, Neff, he's sick and tired of it. He is sick of how X10 is able to get onto the side with barely any sort of punishment. And he's been just equalizing it each and every time.
This is the steamroll they need. Because once they break the momentum of X10, it's that much doable. Now they're actually scraping a little bit into the economy as well. So if they do lose this round, it's gonna be saves.
Gonna be saves. See it here. It's gonna be really important that, oh, the lockdown being committed and no way to actually wallbang. Hunter's Fury as well being committed. As they get on towards the side, there's nothing much they can actually do about this. Lockdown has been destroyed. The attackers will be able to get on in. They tried to respawn, but ended up losing it regardless. So now they give up the side. The paranoia is going to slow them down. Bleed's already got 2, as Vera is able to neutralize 1 at the very least. And in Neff, dying so early on into this round, will not be able to get another ace like he did previously. They do see the paranoia coming in from Market. They know that at least 2 is there. The spam from Vera is successful and so very good. Getting 2 headshots off Juicy and Darion as he gets one back up. The man is pressing every button in his arsenal attempts, able to secure the round onto Scary by Market's side.
You get a highlight, you get a highlight, you get a highlight as well.
I've always wondered whether Jet players, especially when they know they're already out of a situation, do you just start pressing buttons just for the fun of it, like the updraft? And okay, I just wanted to make sure that they were playing Tap Tap Revolution.
It's just one of those, you know, agents that, you know, you don't play them, they play you. You kind of have to like get into it. You are the person that needs the fidget spinner to play.
Yeah, you do need a fidget spinner. No wonder. I was wondering where the fidget spinner came from. Okay, fair enough. And then once again, we will be seeing the X10 is going to go for a fast A push, and they get on very quick. Vera on top of Jen, trying his best, and Scary. He's smoked off. Can't really do much, but he knows that at least 1 is nearby the smoke. They traded so well, 2 for 2, 3 for 3, and now it is 1v2 situation. This crazy guy is the one taking the bullets. Vera heating up, and Juicy, I can't imagine what the calls were there. Hey, crazy guy, could you tank a couple of bullets for me, my guy? Could you just body block me? Thank you.
I mean, that's why he's the IGL. Maybe he said it himself, you know? I'm gonna tank this for you, Juicy, you pop off.
I'm a block. That was probably the call. That would be great to hear a mic check from these guys one day. But so far, Bleed, they're picking up a lot of momentum here, winning out these rounds. But honestly, the economy is taking a toll off of their economy as well, right? And we're seeing that X10, even though they have a broken bye, they have the lead, and Bleed, if they keep losing members down to 1, these are very expensive rounds.
Yep, it's kind of a rubber banding situation between the economy. We had to have 1. Look at Darion is here. He's gonna get 3 apiece. Oh! And they're gonna get a 4th.
Spike down.
Now just waiting.
He's got it. He's got this round, right? No casualties whatsoever. Bleed making sure that this is a flawless round. It's looking so very good for Bleed as the momentum shift. As X10, you can feel that they're getting a little desperate. They're like, okay, let's do 2 fast A's. We were very close to the very first one. The second one didn't work out so well. So we got to start changing up the plans.
I think if there's going to be a round that is going to be the game changer, it's going to be this one. X10 recognizes that they finally have the creds, and if they do win this one, it's going to break a Bleed's economy just a little bit more. The saving grace is they actually went through that round, the previous round, with a flawless, so they don't have to go for a rebuy here. They can save that for the next round. But they are 11-9, so stakes are extremely high.
Yup, Bleed has to play some very solid rounds here. X10, they understand this round, they are going to be coming in with a broken bye. They do technically have the Blade Stone from Vera. They also have Red Coal on the Null Command. They might be able to turn things around. Keep in mind that despite the Null Command being so very wide, if Crazy Guy is off the site, could look to try and Hunter's Fury someone before they get the plant off.
And we have Guardian as well on Redco. So once again, bringing the Redco Guardian back into play could very much just be better on them, considering they are the only ones that actually made the Thrifty round work so far within today, yes.
I thought you were going to say the split.
Nah, man.
Nah, man. It's not like we've seen the crazy eco rounds.
Just today.
Nervous sweats already. But in the meantime, Bleed, making sure that they have some control, having more members leaning towards that A. Oh, is X10 going to fast A again? No. They're taking their sweet time with this one. No information has been given. They see the one-way actually going up, and Redco, he's got the line up. Does that spot him out? It felt like he was in it.
Not quite.
No, it was his. Here we go. Null command. Oh, the Hunter's Fury is looking mighty fine. He finds one in temps, looks for a second one, and gets Vera. 2 already down. And Redco with the Redco Guardian, of course, able to take out 1 at the minimum. But Scary says, no. Sit back down. No more. None of that Redco Guardian stuff.
And now we have 11 to 10. And as soon as that started, as soon it ended. And now we don't really have as much as they can buy for X10. They have to go with light shields here. Once again, coming in with a mixed buy.
I mean, it was a hot guess coming in from X10 to be like, you know what? I'm going to do a one more time. I'm going to try to get the null command off. And exactly how we expected it, we do see the Hunter's Fury instantly pop. He's not in it. He's got the range. And I think it's a perfect angle when you're in market. You can actually get the entire length of a main.
And that's also information relayed from his teammates since they actually moved all the way to mid. And the rest of the members, they knew something was up. And I know Juicy has the operator here.
Take flight.
He's actually playing in a little bit of an unpredictable place because you usually think that he's going to play up in the mid, right?
Yeah. I thought he was going to play up mid as well, but instead, he's going to start creeping up with it. He's already got the tailwind ready to go. Get on out of there, but it looks like when you think X10 is going to hit B, they're just going back to A all over again as the rotations are being made.
And that's what I'm talking about, you know, when you go to Ascent, it's either really slow, really dragged out all the way to the end of the timer, or it's boom in your face.
Yep, and when you think X10 is going to be hitting A, they're going to be going through mid back into B once more. Don't, please, I swear to God, don't go back into A. No, they haven't. Look, they've got a couple of regresses. They're defaulting so far, but it looks like it's going to lean more towards B because they can play through market. First contact hasn't been made happen. Juicy finds the first one, and now they recognize that market might be compromised. Vera is able to intercept and nap really quick, and now they're going to turn their attention towards the A side. When you think it's going to be B, they're going to A. And Vera, he's still alive, and he's already made wonders happen for Team X10. They could close this out.
Do they know Scary? It's underneath?
They know. They're trying to pretend that they don't know where he is, and they want Vera to clutch this round all by himself. They even flashed, literally flashing their own teammate to sell that he wasn't coming through heaven.
10 seconds left.
Come on, Vera. Clutch of the century.
Vera, he's going to try. He knows that the updraft is there. First one, crosshair placement just wasn't put in place in time. Hearing the updraft, it messes with you. The verticals.
So let's see what we have here right now. 11 to 10. If Bleed continues with this kind of pace, it's going to be easy. Close off. If X10 comes back within, I think, the next round after this is going to be in overtime.
It will. And, oh, man, this is... Ooh, both teams really showing respect to each other now, right? I think at this point, X10 has recognized, all right, we have tried this fast A too many times. It is not working out, right?
Yep.
We got to start looking for different options. Now, both sides do have the lockdowns, but we don't have the Hunter's Furies to take them out. We don't have the null commands to make it an even fight, and full utils are being bought at the cost of their armor. It's an all or nothing play coming in from X10 as Bleed is the one who has the healthy economy.
The X10 shuffles their way out of the knife scan here. Gonna use their own up into mid. So it could just be one of those situations where they're trying to find picks. Crazy Guy does manage to tag one, though. He also has the Odin. He doesn't quite reveal it just yet, though.
Nope, he doesn't just yet. I mean, it was a pretty fast move as they pushed up it towards mid, but now they're going to give that space back up, move their way across in towards A side, and now the smokes are starting to come out. The Molly is going to deny anybody from walking out from tree side, leaving the lockdown to be activated very early on. They expect at least the Nanoswarm to come out. Vera clears off the safe angles from the Nanoswarm, knowing that the rest are going to be coming from heaven for sure. Defender Killjoy is able to detain 2. The second one finds the detentions of their own, and now both sides just, you know, looking at their fingers.
Vera and Rico, they are damaged as well, though 50% HP just left on their boards, but they can use this to their advantage, trying to play off that contact. Bleed's members, they're all pushed all the way to CT. They have to make the go. Oh, Scary. Oh, but Juicy gets taken down. Scary as well. Follow suit. Nap will take 2 down as he gets refragged. Crazy Guy left with the Odin. Has to try to clutch this out.
Yep, he's going to try his best. He can spam every single angle. No wall is safe from him. No man. Oh, hold on. The Paranoia is going to connect. They do hear the first initial tap. He's going to get it a half. He gets the first and the second. Crazy Guy clutches the round. They are celebrating way too early, but a huge clutch from Crazy Guy. Hasn't pulled one of these off in a while.
You know they know what's in stake for them because now they have to play with light shields once again. They do have an ultimate, but Bleed, they are on track to continue on their journey in the upper finals. You saw them just fist bumping it out.
Okay, I'm hoping... let's look at this replay one more time here because there's no reason for him to actually get this much value, right? They
Definitely.
They swung at the same time. They were relatively low, I will say, and the crosshair placement was just great coming in from Crazy Guy.
And you knew that he had the Odin. Why would you double swing? That's my question.
I mean, when you don't have that util, that's the best that you can ask for. Even like jiggle peeking it is pretty dangerous against the Nodin. But now, this is where both sides are really feeling that pressure. The amount of emotion that we saw coming in from Bleed shows that they are holding back a lot when it comes down to whether or not they can overheat in these very specific situations. Crazy Guy looking at top mid, doesn't spot anything, but he feels like somebody is towards Archway. And he's right. He knows. He's positioning himself very defensively on market. Vera doesn't see any KJ traps as well, so that means they're going to be sitting on that site rather than looking for this information. They hear the operator as well. They're going to start backing off. They're like, okay, maybe B isn't such a good idea. And yes, Juicy has deterred them.
Gotta make their way once again into A. I feel like X10 has been repeating this strategy for time after time. Bleed kind of expects it, but Vera, at least with the updraft, that gets Darion. Scary is gonna come in with the refrag though.
Yep, they get the trades almost instantaneously, and with Vera dodging that paranoia, that was already huge as the rest of his team were not able to get into the site safely until they waited that time out. Good crossfires so far. And his gun isn't poking out, but they will get... Oh, he doesn't get tricked in time, but Scary with a quick flick to save his life. Now the Odin is going to be spamming through the floor. It's a good guess here as the rest of the teams want to get back in, but this KO knife has slowed them down. They start pushing on through. The crossfire's not great as they're getting spammed right through the smoke. Crazy Guy, can he pull this off again? Gets one, looking for a second. One under, he gets the one under in hell. One by Jen, has the deagle. Show him who's boss. Doesn't get it, his egoist. Didn't beat all of Singapore just to lose out to him.
I can sense chat going crazy. 12 to 12. We're in overtime, baby.
Oh my goodness, I am sweating so much here. I was hoping we wouldn't end up like VCT Americas, where they had one of the longest overtime games between Leviathan as well as Furia. But man, hopefully this doesn't go that length. But
man.
Crazy Guy, it feels like he wanted it to be part of the play, the highlight reel at the very least.
I mean, definitely. And he is the Sova with the Odin. It is no stranger to each other. And also because he is Crazy Guy, it's within his name. He's going to take this risk.
Oh, stressful. Stressful indeed.
Now the thing is, right, with this kind of pattern, it almost feels as though the winning play is going to be a clutch. It's going to be like a 3K clutch or something.
Let's see how much they're going to get off of this, because now we're seeing Bleed once again on the attacking side, and they got a majority of their points through it and attacking B. They've conditioned them towards B side. But now moving towards A. Are they going to get shut down here? KO is pretty nearby. He could check with a knife, but looks like he's already thrown it off. The information wasn't received. Sova, like they're showing up. It's Vera, he gets it again! He crept up all the way up catwalk just to find this kill, but it doesn't really give them much information about where the attack is coming from, and it's too late. They're already in. Juicy finds one, looking for a second. The second gets taken down as he pushes through the smoke blind. Do they know, though? Do they know? The rest of the team is going to try the Odin purchase coming in from Temps, learning up from Crazy Guy. The shock dart is good, but Juicy's just better. Looking towards mid doors, they're already taken out, and Bleed take a very, very clean A take.
Wow, even with the flank, it did not deter them one bit. Now Bleed gets the head start onto the overtime itself, getting 13 to 12. With that being said, though, this is very detrimental for X10. I mean, you were in match point for, I think, over 4 rounds. And within the last one, you had 3 against 1.
I mean, they tried. They didn't expect Crazy Guy to clutch out like that. And I think, that has definitely shook them for at least 2 of these rounds. I think they can definitely recover, though, in this overtime. It's all about that push and pull again. And plus, X10 were extremely successful in the early attacking rounds regardless. So I think when it comes to them, they're going to do the same thing. Show presence, pull back. Oh, Nev actually getting a kill onto Vera. This might be it then. This just might be it. Vera has been the key player for X10.
We have the momentum already started from Bleed. It's up to X10 to really just break it down. Crazy Guy trying to shoot off his tag. Does manage to tag Egoist though.
Yeah, he puts him down. Oh, Wayne ends up getting taken out. They get the information. They know that 2 is there. However, Market has been revealed at the same time. The defenders, they start pulling back, and they are dropping their utils to slow them down. They know that it's a minute left with only 3 remaining members alive. A majority of Temps' util has been utilized, so they know that they're pretty much left out to dry. No smokes to block line of sights. No flashes to deal with.
Just all this discipline here. The timing has been impeccable for Bleed. And we always talk about, like, they just play to their own beat of their own drum. And with that being said, Crazy Guy, he's been overheating for quite a while and getting all of those kills. He doesn't go for the ego peak.
Yeah, I take that back. There is still 1 flash on Red Co. Hopefully, he's able to get a lot of value out of this one. So the rest of the members, so many of them. And Scary's able to get so many of them blind with the paranoia. 2 in heaven, finds the 1 trade. Neff gets 1. Trade back, but it's still Scary who's able to secure this game for the boys once more. X10 will get dropped down to the lower brackets.
But with that being said, Bleed is the one to continue in this upper bracket journey. They know what a hell of a fight they've been through. They are celebrating all throughout. And I think Crazy Guy here, the MVP, really bringing the dream back to life.
Honestly, he did. And that was looking like an unwinnable situation. Gets the instant 1 tap into the follow-up shot. Oh, the spray transfer, it was looking mighty fine. Like, you got to give credit where credit is due. And Bleed played a solid, later half of the game. I mean, let's look at the highlights and we can explain even further here, right? Because Juicy, they know for a fact that he knows how to get over the wall, over the roof to get on towards sight. So that's why the B hit so fast and so very, very hard, and people like Temps, he can't always be in that position.
Yep, and you can see we had Accent actually cracking the formula midway through. Honestly, I want to say we kind of went through all stages of grief here. You know, like they defaulted, they found out how to adjust over that. Then suddenly through the midway, I think it was like 7 or 8. Through those kind of points where they started running into each other, and then suddenly they played slow. Wow, it's all these adjustments that you see. X10 actually had that 5-point lead there. But when it really came down to it, it was all these clutches, such as this. And then yeah, exactly.
Perfectly done. I mean, it's just clutch after clutch after clutch. This is something that Bleed probably needs to start addressing about the consistency of their gameplay, because they can't afford to get these games as close as actually it was. But it's great to see that these phenomenal players, when given the opportunity, they will capitalize and they will make it happen.
Come on, man. They're young. They want to feel the adrenaline. They want their clutch moment.
I mean, they want their clutch moment, but let's remember what these players are playing for. They want a chance to ascend into the Ascension tournament and have an opportunity to make it into the big league.
Absolutely. Oh, wow. Scary here. The one to close it off. 14 and 12. If that is not a series for you, I do not know what is.
Oh. It was tight. It was very, very tight.
We were sweating.
It says 1-to-1 clutches.
Yeah, sure.
That's for those who don't know, okay? Let's keep it between us, us casters and you viewers. Let's just make sure that nobody really knows how insane that this game actually was until they check the VODs. But in the meantime, right, look at these post-plant situations. 4 out of the 8 times compared to 4 out of the 7 times. When you see Bleed having a solid defense, they don't even let XN get that 1 plant off. However, when it comes down to the post-plants, it really started to be 50-50 in the second half, where it was very consistent through the first.
Yep, and you can see here, you can even look in, oh, well, I guess it's gone right now, how the patterns was when we had suddenly Accent winning a lot of it, and then came back Bleed, and then they started steamrolling. But with that being said, we have our MVPs for both of the teams here. Bleed having Neff, of course, the one that get the ace out in the hell of A site itself, and then Accent, we have Vera, who's been consistently making so much entries for his team.
Yeah, Vera has performed out of his mind this map. His entries have broken through the Bleed defenses time and time again. So much so to the point where Bleed had to adjust to make sure they specifically take out Vera with the particular setups coming in from both KJ and as well as the position of where Scary is. However, our MVP coming in from Bleed, Nev, he has been playing a phenomenal game, making some great reads on some of the lurkers that we're trying, especially for Egoist, right? Half the time, he does meet him in that one-on-one duel.
I mean, what a better way to end this, at least this series, with Neff being the MVP, you know, the former X10 player that he is and himself. You know, he's coming into it. You can see here the 251 ACS, the headshot. I'm pretty sure that what attributed into that was the clutch itself.
The clutch. I don't want to be that cruel. I don't want to be that cruel. There's some great shots being shown here from both of these teams. And honestly, congratulations to Bleed Esports once more as they make it into the top of 3 just for one best of 3. That is called bang for buck.
Now, I'm going to stop you here and just put up some boring history because X10, they were also knocked down to the lower brackets within the last playoffs, the split one. And then they came back, fought tooth and nail within the best of 5 of the lower bracket final, and then came into the upper bracket final. I really want to see that happening once again because it's going to be such a repeat here. I would love to see it.
I don't know. History tends to repeat itself more often than we'd like to believe. But for now, we're just going to have to put that in our back pocket. And once again, very happy that Bleed is able to continue moving on with our next follow-up match going to be Kizuna versus Enigma. We'll see who's going to face off Bleed after that VO3. But in the meantime, at least we have a bit of an idea that the playoffs isn't going to be as simple as we initially thought.
No way. And the beauty of having the playoffs start with the double elimination is that all of these series, they're going to be neck and neck because now we really just veto out who is going to be the top, who's going to be in the lower, kind of like the shaky waters, and then pit them together.
Yes, it's going to get very personal as well, as we see in terms of map picks alone. Like, you wouldn't have expected Bleed to go for Fracture up against a team like X10, but yet it has happened. And hopefully for the next upcoming series, that would be the case. I wonder what the thought process is. I will hopefully get an opportunity to ask them in during that interview. And speaking of which, production has just let us know we will be bringing on the boys. It will be their coach, Legia, and the perfect man that I wanted to talk to.
Oh, there you go. I mean, we have this man here who is known to be the colorcaster. He is going to ask so much questions. Hello, Legia.
Hello. How are you guys?
We're doing great. We wanted to bring up the immediate question, why Fracture all of a sudden after all of this time, and especially against X10?
I don't think that their Fracture is actually good, and on top of that, I don't think they played it even that much, and also in the recent games, they even banned it themselves, so it was kind of an easy pick. Also, on top of that, they would never expect us to pick it, so there's nothing really from us to watch, I guess.
That's the thing, you put such a hard question and then the answer is always very simple. Thank you very much.
It's the best. The best answers are always the simplest answers. But again, another question that I am a little curious about is generally how are the Bleed boys feeling as of right now, especially already qualifying for the top 3? I mean, there's more work to be done and it feels like you guys have prepared for basically every team in the league so far.
I hope after this game today we all feel fucking bad. Sorry for my cursing, but it was horrible performance from us. I think, to be honest, it was probably the worst performance that we had in both splits, even though last split we even lost some games, but I think today X10 should have won the game. If I'm really brutally honest, we had many rounds that we shouldn't have won, but in the end somehow with our aiming won them. So yeah, I mean, kudos also to X10. I think they played good. They prepared well. In the end, we got a bit lucky, I would say.
I see. Thank you so much for being so honest as well on the screen. I just have... Always, yeah. I just have one question and one follow-up is going to be, did you expect it to be this hard against X10?
I mean, we don't underestimate any team, to be honest, but I think that we should comfortably beat these teams, on top, especially because we want to win Ascension. Obviously, that's our main goal. But with the performance we showed today, obviously, it's going to be very hard. But I know that it was really an off day for us, so I'm super confident still for the future that we will play better and perform much better than we did today.
All right. Thank you so much. So last question, I would say, because you said that you guys are going to really go back into the drawing board and think about how to improve from here. Do you have any kind of talks that you're going to talk to them about, and any regimes that you're going to really prepare them for the next stages of the upper bracket stages?
I mean, for us, it's most of the time the basic things that we really don't pay attention to, especially advantage situations, which I can do just as much. I think I can just tell them, but in the end, in the game, it's up to them. It's them 5 playing, not me. I'm not allowed to talk, so I cannot give hints during the game like I could in practice, for example. But yeah, I think it's just mostly for us. It's the focus that we have. We sometimes it feels like we just want to lose the rounds for some reason. But yeah, I think the focus is the most important thing for us. especially for the people that are dead, for example. The dead talk could be much better to communicate and move the players around to make sure that all angles are covered, that we are able to play as a team, how to support each other. So yeah, I think I will have to put the most focus onto that, even though like we know it because it's like the thing that I have to talk mostly with our team about. So I don't know. I just really think it was really a bad day for us. We played really, really poorly, and yeah, I hope it's gonna be better in future, which I'm very confident. Obviously, we will change up some things for the next game, so teams cannot really have any reads on us or anything. But yeah.
I can feel the stress and emotion coming through your voice, my guy. Thank you so much for this honest interview and making a moment out of it. Thank you so much, Ligija.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
Oh my goodness, you can hear it in his voice. Like, he is, man. I hope, I don't know, I haven't done too much research, but I hope he has kids because he would make an amazing father.
Oh man, you can really feel that he doesn't want to be as hard on them as he would like, because he has really trained them and they've done so well in the group stages, but he has to.
Yep, he has
Man.
to. Ooh, that was getting a little emotional for me. I can't help it, but he's got a lot of work. It was an off day for Bleed, but with that being said, Bleed is won 2-1 as they move up to the top 3. Our next best 3 happening right after this break. But keep in mind what these players are playing for. They are all looking for one tournament to succeed in, and that is Ascension.
The door is open for these new teams coming into the league to really make it in. VCT Asia Pacific.
We'll see you in Bangkok, Thailand.
Guys, look at this.
This is going to be so fun. They're going to try to line up. And Scary repositions one instantly. 1, 2, 3.
We'll see what they
A ranked game right now. We're working on timeout, potentially even an ace.
into the cosmic divide. Deny vision, but
Oh, kill to do. They already breach up onto A.
spray. Is there gonna be more? Goes for real. That's more. Is it?
Larry, Popsos gets a hit, gets one more. Larry with 3.
Welcome back, everybody, to the playoffs of VCT MYSG Split 2. We've already concluded at least one of our BO3s. We're going into our second one, featuring 2 very aggressive teams, Kizuna and as well as Enigma Gaming. My name is Getting Q. This is Eliminated as our co-caster here. I was about to say co-host, was about to mess up that one. But thank you to our media partners, One Esports, and as well to everybody who's watching our Astro Arena channel too. You guys are the best, but this best of 3 is about to be explosive.
Yeah, if you thought that Bleed as well as X10 was neck to neck, I think the 3rd and 4th spot is always the one where they're clawing at each other. And we have Enigma Gaming as well as Kizuna. So now you guys know how they've been playing throughout the group stages, and I expect nothing but fire explosion in your face.
Especially with Kizuna. Now, when I was doing my research, I'm the replacement caster, by the way. I'm not here every other day. Looking at Kizuna's games, I was getting a lot of, Paper X vibes, especially in the early seasons of that VCT, where they're willing to try stuff. They're willing to say, hey, even though everybody's going to go double initiator as well as double controller, we will be the ones who are going to go double duelist. And I respect that a lot. But against a team like Enigma Gaming, where the majority of their rounds are won on the defense, it's an immovable object against an unstoppable force.
Yeah, definitely. I think they were one of the first few to really bring back all those like double duelist kind of gameplay. And not to mention, they can also run the double initiator and double controller. So they have that flexibility. With Enigma Gaming, I think, well, it's not that they really just take away what you have in terms of priority of spacing. They kind of disrespect you in a sense. They run up into your face, and whatever step you're going to take, they're going to stop you before you enter those tracks.
Exactly. Shutting down the plan before it even starts. Yes. And Enigma is really good at those timings. Hopefully, that's something that we're going to keep in mind as these games go through. But I'm curious to see what some of the map picks are going to be, as well as the compositions, because after seeing how personal it was with Bleed Esports going with Fracture all of a sudden against X10, and hearing from the coach, they expected them to do really poorly on that map. Hopefully, we get to see a personalized map option from either KZ or Enigma Gaming.
That's the thing, right? Actually, when I was looking at the maps that they were looking for within Bleed and X10, I kind of expected, what if they just pick a completely random map that was not in the stats? But before that, let's take a look at the members of Enigma as well as Kizuna here. So Enigma, you have Arton, Divine, Frey, and Styron, as well as Zan, the man, who is the only Malaysian there. But regardless, Divine, Frey, Styron, if you recognize their names, they have been representing Singapore in the Southeast Asia SEA Games itself, and they came out with the gold. So 3 gold medalists in your team. I don't know about you, but I'll be sweating.
Well, we'll see. We'll see whether Cypher comes out this time around. But Enigma Gaming, right? That's the name that you need to remember here. And especially with a lot of these lineups, having that one Malaysian really makes the difference. Maybe it's personal bias to national pride, but hey, you take what you can get.
Definitely. And I think Zan here, he actually offers more than just being a different nationality. He does have the Jet and the Reina that he plays so very well. And a lot of times you always remember Zan for being this explosive player that I just mentioned earlier. But when he plays solo, his team plays around him. They know how to support him in that sense. But not without the confidence as well. Like, he's ready to go. He will shoot out, just go for that really wide swing and in your face.
His team has labeled Zan as one of the most talented players mechanically on the team, especially as a duelist. But the one thing that he has over most Jets is that he's not brainless and extremely disciplined when the time is called for it. This is for me. Other people have talked about it as well, but if we're talking about aggression, let's have a look at the lineup coming in from Kizuna, a Cinderella story almost.
Yep, Cinderella story. But I would like to bring this back to Gideon because he said, not like other Jets who are brainless. And we have Shinsei here who's the Jet main. Explain yourself.
Explaining myself, no worries. Because once again, we have a lineup that is going to have, a bunch of Singaporeans. And, if you're lucky, you can slip in a Malaysian in there once in a while. But Shinsei has been one of those duelists who have consistently gone in to sight and get a kill every single time. If I'm remembering this correctly, I think his overall stats is like 1.7 kills every single time he hits a map. So that means every 3 maps he's guaranteed to at least get 2 of those kills within 2 of those rounds.
Yeah, definitely. And I think having Flaring as well and the rest of his teammates to support him has been immaculate in the way that they play. The only thing that I am looking a little bit more forward to is like the Sentinel play. I think that was Bryce, who usually plays on the Killjoy, which is, well, definitely better within our meta here, but I would like to see a little bit of switch-ups. Hopefully we get some of those flex coming in, but regardless, we do have flex players, so maybe that's how they're going to rotate around him.
Well, we'll see. Maybe a Cypher this time around instead of KJ. Hopefully you got your rule books already, but let's look at the head-to-head between the 2 duelist players here. It's going to be Zan and as well as Shinsei, and yep, 1.6 to a 1.5 KDA, a differential of 0.1 only.
No, I mean, the numbers are the numbers, but when you look at it, okay, headshot, 31% towards Shinsei, but Zan has been running it in and getting such a great average combat score, 266.8. Most of the time is because he comes in those unexpected timing. I don't mean like the 1, 2, 3, and then go on the 4. It's the 1, he's there.
I don't know. Maybe it's one of those things where he just doesn't like listening to the calls. It's like peak on 3, he peaks on 1 sort of situation. But the fact is, Zan gets results. And the same can be said about Shinsei, right?
Yeah.
So when these two collide, especially when they're on the attacking side, and I would expect a little bit more success coming out from Kizuna because they like to go for double duelist. We'll see what map it's going to be before we start making those speculations.
Yeah, I mean, all these maps here, I know for a fact that Kizuna as well as Enigma, they went head-to-head within the group stages day 1 as well, where we have, I think it was Enigma that came up on top. I think it was Lotus as well as Pearl. So those could be the maps within contest here. As for Kizuna, might be wanting to just avoid those and pick up an Ascent because that's the map that they want off of Enigma.
I could really see you like digging back into the files, man. Every single time you're like looking down, you're like, it's somewhere back there. It's somewhere back there.
Nah, man.
you might be right this time with the map vetoes, right? We're seeing that Fracture, Haven getting taken out both, and now Kizuna with their first map selection here, Ascent.
There you go. And that's the difference a little bit, because I was thinking, okay, Bleed and X10, they're the top dogs. They want to play something that it's equal footing. But here we have something that is going to be we know works.
Man, Lotus can get really brutal. It can get very, very brutal as we go into the second part of the map picks. And of course, Kizuna is going to pick attacking on Lotus, but naturally, Kizuna will veto Bind while Split. Yep, and Pearl. Of course, Lotus and Pearl, as you called it, looks like your records are spot on.
Yeah, man. I mean, they don't lie. The stats online don't lie.
Data does not lie. And honestly, it's great to see that Kizuna still sticks to their identity. Doesn't matter what map it's going to be on. If it's an attacking map, we're going to attack.
Yep, definitely. The only difference here is that Lotus starts first before Pearl, whereas the last time was Pearl and then Lotus. I'm not sure if Kizuna's going to do the same thing the way they take Ascent and then let go of Lotus and Pearl. I'm sure they're going to really fight for it this time round. And if they have been practicing and kind of like mind games, we pick Ascent and then Enigma's going to be like, okay, then we just pick the same things that we won before. So maybe that's just mind games. They're going to like one-up each other.
I don't know. Maybe it's... Maybe he's pulling up his sleeves. I'm getting serious about this one here. Hold my earrings. But honestly, I will say that this is quite the repeat of split number 2. Exact same maps all across the board. This could be Enigma being like, we had a rough start. Let's make a difference. And Kizuna probably looking to win out on the maps as well. Let's have a look at the Agent Select.
Oh, Agent Select's gonna start it out free. He's not afraid of the Cypher, man.
He's not afraid of it just yet. Okay, just
yet.
Just making sure that I got the rule book in my pocket for later on. Nope, but he's going to switch on over to KJ.
Okay, he is afraid of it.
He read rule book? Whoa. I didn't mean to, my guy. I didn't mean to. Let's calm down.
It's a set. I mean, Killjoy, it's a staple. And of course, then, done and dusted. We are watching a repeat of the last game, ladies and gentlemen.
Yup. Exact same composition on both sides. The Jets as to be expected, but more importantly, the fact that you have the two initiators, especially since your controller having a flash of his own, just makes the attack even more harder. That's where you see, like, you know, from the compositions, a lot more personality from each of the squads.
Yep, I think with that being said too, the mirror matchup does really kind of lingers a little bit and presents ourselves a different way that each of these teams utilize these agents. So you can really see how they will play throughout all of the maps. It's kind of like, okay, when it's the same thing, what are you going to do different? It's the personality.
Definitely. Game's going to be starting soon here. Start your predictions. Is it going to be Enigma Gaming or are you supporting Kizuna as we start loading up? It's going to be EG on the defense as Kizuna will be on the attack.
On the attack, and they're hovering around A main. I'm not sure if that's going to be the point of attack here, but A is definitely a good site to hit just because you can play around with all the items around of the site itself. You have the generator, you have the triple there, you even have the box within the site and main cellar to play around, especially with post plan. And you do have the Killjoy available for you. You know, you put down those nanoswarms and you just play off those timings as well with the Sova to give you those indicators.
With that information, hopefully we can see the right responses here, unless we're seeing either Kizuna or Enigma Gaming taking it slow, changing up the tempo in the middle of the executes, right? They know that two are close. They've revealed two. They're going to start their swings. The one way has been pushed off, and especially when you have that frenzy, the running gun working perfectly. They will be able to get the KJ on her way out towards garden side. Hazan able to at least find one. He's got to break. Oh, that's so dirty. They stuck a molly in there as well to hurt him if he tries to make an attempt on that door. He will break it though. 59 HP, no armor. Tyron's going to be utilizing the shock darts to try and even out the score. Oh, very nice flash from the rest of the team, but nobody happens to be looking at him. Styron is able to get one. His buddy in heaven goes down before Riza cleans it up.
I mean, all of that is due to just Arden playing so close up and a frenzy running into his face. And that's exactly the power of Shinsei himself. Like you said, like, you know, Kizuna does remind you a little bit of like a Paper Rats kind of playstyle where they just run into your face and they know how to fight around it and they know when to pull back as well. So we see that within the pistol round, but it is just a pistol round. I wonder what would happen within the second.
I bet Kizuna's mantra before, you know that one moment before you swing, you take that deep breath as everybody recommends to make sure that you have that high accuracy. I bet Kizuna, every one of their players literally just whisper to themselves, I'm better than you, and then go for the swing.
Is that a thing?
Is that yeah, that is a thing where you take like half a second to take a breath before you swing. Don't worry, I just watch a lot of TikTok. Never mind. Anyways, Kizuna actually taking it slow this time, especially since they're going for that B push. They're looking out mid to hopefully get some kind of information, but I don't think they recognize the fact that the setup, what is the KJ setup for B?
I'm not sure if there is a nano swarm up in the lane of B site. But if not, then I guess it's going to be one of those reactive situations. And I think Frey, he knows how to play around it as well. Styron, though, is getting tagged really heavily.
Oh, 19 HP, and yeah, no util other than the bot coming in, other than the sentry from Frey. Oh, Frey able to find one, look for a second. Shinsei is able to clean up two on the site, and now they have it. They've got everything, and especially with a rifle as well, he's even more dangerous. But with only 25 HP, does he want to switch it out with somebody else? Looks like yes, he does. He recognizes that the econ is going to be important to keep up. The rest of EG slowly rotating over, thinking maybe there's a lurker around.
Could be. With that being said, though, kind of mistaken that Frey actually did not have any abilities, and that just led to the demise of Styron and Frey. Now with the down to the sure that there is no force buys on the side of EG, Kizuna, they are very easily holding up this side.
Yeah, they should be able to get out
right behind them, though.
Oh, the crossfire! The crossfire!
Oh,
they don't...
shot!
They get one. Okay, nobody goes down there. Nobody goes down. Even though Bryce and Shinsei were getting very, very close, at least the rest of Enigma are able to go for that full squad wipe to ensure that they have maximum amount of credits they can possibly get for this upcoming round.
Now we go into the third round, and that's going to be full shields, full buys on the side of EG, and this is going to be a scary part, for at least for Kizuna. It is very close, but coming in, knowing that these names here, Sarah and Frey as well as Define, they have gotten themselves some credentials within the past few weeks. I'm sure the Mantle game, they are ready to take on this VCT MYSG.
I mean, this is why these bonus rounds can be extremely detrimental for teams. Again, they're going to get the initial scan. Oh, they hit the KJ. They're instantly going to go in there. Going to make sure you get the shots. Oh, he tries! Almost gets one more, but Frey and Siron have already found their ones. Flaring, again, able to trade against Frey, but man, the sight. Siron, he's all by himself. The flash helps him from all the way into spawn. Able to get two there. Divine with his help. Ooh, a great defense from the side of EG, the fast rotations and the flashes from Divine all the way from CT.
I can't explain anything because that's just like cookie cutter. How are you going to play with your team? You saw the flashes coming in from the reinforcements, playing off of that, and then, you know, really holding it off of each other. You know that your teammates are back to its side. You have to come in and do something about it.
And now, I think at least for Kizuna, they're starting to recognize the patterns here. However, they've been going so very fast on towards sides. I don't know whether they're keeping in mind whether or not KJ, what exactly is their setup? Is it always going to be so far forward? Is there actually an alarm bot in mid? Nothing of which that Kizuna has actually, you know, prodded and testing through default pushes.
Right. I think in the least for the previous round, it was a risk they needed to take considering they had the guns. They need to try to catch them off guard. And now you can see them playing a little bit of a slower pace because now both of them have the guns, the rifles. Ooh, but Zaz's gonna be the one taking the risk here that actually comes and pays dividends.
Yep, great defense coming in from Enigma, making sure that with Arton in a position such as Wine, able to change constantly between the two, it works out so well. He's gonna fake the TP, get that sound out, making sure that the rest of the team feels like he isn't there before they decide whether or not they want to reaggress. However, KJ, the setup, that bot is going to, the sentry will spot out Bryce if he peeks out too far.
It's almost as if B side is just completely shut down, having Frey over there, but the A push was not successful.
Okay, so he gets rid of the bot, and they hear the rest of them. Two members will look to lock down this side against three. Recon's gonna come out. They spot one, they see the recon vault at least get destroyed. Gonna try for the spam, gets one, gets two! Frey looking for a third with his classic hidden in the smoke. They will get the initial scan and a flawless round coming out from EG.
That was so sad. Kimmy actually tried to go in with his teammates and thought, nope.
He tried. He tried. It's one of those moments where you're like, unlucky indeed. But then you look at the econ and you're thinking, man, really, really brutal round. Can't really do much about it. Shinsei, not even thinking about anything else other than having full armor and a gun.
Yep. He does have the gun as well because he did utilize the Blade Storm in the previous rounds. That's actually pretty quick as well, considering it was the third round that he got his ultimate.
And that's why Shinsei is a very explosive player. Let's see how they're going to play this eco round from Kizuna. They're taking it a little slower now. No hyper-aggression coming in from KZ. And for Enigma, they don't mind. Come into sight. Try us. Try attacking A once again.
I like how Bryce, he knows the ins and outs of the Killjoy. He's going to try to contest with B.
I mean, the bot's still there. The rest of the members are by Archway. They could look to turn around and go through Catwalk, but they don't have any members there, so it looks like it's going to be a B hit. The alarm bot going to give that info, but no response coming up from the A defenders just yet, as the attack is going to be committed. Paranoia is coming out. KO is still not walking out just yet, and now the rest are on their way. No kills have appeared so far. Two in backside. Lockdown coming in from Frey. He's trying to dodge as many bullets as he possibly can, taking close angles. Finds one. Second one needs to come down. They need to break the lockdown, and just in time, Kizuna have done it. 3v3 though. They need to win this. They've got the guns here. Despite everything, just no util to really work with. They're gonna scan the site. They spot out two. Oh, but they don't check lane. They lose one member, bringing it down to a 2v2. It's relatively close. Kimmy able to swing down just in time. Gets a second. Nicely done.
Amazing stuff over there. I love the aggression coming in from Kizuna as well. Really capitalizing over the fact that they had utilities being utilized to really just chuck them down and blind shots that actually tagged them. And Shinsei following up so quickly, so fast, he understands his assignment.
His assignment is just go in and get those kills, and whatever he does afterwards is going to be good. But I just like the fact that he follows with the tempo of his team. He's never too far ahead. He's never too far away. He's always at the right place at the right time. And even with Enigma Gaming, right? Losing that round, a little bit brutal, but at least they have an operator for it.
Operator as well as an Odin in Starn's hands.
Oh, he's dead.
No.
That's just dead. They just spammed it the entire time, and when they saw that cloudburst come out through catwalk, that guaranteed that he was there and gave away his position. That's going to be a very, very early kill for the side of Kizuna.
I think it's also because the Omen smoke was blocking it, and Arton's dark covers could have just given them just a slight bit of threat, and with that being said, the cautiousness paid off.
Yep, it paid off really, really well. This one-way smoke, kind of annoying to deal with, but you just need one man to protect it. Oh, he's going to throw out that flash to aggressively go up, gets two before he hits the ground. Oh my God. Kizuna now looking to play 3v3. The volley is good, but Arton will find two of his own. Really nicely done here as Frey, last one a lot. Frey now try and pull it back. Kimmy is just taking them out really fast with the help of Flary. The two of them together have basically taken out at least 90% of the team.
This is very interesting to see. I mean, I think this is the reason why Kizuna picked this map, because this is their map that they know the ins and out of. Suddenly, EG, they're actually playing at a much more slower pace than I would have expected. Coming into this, I would think that they would really want to just hold the match by its choke point and take it head first.
I suppose, phrasing there. But Enigma Gaming, I think they're conditioning, right? These early rounds is all about conditioning your opponents that we're not going to be aggressively pushing out as the defense, not yet at the very least. With 3 ultimates available to them, they could instantly do that. And technically, they could just save it for retakes to play very, very safe. But if EG feel it, they can turn on. They can turn on the heat really fast. Oh boy!
I get it, guys. If you are a caster out there, or you want to be a caster, you just have to know, mixing words are definitely a thing.
Look, if there's one thing that I know for sure, if you have Quack in your name, you're probably going to an international. That's all I know for sure. love you, Quackity. As they start pressing in towards the B site here, a hard read coming in from EG, and they're falling for it this time as the smokes are out. They don't have any defenders here. Well, they do have the sentry. It is online. They're trying to get those first shots down, but it's not looking good for EG. Styron! Shinsei ends up dying. Oh, it's not able to get one more there. Wow, really unfortunate that the entry didn't look as good as it was supposed to be. And now waiting outside for the right opportunity. Frey with Guardian able to find one. Hunter's Fury not going to get as much value as Frey is just penetrating every single wall. No piece of cover is safe, and they will be able to get the KO back up. Paranoia keeps him out in a clean defensive round from EG.
This is a thrifty round as well. I mean, it's not going to be thrifty on the screen just because there are some buys. Oh, okay, it's gonna be. All right, there you go.
Game's like, gotcha.
Game got me, man.
How dare you.
50 round, and that's the only round we can see EG winning.
I think it's great the fact that they had quite a number of ultimates actually utilized. Oh, all three of the ultimates actually being utilized here for the side of EG to actually make it a very clean round. And I think Zan was able to get the most value from it.
Man, the confidence though, in a 50 round to utilize your ultimates, that really shows how much you believe in each other. And I guess how much you also believe in taking down your opponent.
I mean, we gotta hold our horses here because Shinsei is about to do the exact same thing. Paranoia comes on through, and Zadi tries his best. However, he's so blind, he's still able to find one. They don't recognize that he's already covered the ankles here. It's too late. The damage has been done, and the spike is exposed. The rest of EG just gonna hunker down.
There's a reason why his teammates call him the best mechanical player that they know. Did he actually miss out of the Paranoia within the first initial contact and just... I mean, I know he dashed, but did he get Paranoia? That's my question.
He did get Paranoia.
Wow.
He did get Paranoia. He was in the Omen smoke as well, and he looked out. It just so happened that somebody was standing there, and Paranoia, it's not like a complete blind. It does make you short-sighted.
Yep.
I would like that the next April Fool's joke that Riot does for Valorant is that when you get hit by Paranoia, or if you get hit by any ability with short-sighted, you just have glasses on you.
It's not like you can see yourself, though.
I mean, it'd be cool from the enemy's perspective. It's one of those subtle jokes that are like very minute, but good enough for those who relate to the problem.
Do you relate to the problem?
I'm very short-sighted. I am so... Without these glasses, I can't see the screen right now. Like, Bryce is taking the amount of damage here, right? His power getting reduced from 100 all the way down to 1. He needs to check both sides. Oh, okay. Wait, even though he goes down, he does spot out the majority of them. But the shock dart, at the very least, was going to kill him no matter what. There's no way he was going to win that round.
Yeah, he was short-sighted. I'm sorry, guys.
I can't wait for people to be like, hey, Bryce, are you short-sighted? And they have no context as to why. But this round right here, like Zhan, you can see, he's suppressed down. He got tagged by the Paranoia, but he was able to sit inside of the smoke until the time was right. The rest of the team members, unfortunately, weren't so lucky.
Thank you so much for the breakdown, Gideon.
Appreciate it there.
Yeah, so now we move over to Fall. Both sides, and once again, he knew it paid off dividends, but he went aggressive. He's going to try it once again. They do actually sniff him now up the Cloudburst, though.
I mean, they definitely heard him drop down from it. Oh, he's still able to get one. Ridiculous, despite the double peak there. Quick refrag coming in from Bryce, now playing 4v4. One missing a Sova, the other missing a Jet.
I mean, I guess the Sova would have been a little bit more detrimental, but now Shinsei is down himself. He does manage to find one more. So that's going to be consolations. 1-for-1 once again. Styron does lose out his Odin, though.
Yep, without the Odin. And, well, I mean, Kimmy, he's all by himself here on this plan. His teammate really, really far away here. Does he have his ultimate? No, Flaring doesn't have his ultimate right now. So all Kimmy can do is slow this down as much as he possibly can. The rest of the members coming in from Enigma. Oh, they're going to go through market here.
Interesting.
I mean, they had an opportunity to actually just rush onto site, but I guess they didn't know where everybody was. They want to make sure that they keep in mind that Flaring is still alive. They find Flaring. Kimmy is able to get that one. Oh, 7 HP. Frey. He can't lose this, right? He literally can drop the sentry and he would win the game.
He's gonna hold it, he's gonna half it. He's gonna play a ring around the Rosie. He knows it's really, really low. An extra bullet just for safe measures there.
So funny.
He gets the defuse, no problem whatsoever.
I like the precaution he's taking. He's like, if I drop down this this turret, I could be caught in a situation where he's already pushed up towards where I am in the site. So safer to have my gun out rather than on my back.
Yep, definitely. I think you saw that earlier as well between X10 and Bleed. I think that, the breach with the full utils and then decided not to use any because it could review his location, that he's already there. Going for the dry peak sometimes is the right answer.
Kizuna going to be calling up for the timeout this time round, and it gives us a little bit of a look into their economy. It's going to be a half buy this time, sorry, a broken buy this time round. Well, the majority of the members from EG, at the very least, will have a full purchase.
Yeah, I always think about if I were in this player's shoes, would I call a timeout when I'm in the save or when it's after the save and then we have the guns and then we just, scramble a plan out of that? I mean, definitely we've seen it happen when it was after the save, but I will always think that during save is a better time.
I guess it depends on how full their bladder is, I feel like that's going to be the main driving factor for Kizuna.
Definitely a driving factor.
But here, we're going to be getting back into it. The timeout is done for. At least they have that little bit of time during between the rounds to actually solidify what exactly they're going to do, because their hard A pushes have been turned off, and especially when it comes down to these post-plant situations, they have not been able to win it out just yet against Enigma.
It's going to be slow and steady, but now with the buys they actually have money for full buys. So I think they're really going to double down on it, even with the light shields on the side of Kizuna.
Okay. We do have presence detected. Frey is going to start walking up here with the drone. All they see is the KJ turret, so they can assume that this side is going to be basically untouched. Deny that information and keep in mind that mid has just been procced. The alarm bot is coming, but it doesn't prompt any movement from the side of EG. They're just taking their time. They've got the jet all the way in spawn. They hear the null command coming out from the gardens and from a short as they start pushing their way in. Jinsei, it's all up to you. Let's see how he's going to entry. Finds no presences whatsoever, as most of the EG members have decided to back all the way off or at least push it towards a main.
Wow. They were actually in aiming for quite a while, the EG members at the very least, and they didn't go for the immediate retake, although they had the very much means to.
I mean, especially with the null command, there's nothing he can actually do. Yeah, you know, sometimes that Odin, people say that it's busted. Moments like this, it feels, what? He's able to find another one with the operator. He's checking his flanks as well. So hyper aware is Bryce able to get this flank off just in time and break down
Player standing.
the ult. They're gonna get the defuse. The rest of his members are already dead, but he walks away with an operator. At the very least, it's not that bad.
It's not that bad, but the discipline coming from EG though. Wow.
Yeah.
They had means to retake immediately, but decided to wait for the reinforcements.
Yeah, Kizuna this time, even though they did get that flank off, well, they did not want to pick up that operator. They decided to just leave it be. They don't even want to deny it off of EG, despite it just having, it costs a lot. It's an expensive gun.
I mean, it is a Sen, and the operator on attack, I mean, it's going to be either you try to contest for mid, after that, then it's gonna be kind of like the retake situation, and then you don't really want to utilize that.
It gets pretty rough. And considering how the teams have been playing so far, nobody really wants to peek mid, right? They just leave the alarm bot there and just hope for the best.
Yep. Styron does spot one out. It's gonna play once again with the Odin almost getting her.
Oh, it's getting kind of close, but not close enough. The rest of the members are going to be walking up mid once again. Nobody wants to peek it. Perfect for us to actually break through in towards Market as Frey now being very situationally aware. It's taking too long for this B main hit, so expect Market to be the point of contention here.
Blocking sight.
They hear it. They hear all the members walking forward as they decide, you know what? Reinforcements are going to be a little late here. Let's hunker down in the back site. Let's hunker down and try to deny this plan. This is such an awkward position. I never imagined to see this.
I know, right? We have the 3 members of Enigma Gaming just cuddling at the back. And
they're all under one blanket.
Okay.
Wait, the Hunter's Fury being popped out as well. This is really cruel. They find the kill. They're still able to turn it into a 4v3. They see the Odin. Wide swing coming in from Bryce, and finally they clear it. Oh, Zan finding one with his Blade Storm. Looking for another one. Looking for a head to just pop off. 2v3. And hoping to find any sort of information here. A good deterrent coming in for at least with a shorty to force them backwards, but still tough position for the retake. Any utils? They still have 2 flashes. See how they play this out. Making that first initial guess, gets 1. Looks for a second, gets 2. Looking for the third, secures it. Zan, holy cow! This man, you know, small. Oh, I hate these type of killers. All he does, scratches the back of his head, smiles a little, is like, okay, GG, let's go next.
It's a normal day, you know.
Oh.
I do this all the time in my Radiant lobbies.
Oh. Players who are just that confident and that good. Ooh, it really, ooh.
That's the thing, right? I mean, we always say this thing, oh, the operator is in the hand of Zen. I guess that's the only product we have. And that's exactly it. It's been such a great run for Zen as well, you know, just coming into this being like Enigma's kind of star player, but they truly highlight, and he's been performing day after day.
And now this is the greed out coming in from EG. 2 operators, one on Frey, one on Zen. Let's see how they're going to play this out as the paranoia is going to connect as they move up. Oh, they just want the orb this time. Okay, so they're not going to go for a fast A.
With that being said, Zan does manage to take out Shinzei though, so this duelist rivalry continues on, and he finds one! Who saw that? Who saw that?
You know...
Look at his screen, he has glasses, you know why?
Look, if there was a Reyna on the other team, I swear to God, he wouldn't be able to do that anymore. They need 2. They need 2. That's what they need. But Frey, people finding his own, and Kizuna just losing their members one by one, getting picked off. There's nothing they can really do about it. And they hear the spike drop as well. Frey slowly creeping upwards, giving a bit of his own demonic smile as well. These killers, they're silent, but they're extremely deadly. Bryce gonna... Oh, he saw his fingers! He knows. He knows he's on the left, but does Bryce know? Carolina comes out through, but Bryce pre-fires it and gets him right in the head. Arton is going to find that trade. Are they going to pick up the second operator? No? Going to leave it by? All right.
Nah. We have creds for day. Wait, never mind. It's swap sides. Okay, never mind, guys. I guess that's the reason why there were 2 operators. I was questioning. I was like, wait a minute. When did Frey had an operator, but he got 2 kills out of that? I guess okay.
I feel like they should have picked up the operator and get a shot off just to get a taste of it, because half of the members here from the side of EG are probably never going to touch an operator in a professional match because there's either no need for it or they'll never get the sweet joy of that kill. One or the other, doesn't really matter. Maybe in their ranked games they'll probably find it, but in this halftime, we need to start thinking about the way to actually, especially for Kizuna, how they actually going to deal with Enigma, right? If you look at these highlights each and every time, their success is when they have a good entry, but if Enigma decide, I'm just going to pull back, I'm going to play retake, Kizuna, their post-plant positions have not been great.
Yeah, I mean, when we looked at Bleed and how they play, it's like, okay, we have this strategy, and then if it doesn't work out, then we have our clutching ability, and I think and that's also presented when you see Enigma Gaming and the way that they play. I mean, yes, they lost off the first 2 rounds, but that doesn't matter. We're just, testing the waters. Kizuna, though, I do see the cogwoods working within their mind. Like, within, I think, round number 7 or 8, where they tried to go through the mid, they shot off the alarm bot and then rotated into A. That didn't work. Okay, let's try shooting the alarm bot and then mental game. We're going to go into market. I see those happening, but it's a little bit off in terms of execution.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, if EG decides, you know what, I'm not going to fight you right at the choke point. I want you in on the site. I want you to waste as much possible time so that my team can get a guarantee that there is no lurk, and we can start working as a team and pushing you off of it. And that's the thing, right? Knowing how Kizuna likes to play on the defense, expect them to start pushing out.
Oh, definitely. I think it's looking a little bit grim on the side of Kizuna, but finally when we have this halftime swap, they can really showcase how they are, especially since they already saw how Enigma Gaming has been playing within the defenders. They could probably either replicate that or maybe do something similar to how Bleed or X has been playing in defense.
Well, let's see. Who knows? For all we know, Kizuna might play a little bit more disciplined this time around rather than just pushing all the way out. But I'm curious to see how Enigma Gaming is actually going to be the aggressors. We've seen them do it before, but against a team like Kizuna, usually just playing defensively, even on the attacking side, gets you quite a bit of credits, quite a bit of profit.
Yeah, absolutely. Oftentimes, actually, in like C teams, we see the defenders actually getting more aggressive than they were in the attacking side. With that said, though, EG is the team in question, and Minzan is there. You saw that man going out there with the operator in millisecond. Reply.
That's all he needs. Looks like the lineups are looking very, very good. Scans the majority of that side. Zan's already in, closes the door, tries to deny as much as they can. The flashes are coming through, and oh wait, did they check the box? And yes, they find that kill on towards the box side. Kizuna now completely giving up on their site. Let him in. That's fine. We'll go for the retake here, except for Kimmy because he's really deep in there. But what can you really do? You can't win all the battles.
Oh no.
What? He hit that? Dang, Shock Darts finding the kills. Divine about to make some contact, but unfortunately gets spotted out from the door side. Shinsei could not land that last one, but it's going to be Flaring who gets him through that smoke. He tries to TP in. Riza is the one who clears it all up through the distraction.
Kizuna back with a firing power. They do better on their defender side. At the very least, 2 HP and Flying also surviving just with the thick of his life.
They didn't immediately challenge EG, but they decided, let's do the same thing. Let's pull off towards the site. If we can get a pick, that would be great. But if not, let's group up together and let's look to re-hit him once more. Because the amount of pressure, and especially with the chokehold that they had on the towards the A short towards Catwalk, 3 just sitting there, and I mean a bit unlucky with the shock dart, but hey, you can't win all the battles.
Correct, and I definitely think that having them directly there was even more impressive that they managed to retake. Sorry, English.
I can imagine it's a difficult language, but
Flaring's gonna find Zan. They do have the guns. Regardless if Kizuna won the first round, they are back for vengeance, but Zan gets taken down.
Yep, it's looking tough here. Let's keep in mind, they still have that paranoia. Dropping down. Does Shinsei want to be sneaky here? No, he doesn't try. He just swings out wide instantly as much as they can. It looks like Arnsman, who gets a Frey, is looking great. He's running and running. He's playing a completely different game as he knocks down 3 members, all with headshots through the smoker in your face. And now this post-pass is looking mighty fine for EG. The keep Styron keeping eyes. Oh, he sees it. The timing almost there. Dies off in heaven, but it's going to be Frey who secures the ace.
We didn't have Frey's point of view, but wow, what was that? I can.
My guess is that he's been playing other games in the meantime. That's what I think he's doing. I think he's playing a different Aim Labs exercise. Everybody's like grid shot. He's like, nah, man, I'm gonna go on those surfing servers and
there you go. Okay, come. We have the replay here. He shoots one down and then he just follows, he just tracks where the firepower was coming from and then resets into getting Shinsei. And then finally, with the help of his teammates, he managed to find the other two. So let's talk about what happens now. He has it's 2 points away to his ultimate, and he won the round where they're not supposed to win.
Yeah, and now with this being... it's still a little tough because, again, no ultimates coming in from Kizuna whatsoever. So they can, again, they play defensively, and once again, they're able to take out Bryce, who pushes out. Tiles as well. The defensive side being the aggressors rather than the other way around.
Out of that, now FaZe just 1 point away from his ultimate. So fast and quick. This is the second round, by the way. Oh, but Riza getting a headshot onto Zen. No opening entry for him.
Very tight angle. Extremely tight angle. Riza again. No line of sight, no problem. He's already memorized the angle. Really nicely done. Able to get 2 off of that was great, especially when you're behind, trading evenly. Oh, still very well done.
Right here.
Now with that being said, attackers are forced to just reconvene just one more time. I think they might try a B once again, but Riza not even tagged.
You think they're nervous? They're like, oh man, is Riza gonna get us again? Same angle once more. Let's throw out the drone and find out.
Left.
Utilities are already used, so it really just comes down to raw aim right now.
All right, they start walking on in. They still haven't found that kill, but swings out too wide and falls into the line of sight of Kimmy. Styron realizing that this is not a good situation, whiffs the initial shots, and the rest of Kizuna will clean up shop. Ooh, that was a rough round. That was a pretty rough round.
Especially after coming off a Frey ace within round number 2. And that was also their risk, and suddenly Kizuna takes it back.
Was it? Did they wait too long? I felt like they waited just the right amount of time, but I don't know. When your shots don't hit, your shots don't hit. I think for EG, it's like, it's not the worst in the world. If we hit our shots, we win the game, so don't worry, the plan was sound.
I mean, the initial pick onto Zen already stops like, what, 2 wheels running on the bus, and then suddenly they stall even more.
Their foot just wasn't on the clutch, okay? With these manual vehicles, you gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Now, Kizuna on the other hand, they aren't, again, they're not being very aggressive, but they do expect something to be walking up a short, and you might exactly be right. They're going to be dropping the molly first initially. Oh, Shinsei is able to find the first initial kill. He's going to get a little bit more aggressive. He's already he's pushed up pretty far. He could wait for the KO flash to make it work out, but the Tailwind's about to time out, and no, they're not very disciplined this time.
Slow and steady. They know they got 1 pick. They already 1 up against their enemy team. Now, it's EG's move, essentially, when they're attackers.
They're posturing for the A once more, and Kizuna have rotated all of their members here. I think they've got a good read on it. They've done... Enigma have done this twice, and now they're going to execute.
Oh, no.
PP is right into the line of fire. 1 by Jet still blind, but Shinsei is making sure that nobody else gets on towards the site. And they've confirmed it. They know that the last couple of members are by A main.
30 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be clouded once again. Divine with 7 HP and a Dream. Nothing much he can do. He's going to try to stall it out, though. Perhaps maybe Starrock can just look at the back of the 6. Just check the 6 in case of any flanks. Time's not going to make it, and Flammy's going to just blindly shoot into Divine. Starrock's the last one alive. He has to try, though. It is a thrifty round. He gets one. He gets blinded, but he has to try. But Kimmy gonna put an end to it.
Okay, this is going out really, really well, especially for Kizuna, right? Like there's so many situations where it looks like EG have a very clear upper hand, even though technically they did have a half buy, so there's nothing much they could really do about it. But Kizuna, compared to the previous time they faced Enigma Gaming, it was double checking this. It was on Ascent, and it was, what, 13-3 they were winning? So Enigma is doing a much better job this time compared to the last they've met on this map.
What do you mean? Enigma's 9-7. They are 2 points ahead of Kizuna. I think they are doing a splendid job.
They're doing a phenomenal job, in a matter of fact, here. But a different lineup. Oh, Hunter's Fury to try and stop anybody in main. And yes, they know that one's definitely going in. Zan and Divine end up going down regardless, as Bryce's sentry was doing just enough after the following up after the Hunter strike. But now, yikes. Hunter's Fury has already done way too much damage. You can see that at least for EG, they are just backing up here. Don't need to. TP's in with the spike.
Down A.
TP's in the spike. Shinsei managed to get one. Now Spike is dropped in the middle of no man's land. Except for Kizuna. And Real's gonna find one more, taking down Frey. Now Siren, the last man alive. They know where he is. The Shock has already just showed his position. They're gonna go hunting.
Yep, and I think there is all the reason in the world. Might as well throw yourself at him, get the full amount of credits here. I'm surprised. Why did he go? What was he hoping for to TP into the site like that?
I don't know, man. I think one of those situations where your duelist is already going in full force, you want to support him, could be one of those situations.
Or you just forgot to like drop the spike before you went on and it's just like, hold this, forgets to press G, quickly switches onto his rifle and TP's in. But yeah, now they're just going to wait out this round. I mean, adaptations need to be made by Enigma Gaming at this point, right? Like, Kizuna has been getting away with too many of these rounds.
Absolutely. And the fact that we had Bryce and Riza started out with ability kills at the same time. It's a tactical shooter, guys. You can't just fight with abilities. Says who?
Every Raze hater out there. But round 17 has been going pretty well. Kizuna looking to try and even out that score. But let's look at the ult economy, right? Hunter's Fury coming in from Styron, as well as Lockdown 2. Enigma Gaming call for the timeout. And I think this is a really good time to do it.
Yep, I think this is absolutely the perfect time to call it. You have the creds, and then you also have the lockdown as well as the Hunter's Fury. We saw how the Hunter's Fury really translated for the likes of Riza. They can replicate it themselves to continue on their momentum at this point.
Looking at the past couple of rounds, it really just does boil down to how they actually maintain the post. We'll see. Because Enigma Gaming, it's been very difficult for them to actually get the spike down initially, considering whether Kizuna has the right amount, the right pairings of ultimates. They're able to shut down any kind of initial push when they have the information. And that's actually a benefit of being aggressive, right? All across the map, not just on one side, but every avenue.
And that's the thing, right? When you are in the defender's position, people expect you to just hold defaults. But when you take those small risks and they pay off, it pays a lot. It's a great investment to make.
All right. Now they're going to deploy themselves. Let's see what the attack option is going to be. An air once more coming in from EG. Yup, it looks like it's going to be an air with Frey on the opposite side of the map to drop down his sentry turret to get some information in case we do see Bryce trying his best to push out again.
I have to commend, though, at least for Kizuna's side, most of the KDs are balanced out. So we see most of the members holding it for themselves. Styron and Divine, though, going to take down 2 members of Kizuna instead. But Flaring is right there behind to reavenge his friends.
3v3 now. At the very least, they have one of the rifles. If they push up a little bit further, they can get the rest of them to arm up their buddies. Kizuna playing it very, very slow. They're not as aggressive as we expected them to be, but they're just stopping them, making sure they get that early information, making sure that EG feels like noose is tightening. Flaring will find first contact. Yes, gets it against Frey with a quick headshot. And the rest of the team is going to start spilling in towards that side. Flaring, very disciplined, decides not to show any more.
The rest of his teammates, though, they are taking the long route while he's already up in the duel with Zen. He manages to get it, so that's going to be Zen out of the roster and just left with Divine.
Oh my goodness, he's so aware. Whether he had the pre-fire, and then once he sees the wide swing, he also is able to take him out as well. Really nicely done. Played well by Flaring. Divine all by himself here, hoping to get... Oh my god, he gets 2! Can he get a third? He gets a third! 3 headshots in a row to end this round and clutch it out!
That was 3 literal bullets and 3 headshots.
They should not have. I am so lost for words because something happened to Divine here. Look at him. Look at how clean the shot was. Two bullets each time.
Okay. 4 bullets. But my point still stands.
oh man. What a dirty round coming up from Enigma. They really shouldn't have won that, but that's great for them because now with such a significant lead, it's really putting the pressure onto Kizuna. It's 4 ults to 3 right now that are currently active. Gonna slowly pick up the pace here. Then just holding as long as he can. Null Command already coming out to deny any kind of util being utilized here as they fully spill into the site and take full control of it. Expected from Kizuna, they back away. They don't want to get these fights. Let them use their util. Let them waste their ults. As the plant comes down, the Hunter's Fury is going to be the response.
It doesn't stop coming. The ability is going to be utilized just to hold the side as much as they can. Here is the lockdown. I think it was locked. No, it was okay. There you go. Here's the lockdown. Zan Arton, they're going to find 3 for themselves. Kimmy has the refrag, but he's the last man alive. He finds 1, he finds 2. He gets taken down by Styron, almost clutching it out.
I'm not going to lie, that was about to look really, really clean. Looking for an opportunity to actually bounce a clutch round against EG. Did not work out in their favor here. And now Enigma Gaming really finding their spunk in this matchup. Kizuna quickly trying to stop this momentum with the timeout of their own.
Definitely need the timeout right in here. I think this is the more important one, especially since it's 11 and 8. They do have Grets to continue on. And also ultimates within the disposal, but they do not want to let this go on for too long on the side of Enigma Gaming. And I think right now is where we see Enigma Gaming really fortify the way that they're entering the sites themselves. And Kizuna is going to be a little bit more on the back foot.
Yeah, I feel like they're probably discussing on which side they actually, because they've been A has been getting hit so often, right? Time and time again. I think it's about what 4 or 5 rounds that we've seen Enigma just start off on A, pull back, regress onto A again. Kizuna on the opposite side of the map isn't really getting too much here, right? Nobody's crawling out from mid, and nobody is really looking for an opportunity to go for the flank through catwalk or may arguably even spawn sometimes.
Yeah, but the thing with EG is, right, do they even play slow? Because we've seen so many times, even if it doesn't work out, they're still going to continue going at the pace that they're at. And Kizuna, they are forced to play with this. Unless they take a step forward where Shinsei goes out and try to get this aggressive push, or any one of them, for the matter of fact, then they're always going to be reacting to how EG is going to play.
Well, let's find out as these final couple of rounds here before EG might be able to close out the round unless Kizuna has something to say about it. It's going to be a B hit this time, and they're going fast. They're going real fast, and already with the Cloudbird to get into sight. Updrafts, heads over the wall roof, and instantly takes out Sova. He sees the tip of the gun of somebody else. Tries Updraft to break control for the crosshair placement. He ends up going down, trading 1 for 1.
Coming back.
The sight. Still just crawling with members here. The operator from Shinsei taking out KO Divine. And now EG on the back foot. 3v4. Oh, did they notice this? Yeah, they over-rotated onto the B side, now getting onto A.
That being said, though, there is one more member inside EG just lurking around. Oh, the timing, though! You thought they were gone, but nope. It bites you right back in the butt. And Shinsei with the Blaze Stops now activated, finds Frey. And now just Arton left. He is right close up to him. And she's going to get a 3K and does a defuse.
Nicely done. It looks like the timeout really helped change the mindset of Kizuna and the way they actually handle these situations. A little bit slower, but they make sure they wait for at least Enigma to make that first move, or at least first commitment. Once you pass that certain threshold, that's when you can punish.
Not gonna lie though, any part of this moment that from the last round could have been Enigma Gaming's round.
It really could. It really, really could. And I think, man, I would like to see Enigma be a little bit more consistent with the way they attack a side, but it feels like they've got a formula that's working with them and they're not planning on breaking it out just yet.
Definitely. Moving forward, we do have Bryce with the lockdown. That could really fortify B. And if you look at the map, you can see that EG might be reading onto that, but instead, he's hovering around A side.
This time, mid. Oh, getting attacked. They're slowly creeping up catwalk here. Oh, they're trying to bait out shots from the operator, but I don't think Dan is going to expect so many people to come up. But from his professional experience, he knows that if someone is peeking through tiles, you know somebody else is going to come up through catwalk. Quick shot from Shinsei. Takes him out. Looking for another opportunity. He sees the flash, looks away while ADS still gets blind regardless because he's facing in the direction. They pull back. Yes. Interesting. Yes. I like the way EG is playing this. You don't get that initial kill, walk in, stop for a second, give up that space a little bit, and then look to reaggress. This time, especially with control over Gardens, this could be a good hit.
Slow and steady. We do have Bryce fully set up in A, and it's a bit close as well. So I'm not sure if EG recognizes it just yet. But in the very case, they're just stalling it out. They're not even moving one bit.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like both have kind of conditioned each other to play this really slow game because you never know whether or not they're going to regress. At least for Kizuna, they have enough members to kind of spread out their odds. So if it's going to be B, they'll know. But now, here we go. It's going to be a 4v2 here on A. As they slowly walk on in, Bryce might be in a lot of trouble. Wins out of that 50-50 lung. Where the volley is going to be, but now it's going to be Flaring who gets to. Styron is able to trade out Flaring. Finally, he has to stick this. He has to stick this. Can they deny him? Somebody's got to peek, but no! It's going to be Frey who takes the initiative, and now they've got the post plans 2v1 against Riza.
Riza, he does have the shock dart here. Does not have the signature ability. So can't exactly get this information, just working off of his dead teammates.
He's eliminated the options. He knows that his friend died from heaven, so they have to be in hell. Swings it, ends up dying regardless. Now match point coming in from Enigma Gaming.
What an Enigma Gaming we've seen evolve from the very first round of this map though.
They've learned, I think they've taken so much of their experiences against other teams and knowing how aggressive Kizuna can be, messing around with your attack timings can really throw people off their flow.
Definitely, and it's almost as if, okay, you either bite the bait, you come out and you over-aggress and push into me, we take you out because we're holding it out, or you over-rotate. That's not too bad at the very least.
It's great because, I mean, even for Kizuna, they don't know when exactly they need to rotate back onto a site that EG is attacking so heavily. Now, they're showing presence once more. A lot of util has been expanded on this side of that, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to commit to it. However, we do see that EG has laid a trap in case that any of the defenders start pushing out from A main will get punished here by Arknan.
Once again, we're seeing a similar stall. Kizuna, they're actually not going to just rotate so quickly this time. They realize the tricks that EG has up the sleeves. And you can even look at Flaring, taking a little bit more space up in A main. It's not there, so it's probably mid or B.
Shinsei, good game sense. He's recognizing that initially it was smoke. The fact that it's not, there could be somebody who wants to cross on over, but based on the patterns that EG has been playing around, they do this all the time. They show presence, they regress, and then they position themselves to re-hit a site. And here they go. The execution is about to happen. Oh, Shinsei aggressively swings out and gets one for himself. The defenders looking to be the victors of these trades so far. Bryce is going to get hit by a shock dart 5v3, so...
Oh, Frey with the wraparound though.
He tried. He made an attempt. He made an attempt through mid, gets punished for it. Styron, the last of his kind here, against 4. 14 seconds left on that clock. Styron, he does not really want... Oh, the timing of that. Kimi just missed the peak. He just missed the jiggle peak. Unfortunate. And now Styron, he's just going to chill for the rest of it. Man, these rounds are getting closer and closer. Hopefully EG isn't getting nervous here. He sees the recon, but doesn't do anything. Forever, they'll be guessing, where did he go?
To be continued in the next episode. 12-10. And who would have thought? With EG stalling, then it came the punishment from Kizuna after they realized that pattern.
Yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing, right? Kizuna need to kind of really take into consideration how long it takes before EG start regressing back onto the site, or at least with information gatherers on the right side of the maps, they can figure that out early on. Well, knife comes out almost instantaneously out A main here. They gotta be careful because Shinsei, with that operator, has been extremely deadly. Smoke or no smoke, that line of sight does not matter. They spot him out and they're like, nope, don't want to deal with the operator.
Don't want to deal with the operator. Gonna rotate a little bit. I think this time actually moving rather than just staying in one spot. Kizuna might actually read into this. You can see a few members already rotating onto B and to mid just to continue on with the defense.
I was just waiting for the moment that Enigma was going to be like, wait, and then start regressing back to A again. And like they've done this entire game. It's like, you thought. But this time around, Shinsei, he's already in position on the B side. Oh no, have they conditioned them already? Okay, they're sending one player. They're not getting a full rotation, but now the execute is there. And Shinsei, again, from market side, being an absolute menace, gets one more shot in, does not connect. tries to go for the wall bang, but now it's Bryce. He's isolated. He's by himself, takes out the entry fragger. He's blind, short-sighted, puts on the glasses. And the rest of the team of Kizuna come through to his rescue. Bryce holds on strong.
Puts on his glasses, ladies and gentlemen. He is playing Killjoy.
He is playing Killjoy, you know? And I will say that there was a moment that I was expecting EG to be a little bit faster on this hit, right? Like, what took them so long to actually try and start challenging Bryce after they... that at least for Zan, he was already in through stairs. Like, lane should have instantly been pushed at that stage of the game, and they should have been able to pick up that kill.
And that's the thing, right? It feels like both of these teams, they're like either over-reading or second-guessing themselves. I would expect that at least for EG in this final round, they're just gonna, okay, throw up everything, scrap it, we're gonna do what we know best. And Zan, he's already on his side, but with all the abilities, he's trying to stall it out. And Riza and Shinsei being such a menace together with flaring, it's going to be a really tall task. Ray does come in the replay, but Riza's gonna finish it with a spray transfer.
Beautifully played by Kizuna. All they had to do was just change the timing of that recon dart. They sent Shinsei in saying, hey, if you die, don't worry, we will trade you. He goes into the combos, dashes right into it, then secondary. The late recon dart reveals basically everybody on that side, spamming through smokes. Kizuna find the right momentum.
Honestly, even I could kind of read into that you're just going to go revert back to what they know best. So if you are prepared for it, Kizuna definitely is. With the adrenaline running, we need to bring this overtime. They are ready, and now overtime is happening. We only see mostly rifles and one Odin onto Styron, who is defending, is going to be playing the usual B main shenanigans.
Nothing really changes here. Is he going to go for the early spam, or is he going to wait for a couple of seconds? Oh, he's going to go for the early spam. It's kind of close, but not close enough to get the kill or pump some damage. He's going to deploy the drone very, very early on. His mid is instantly going to get attacked. And wow!
No.
Oh my god! Shinsei nearly making it over into spawn. Was that really nicely done? The recon dot does spot literally everybody in B main, but doesn't get any collaterals or wall bangs with the Odin.
Oh no, man. Styron's bullets just don't want to connect.
I don't know. It gets close, but man, I feel really bad for Shinsei. Bryce, he's already found one of his own. The Nanoswarm does come out. He's going to put his own Nanoswarm to try and clear off the box from the opposite side of Boathouse, but they get blinded. They realize that KO is already in that spawn, so now two angles to worry about. Backside and as well as spawn.
Look at all the utilities that he used, though. The amount of times when Kizuna said they had to look down, but it does not matter because the timing was missed out, and Riza and Flaring, they were ready to receive the aggression of Enigma Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, man, the one thing that really is uncomfortable to look at is the fact that Kizuna, when they decide to stop their momentum, they stop it in the middle of the site, right? Like, how not everybody likes to do that. It doesn't make me feel very good. I feel extremely angsty having like 3-4 members sometimes standing in front of Market and be like, it's fine, it's okay.
Yep.
There's one in backside and the other one's in like CT. We got nothing to worry about.
I mean, I guess with randos, you usually have, you know, collapse happening when you do not fully execute a site. And we see that so often, but they are so comfortable within their skin. I wouldn't think how I can do that.
Probably more hours in the range, but this is quite the game that we have on our hands. Both sides trying to really change the way. I wouldn't even say it's a game of rock, paper, scissors at this point, right? They both have a very similar strategy that it just... wow. Okay. All right. You're just going to beat me on RPS just like that? Okay, fair enough.
Similar strategies, I think it works at times, but you have to keep doing it.
You have to have an ungodly level of commitment to one particular position, right? We'll see how ungodly it's going to be with Kizuna at 13. Enigma at 12. Kizuna at match points so far, but it can be equalized. In terms of how they're going to play it out, I don't know. We haven't seen a default just yet.
I don't think defaults are in question here, especially when so much is in stake. You already made it this far, 12 and 13. Just gotta really equalize it and then bring one more point for EG. For Kizuna, though, they're looking to risk it all. Shinsei with the operator.
The knife is gonna get the information about Omen by Tree's side. They're gonna rotate on over because if Omen is going to be there, the only person who's usually by his side is either KO, who has to work on the opposite side of the map, or it's going to be Jet. So they can kind of piece together that maybe 2 or 3 members should be on A and 1 in Market. It's very, very likely that they can get this off. In the meantime, Guaranteed that there's no lurks. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. EG, classic A hit.
Classic A hit. Does a knife scan anything? I think it does.
They have a bit of information. Okay, gets rid of the drone. The time, they're running out of time though. They have to commit to this. If they try to rotate now, there's just nothing that they could do unless if they were in catwalk, but they could spam through the smoke. Is this an oh my god Touch Bunny moment once more? No! They don't get to see the spray is already inside. 2 for 2 trade so far, but then on top the generator has done God's work already. They've made plenty of space. 3v3. Plant already down. Post planting so far.
Here.
Kizuna, they haven't been winning too many of these post-plant rounds. A lot of pressure is building up here as they hear the shots coming in from that operator, getting rid of utils one by one. Divine, an off angle, trying to take him out. Play safe, get punished as Zan and Divine take away the round.
There you go. I mean, certain times you can say that's a switch up on the side of EG and their own strategies, but then you can say it's the same thing as well. Because they stalled towards the end of the very round 24, 23, about there.
And once again, back down, equalize. This is your first time checking out what an overtime is like. They need 2 wins in a row. Very similar to volleyball in that case. I'm thinking, how else is Kizuna really going to change up their attacks, right? I feel like they've got the formula for their initial attack. It's just the defense and getting that post plant and working on those post plants has been the biggest trouble for them.
Absolutely. I think with that said, it's just the slightest bit, I think for both sides. With that being said, Zan once again manages to finish out Shinsei out in the mid. They're going to take down the initial Duelist. Seems like a deja vu.
Yeah, I mean, Zan has been winning out the majority of these trades, especially when he's on the defensive side. Yuna, on the other hand, the Duelist already down. You can see them getting even more aggressive. They knew that flaring was there, and he didn't want to TP out. Gets punished for it regardless. Now the rest of the members are going to be coming through as they've snuck on out from catwalk side to get onto A, knowing that KO has pushed out far into A main. They're going to bring it 4v3. They need to start clearing out their backs first.
I mean, that said, though, they have to send 2 members just to try to make sure that Divine is taken down. There are no smokes for the rest of the teams, both sides. Divine managed to find 1. Right after that, it's going to be the timing of the flash comes right in the nick of time. And Divine and Zan are going to be just finishing off the rest of the team of Kizuna.
Nicely done. Nicely done coming in from EG once again, as they are more defensive-oriented and have won more rounds on the defense than they have on the attack. It's just history repeating itself over and over again. And this is, honestly, unless somebody is able to make the breakout play, I don't think that the stalemate is changing anytime soon.
Oh, man. It does seem that way. It's rubber banding back and forth. We just really need someone to make one of those decisions that changes everything or clutch it out. It could be one of those situations again. I mean, Bleed and X-Time, we saw it earlier. We did Ascent as well. It could very much be repetitive in Enigma and Kizuna.
I suppose so, but there are also other options that they could do, right? Because so far they've kind of messed with each other in terms of their timings. They've conditioned each other so very much. They need to start breaking out of that habit. And I think, especially for Kizuna, the early rounds of overtime, those hard pushes have worked out very successfully. But defense, post plants, not exactly the best in the world. EG, we know for a fact that they are more defensive oriented, but when it comes down to just hard, fast rushes, they are a little bit weaker. So they need to either figure out the initial problem or try to combine the best of both worlds.
With that said, though, Shinsei does pick up the operator once again. I think he's out for blood. Hopefully this time he does manage to take down Zan, which it has been the pattern actually. Whoever is in the defending Duelist does manage to find the attacking one. Oh, Zan's actually doing it. Kind of showing him, take a picture of your own books and showing you how it's done.
Yep, gets right in towards the side. Oh, and instantly takes out the man standing by stairs. He's going to check lane, sees it. Oh, this time he wins it outside. He's already got 2. He's done all the work he can. Staron gets the initial trade. It's 3v2 as the rest of the members are going to commit on towards the A side. The attackers have found it and changed it up. Talking about the best of both worlds. Go on the attack, but split it up 2-3.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. They finally perfected the formula. Have Zan become the distraction, and now they have A side. Flaring, though, is not going to give it out a fight. Arthur's going to be taken down. And now Divine is really dangerously low.
Can he clutch this, though? Can he clutch this? Is there any more utils? No, nothing left except for just the Molly, and Divine is put down to at least 20 HP. However, Frey, he's deep by generator side. The first nano swarm comes out. Oh, drops it! But the timing could not have been better. Frey catches him as soon as he hear that smoke come out.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have Enigma Gaming taking the first map off of Kizuna. 1-0 currently out of the best of 3 in Ascent.
I think for both of these teams, you know, they're very aware of what exactly isn't working out for them, but also there's just not enough time to really kind of turn things around. And I feel like for Enigma, it's a little bit easier for them because they're just spreading out their resources a little bit better.
Right, and I just want to point this out. We had a technical pause, which they're not allowed to pause between the overtime. So having that could have just given them the extra 10 seconds they need to really formulate a plan.
You know, obviously in my potato brain, every single time I hear like either technical pause or just a general timeout, you look at your teammates and you're like, guys, what's going on? What are we doing, guys? Like every 5 stack ever.
And then Zan goes like, let me fight. Let me cook.
I got this. Trust me, I got this. I'm going to do it this time. Okay, last time was just luck. Every 5 stack ever. But yes, throughout this match, it has been just this unmovable object versus this unstoppable force that has some very weird timings on their particular attack. And I think that's why Kizuna are very unique in that way. But Enigma, because of the fact that they play slower, the fact that they wait for Kizuna to make that very first move, that's what gives them the options.
Yeah. All of these adjustments that they made between the whole entire map that they played on Ascent, I think it's been phenomenal to say the least. And also the conditioning and the reads that they've been getting on each other, bringing it all the way to, I think, round number 29, 30? I can't do math here.
Don't worry about it. I'm very dyslexic. I would like to read it for you, but I can't. So let's just avoid that for now. Don't put me in that position, please and thank you. But between the two, Shinsei and as well as Zen, I would say that Zan has been finding a lot more success. Shinsei, there are some overheat moments. For an example, getting into spawn, what was he hoping for there? I do feel like the panic button was hit there at that particular time.
I mean, it's kind of a do or die, right? I mean, the thing with Duelist is if your team isn't doing anything, then you start getting the pressure. I am the Duelist. I need to make the entry point. And that happens from time to time. With that being said, 13-15 with EG taking the win. 17 first kills on the entire EG. If that doesn't show how much of a fighting spirit they have, I have no idea what was going to tell you that.
Hey, look, they tried their best, right? Yep. 28 rounds later, EG still comes up on top, but there's some very clear issues that need to be addressed. And I think even for Kizuna, it is solvable, right? Solving your post plans isn't too difficult overall. It's a lot tougher to be like, we got to execute tighter on the attack because there's just so many things going on. There's overstimulation and more importantly so, just not very clear comms. So hopefully we can see that Kizuna actually, fixes the issue a little bit more coming into the second map.
With that said, though, it does look a little bit grim because this was the map that they won over EG the previous time they fought. And the only reason why I think is because this playstyle that EG usually has, the explosive. You see Zan here being the MVP, a 2-5-4 combat score, and 11 first kills. And that's why within other maps, when you bring Enigma Gaming over there and they just burst into sight where it's split off into 3, for example, like Lotus, maybe Haven, or like even Pro itself, when you have like mid as a priority, it gets so hard to defend.
Yeah, I mean, the anchors have been doing so well on the defensive side, but Zan just opens up so much space by himself half the time, right? The supporting cast only start coming through after that first kill most of the times, or even if they help him get that first kill, the second and third ones just come out of his hands regardless.
Yep. With that said, though, we are going into Lotus as the next map, which is picked out by EG. So this is actually, I believe, was Kizuna's map that's been stolen by them. And I cannot wait to see after the break that we have when their mentality reset, how they're going to go into the next round.
Or if not, they get even more aggressive. And that's what I think is going to happen, Very different opinions here. Only one of us can be correct, but let's find out right after this break.
Hi everyone, my name is Titus. My in-game name is Tyron. My role is the IGL and the main initiator, and I play for Enigma Gaming. I'm the IGL for Enigma Gaming because I'm very vocal and I'm good at solving problems, and also I'm good at coordinating the team together. One fun fact about our team is that we like to play unrated when we are done with practice, and we like to play each other's roles to know how it feels like be in each other's shoes and most importantly bond as a team. Enigma Gaming is an Indian organization founded in 2020. Enigma Gaming wanted to venture into other regions for a shot at ascension in the 2023 VCT circuit. And we were lucky enough to be picked up by them last year in December to compete under their banner. Our expectation for Split 2 is definitely to be the first to win all the other teams and make it to Ascension. In Split 1, we lost to LVR, X10 and Bleed. However, in Split 2, all three of the teams made roster changes, and I believe that we do not need any roster changes to beat them, and I'm not afraid of any other teams in Split 2.
My name is Ingram, my IGN is Frey, and I play for Team Enigma. I'm the sentinel of the team. Siren sounds like an elephant before matches because his nose is always blocked and he has to clear it, and it's really funny to hear it. I've known Nathan since 2018 and we know each other very well, and I think it helps a lot in a team environment game such like this. Probably not from any other region, but I want to go against Bikini Bottom Prata House because they are our friends and I think it will be pretty good.
Hello, my name is Arsen. I'm the controller player from Enigma Gaming. He is actually a very funny person if you know him out of game. Like when we watch Twitch and stuff, he likes to crack really funny jokes. We like to play unrated together and try different agents and just have fun and throw around in general.
Hello, my name is Dan. I'm from Malaysia and I'm currently playing Duelist for Enigma Gaming. Fun fact about Divine is he's one of the sharpest players I know, but one of his few flaws is definitely how he keeps flashing me during matches, and that annoys me a lot. Being the best jet in the world.
Hello everyone, I'm Divine from Singapore and I'm representing Enigma Gaming. I am the flex player for the team, so I'll be playing a variety of agents. I think Zen has an introverted personality in real life, but then once he's comfortable, he can be pretty humorous. However, in the game, Zen is a completely different person. He's just an absolute monster and he will just like destroy everyone. I believe Fancy United from Vietnam will make it into Ascension as they have a very unique playstyle and they are incredibly sharp. I think MITH from Thailand will also make it to Ascension as they are very consistent and they make very little mistakes.
Gonna try to line up and scary repositions one instantly. 1, 2, 3.
We'll see what they
A ranked game right now. We're working on timeout, potentially even an ace
into the cosmic divide. Deny vision, but
kill to do. They already breach up onto A.
Spray. Is there gonna be more? Goes for real. That's more. Is it?
Flaring, Poptos gets a hit, gets one more. Flaring with 3.
If you thought the first series was neck to neck, then you have not seen Enigma and Kizuna Gaming just yet. Welcome back, guys. My name is 11A. Together with me is Gideon Q with a VCT MYSG. Also, none of this would be possible with our sponsors. We have Riot Games, TGC, One Esports, as well as Astro Arena Channel 2.
Hello to everybody watching from Channel 2. And this point of time, the current score is in favor of Enigma, and they might be able to close this out against Kizuna despite going into overtime. Now that we're moving on to our next map. But first, the agent select. Let's see the composition so far, because once again, this is going to be Kizuna's pick of the map, and it looks like, yep, it's going to be EG on the defense.
Oh, it's going to be Lotus as well. So Lotus is pretty interesting. I heard you dreading it a little bit just now.
Oh yeah, I was.
Do you play a lot of Lotus?
I hate Lotus. I'll be honest with you. I really hate Lotus because let's just say that I'm very short-sighted, so my monitor literally has to be in front of me in certain angles. It's not fun. It's not fun.
Oh,
It's
man.
been going downhill since then. Looking at the composition so far, yep. Oh, wait a minute.
So the elephant in the room is that Arden is on Harbor.
Double controller. Usually double controllers are going to be very, very useful in these types of maps. I mean, KJ is definitely a must here, able to kind of maintain control over two sides at once, but with at least double controllers, right? You can really slow down your opponents, and particularly with Harbor, who's literally designed to slow people down if you try to push through his smokes.
Yep, definitely. And I think having the double controller and the Killjoy at the same time, then you essentially just have, okay, you put one controller in C, one controller in A, and then you just put the Killjoy in the mid to put in one either alarm or bot, and then you can just play around it. You don't have to really put somebody at B side. You can just play in reaction if there was an attack coming into B.
And that's the thing. Harbor gives you this level of flexibility that Viper doesn't, right? Viper is just like, oh, I got my lineups, you know, that's pretty cool and such. However, that big wall, the Viper wall, can't be repositioned compared to something like the Cascade, where you can literally free draw on the map.
Yep, man. Just shout out to the new Harbor icon over there. Looking real handsome over there, hey?
Looking too good for my liking. Definitely feeling a little emasculated, but that's fine, that's fine. Looking at Kizuna so far, we expect them to be very aggressive on this attacking side with double initiators to make it work. Yeah. Oh wait, sorry, no, double controllers to make it work, not double initiators. I saw that wrong. But it's all going to be up to Shinsei, right? Shinsei versus Zan. This has been the story time and time again.
Time and time again. We do have Flaring that's playing a different type of controller, although it is double controller. It's more of these kind of smoke situations, so he's already smoking off A side just to get some of that possession, but unfortunately lost it out as Zan is the one being the one of contest here.
Look at them, Kizuna. They have to make a choice right now when they decided we're going to go straight into C. As they start pushing on through, it's great that they have control over the side because they were losing space, and Frey ends up finding one. Bryce and Flaring find their own ones, and now bringing it 3v3 so far. EG, after all that work angling them out, they still lost the sight. Shinsei ends up getting taken out. Flaring is able to find Thyra in a trade. He's got 4 shots to make this work. 2v2, not going to take it in the time to reload. Ends up getting a headshot unconditionally, but the trade comes on, boiling it down to a 1v1. Keep in mind, that is 50 HP.
50 HP, 97 on the side of Flaring. There is one smoke within his disposal, though. Time is coming down to a wire here, 15 seconds. And Zan, he is not budging one bit. He knows he is going to plant
10 seconds left.
Oh, taking his time. Finally, the plant is going to come on through. He's been holding this off for a very, very long time to try and spark some kind of movement, some kind of sound from Enigma Gaming. Oh, that was close. Almost connecting. Still in 97. Let's keep that in mind. HP getting a little low. He wants to get nice and close, but he doesn't want to get too close. And his head is available. How does he do it? How does he do it?
He puts his hand up and just to celebrate a little bit, but it's like, I done the better. Wow. And the fact that we had Flaring actually be so aware that Zan is usually one to push these smokes, holding out, but Zan's like, hey, there's a corner over here. I'm gonna play around that.
He is just playing around that each and every time. I don't know whether this has been consistent or not, but every time I've seen him on his player cams, he's just like, I win the round, I scratch my head. Like, that is guaranteed. If one of those things happen, he's definitely gonna scratch his head.
Honestly, if you can give Zan a title, I would say he's the closest to hacking.
Whoa, that's a bold claim here. You know what? If he does it in this round, if he absolutely shreds through, and I think this is the perfect round to do exactly that, then I might just believe you. But with a Spectre, it's kind of difficult. You will be able to chain kills, but not as cleanly as I was hoping for. In the meantime, Kizuna, splitting up. They're doing a BC split here. The rest of EG members, especially from A, have already pushed out to gain all that space, but don't get much information, right? Viper is making sure... Viper from from Kizuna is making sure that the flank is going to be clear despite having the bot sentry there.
Wave crashing.
Very interesting. I think it's also a kind of a bitter taste from the previous round. We had Zan actually push it all the way out, and he is ready for it, especially since he has a Sheriff. He really wants to get those holds within his benefit.
Yep, and Shinsei is able to walk through the mollies, but he's walked through basically everything. Frey is able to get in on Riza and Shinsei as they shut down the attack. Now they're going to give up the site, letting them get on into it. They're realizing that a lot of angles are not safe. And Styron does find his one. Flaring finds one of his own, but with a headshot, he's going to be able to get the gun for himself, but it really doesn't matter here. Oh, Kimmy, actually, wait, this might be a turnaround 3v2 here, as Kimmy has already found that one headshot. Can he get the second one on top? Styron here? Nope. Finds second, and as well as the third, closing out the round with 4 full kills.
Styron doesn't even pre-fire, he just checks it full on. Knowing that Kimmy has a sheriff, he is not afraid of anything. With that being said, though, once again, Kizuna did the awkward situation where they just held up in the middle of the site.
Yeah, they do that very often, but I will say this one at least has some precedent to it, right? You could tell that EG, a lot of the mollies were just laid out to slow down this push, and you can even tell from Shinsei's perspective, this is like, okay, walk for it, okay, I'm stuck here.
The visibility was scarce as well.
Yeah, it's just, you can't do much about it. They might need to think of a way to actually handle it by going to a different side of the map, probably A this time, because so far, EG has been putting 2 members there consistently, and finding the kill on towards Bryce through the Rip Tide. They slowly pull backwards. Now Kizuna looking for an opening somewhere.
Did he see him?
I don't know. I don't think he did.
There's no way he didn't see him, because he's just firing at the right area.
If he gets a kill, I am just pushing the goalpost further and further. Trailblazer is going to be coming out to get the info. Riza finds Frey straight away. Oh, and that's great. Wanted to look, push out. Nope, going to instantly punish you, bringing it down to a 4v4. But Kizuna's running out of time with less than a minute to get on top of the site and get the spike down. You can see that EG starting to get a bit aggressive here, making sure that mid doesn't push out, but A and as well as C getting a little angsty, trying to go for these dry peaks to see if there's any info. They see B. With paranoia, Zan's going to try and get him. Nope. Tailwind's out of there. Does not want to be part of that fight. Let them plant the spike. There's 30 seconds left. The majority of his members still alive. They can attack them on 2 fronts.
And with that, with Zan just actually tailwinding out, it kind of leaves Kizuna hanging. We don't exactly get a kill. We don't get a pick off. Now we have to force to make ourselves some space. They do push out and find Divine, but right next to them is Zan. Just stalling a little bit for the rest of his teammates to come through. Shinsei and Kimmy's gonna find one for himself. And Arten taking down Kimmy at the same time.
Really nicely done. Kizuna might be able to win this round here, especially since they've got the rifles, but it's quite the expensive round, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, does win Shinsei out. Nicely done here. They're able to finally pull around for themselves as expected, but it did cost them quite a bit.
Yep, 3 members being taken down, so that means 3 members who has to rebuy. EG though looking to be pretty okay. We do have the AWP being picked up by Zan. He usually does play the A, might switch around considering that Kizuna is avoiding him like the plague.
Exactly, right? And considering that Kizuna are like, okay, see, annoying, way too many mollies, let's try and hit a site that doesn't have as many defenders. EG are responding accordingly, right? They're moving both their people who could slow down these pushes on towards the A site.
Toxins going up. Oh, A site actually might be the site that's being executed. In question and open for business if Kizuna managed to just creep up a little bit more. So the Riki is actually right. Whether they can execute is a different question.
The second thing that's pretty incredible here is the fact that Sky was waiting by C through a bit of util, and Kizuna made the EG made the hard read that they were going to move towards it because the fact that it's an initiator. Without if initiator's by herself, it doesn't make any sense. This fake is looking really, really nice. Kizuna already got the spike. Oh wait, no, they did not commit fully to the spike plant either. Are they going to back out here? What's the plan? They're hoping to find some kills. They find Frey. Now the plant is going to get on down. They see the lurk coming in. Divine, he's already in by Hut side. He's got to be careful if Drop ends up dying from Drop regardless. Now it's all up to Arden against a 4. Shinsei is getting the kills that he's looking for.
Now, man, Kizuna just doing Kizuna things. Pulling down in the middle of sight without the plan is just something they're used to doing.
They really are just stretching the time as much as they possibly can.
I'm not sure what the initial thought is. Is it whether to cool down or like maybe we want our signature ability to come back online? Could be all this at the same time, but regardless, it's working for them.
I suppose. Maybe we missed out an ultimate somewhere here. It's hard to check right now, but until this round is over, waiting for the spike to actually blow, we're going to see that Kizuna they are happy to take the win. They will even it out 2-2 so far, and taking minimal losses on this round.
Yep. With that being said, I would like to just claim out there, since Gideon does not like Lotus, I love it. So
Why? Why do you love Lotus?
Number one, it's a happy color. It's not pearl, where it's just gloomy everywhere.
That's the benchmark we're setting here?
Yes, sir.
Oh, man. I mean, Bind's a really bright map, too, if you're being specific.
I mean, do you like playing in Icebox?
Do I like playing in Icebox? Actually, I kind of like playing in
It's
Icebox.
a monotone color.
It's not. It's a cool color, like literal cool color. But here we go. Zan once again pushing up very aggressively, tries to get in. He realizes he didn't go back into his base. He went right out in the open, too blind. Can't see much going on as Kimmy picks up his orb and drops it further down as they continue to aggress forward here. However, they are not cracking open the tunnel just yet. Here comes the cascade to slow them down. They also open the doors towards tree, but nobody actually pushes on through it. There could be a read here, but we'll see. The flank is already covered by the sentry drone, so it should be fine.
Kizuna stall once again. We gotta coin this, man.
I like the moniker, the Kizuna stall.
The Kizuna stall. Welcome to the stall of Kizuna.
Anytime, anywhere. We just pop up, and next thing you know, you're gone. Now, Kinsei already onto the side there, getting the plant down. With the majority of the members coming in from AG already on Heaven's side. Also, do they know that the lurker is coming? Not just yet.
It's gonna pop the alarm bot, I believe. Shinsei gonna take down Frey though. And Arthur's gonna find Bryce, so that means no more flank watch. And we have Styron here on free reign.
That is a little unfortunate because they don't know that Styron is here because all the util is just deactivated as soon as Bryce died. Now Styron gets another free kill. If he's able to get one more, then I think it's like, okay, guys, you got to be aware about this, right? He shouldn't be able to get any more. Oh, it was getting a little close there, but at least he was looking towards his opponent and he knew that he was going to be there.
The timing though, it's like Styron just say, hey guys, I can't go in. There's an alarm bot here. Oh, don't worry, I'll fix it.
Problem solved. I just have to turn something off and just leave it there. Don't turn it back on. It's fine. I already turned it off. No. Just keep it off. Just keep it off.
That said, though, we have Kizuna taking one more point off of that. Not the best, but at least they did manage to get some picks out of it.
Yeah, I think as of right now, Enigma have been trying to get a little aggressive on this A side. I think they had the right idea towards C. However, they are, again, the map is big enough for the Kizuna stall to be effective, right? To be able to stall right out in the open and without any way to recheck the same information, without having to cost yourself util, you have to dry peek it.
Absolutely. Oh, but Shinsei manages to be the victor out of his skirmish with Frey.
First contact already hit. Trailblazers going to be walking on through. They see one on upper. They're going to flash through it and push through the Viper wall as far as possible as they also drop down the pit to ensure victory of this round. Shorty's such an effective, cost-efficient gun. Got smokes? No problem. I got shotgun.
Taking off his smoke there. Flaring smoke dissipates. They have a Viper Spit to play around though, so absolutely no problem whatsoever.
Yeah, it's so very good. Arten's gonna be the— oh no! He checks it! But they do get the trade. Tyron is trying his best here, trying to keep him off this spike. Oh, through the smoke, gets one. Nicely done. Doesn't realize that one might be a little bit closer on the right. He's gonna be following. Oh my goodness. Follows the ult, cleans up the rest of them. Divine, and oh no, he's able to stop him just in time. Quickly swings out once again and flaring. Secures the round, playing defensively. You can definitely see the relief on his face as he looks at the other team members like, guys, slow down just a little bit. just a wee bit.
Absolute bloodbath there on both sides. Both sides had their own merits as well on the way that they played. So you can see it really came down to just a slightest edge.
It really does. And I think, you know, Flaring being one of the experienced team members on the side of Kizuna needs to start working together with the team to kind of put him on a leash at this point, right? Because these post plants have costed them one map already. You don't want that to bleed over into the second, especially on a map like Lotus.
It's gonna be one of those situations where EG is not able to purchase fully. They have to play off of these shotguns as well as Sheriffs, but they've made it work before. I'm sure they can do it again.
Yeah, they might be able to get another good win on an eco round. Let's find out how they're going to do this because they know that tight angles could be a bit difficult. If they bought a bunch of vandals, it would have been different. But in this case, they're going to start pressing their advantage in towards you, nice and close. So even if you do have that Sheriff, you don't have the rate of fire to make it work. Arden gets 2, Styron as well. Despite all that has happened, it's KZ who's looking to trade, but Styron is still alive despite it all. And now Kimmy finding the duel of a lifetime all by himself against Arden and Styron. Both have Vandals in hand. This could be really, really bad here. The timing was not good. Kimmy isolates the fight, brings it down to a 1v1 against Arden. He still has the Cove. He still has 2 Riptides ready to go. But Arden patiently waits, hugs the wall, and gets the thrifty.
MVP of that round. Definitely Arden getting the initial pick, picking up that gun, and then just running away with it. And then finally, even being the last one standing to put an end towards Kimmy's reign.
Disgustingly good. Disgustingly good. Oh boy, this is now being pulled back in favor of Enigma Gaming, right? They have... Do they have a broken fight? No, they do not. They do have Blade Storm. They will get that early. However, a couple of light shields ain't going to hurt.
Yeah, it ain't going to hurt. They also have the lockdown if they want to utilize it. The only issue is when you are on the attackers, it's a bit hard to find a good placement for it, without it being in threat of just getting pushed by progression. Absolutely, and I think, you know, some of the best places can be towards B, even arguably even towards H by tree, but even then, you're not exactly covering the entire space like you can on C and B. So we'll see how this is going to be played out, as Kizuna have plenty of options with the amount of ults that they have. This pit, Shinsei able to find that kill. They completely zoned Kizuna off of C, completely deterred them as the Viper pit has already spilled out towards the mound. They can even get aggressive here, Bryce. He does find it. He's going to drop down the lockdown, covering the entirety of B. That means, unfortunately for EG, they're just going to have to wait it out. This is probably one of the most optimal positions for the lockdown. Going to be utilized here, even paired with flaring smoke, just to ensure double safety. But if this has happened before, at least EG, they know, okay, we can't exactly fight so close, but look at them. They're making such a huge U-turn to come from the other side of the attacker spot. Now we have a 1-for-1 trade. Bryce is going to be taken down, and Kimmy goes down as well. Suddenly it looks pretty good for EG.
Oh, it's looking very good. Zed, tries to get away, but gets blinded and can't do much. It's 2v2. They know that they're coming from the flank. Flaring is going to drop down the Paranoid to buy the extra bit of time. He does have his ultimate if he really wants to utilize it, but there's no reason to. He can save it for a different day, as the man, the myth, the legend, secures the round. Riza to support his back. Really good flashes.
Suddenly it looks as though Kizuna's best bet is a B push.
Yeah, they've definitely changed it up, right? I mean, EG know for a fact that C is going to be their comfort zone. A, it has been a little 50-50 for both sides, but B consistently being won by Kizuna so far, 2-1 based on the number of times they've attacked.
EG though, they don't exactly have the creds once again. It's, oh man, it's not looking very good. It's been, okay, we get to buy, we lose, and suddenly we're scraping the bottom of the barrel once again.
Yeah, there's nothing, I mean, that's just the way the economy works, right? Maybe you win some rounds and you don't have to worry about that problem. I'm giving that Asian parent mentality. How about you just win?
Yeah, it's not that hard.
Are you losing? Get some kills. Simple, difficult questions with simple answers. Styron's going to walk out. Does notice the bot. There could be a potential that KJ is around, and his suspicion is right. He just doesn't see him just yet, as the Cascade is going to cut A right in half, especially from the aggressor's side. Kizuna will open up the door to get into tree. Doesn't notice that just yet, as the Viper wall is coming out. Do some, at least they're checking it. They want to fight, and they find it. Divine immediately finds one. His aim is getting crisper by the second as Riza finds Frey. And without that KJ, they can't slow them down to this push. They could look to re-aggress as the SK comes out once more, but Kizuna have already put their attention towards that B. They're good try, but with no flashes whatsoever, they just dry walk through the wall.
Plans coming in once again. It's going to be a B site open for operations here. Riza's really close, but this time, EG's, yeah, they're looking to just respawn directly. Oh.
They want to commit. Oh, anti-flash. Really nicely done by Riza. Well played by Kizuna. Having one ready to look at, and one by anti-flash. They secure. Oh, I was about to say they secure the round. They might not actually get it. Divine getting even more crispy, but no, the pre-fire. The pre-fire. Oh my goodness. After seeing that flaring, it's like, you know what? Just stick to the pre-fire, man. I don't need to go further than that.
Flaring actually breathed a sigh of relief so strong, I could feel it from here.
Oh boy. I mean, you gotta admit, like, Divine was kind of popping off there. Like, he was about to make the play of a lifetime if he was able to take out flaring too.
But that's it, you know, sometimes you overheat, you get the 4K, 5K, give me the ace, give me the ace.
He wanted it bad. He wanted it so bad. I mean, the thing is that when you have your time basically cut down to half with a spike almost about to get out of range from actually defusing, and not to mention for the fact that we are seeing he's already gotten 3 kills. Getting the 4th kill didn't seem too hard considering that the 3 other kills were so crisp, so clean. It's like no margin for error whatsoever. Like, go ahead, King, overheat. You should have gotten that if it wasn't for flaring and his pre-firing tactics.
There we have Gideon being an Asian parent once again. You should have gotten that.
No, I think I would be a very cruel Asian parent. Oh, you slow at running? How about run faster? This does not reflect my actual parenting, but I will say it is a funny thought.
I am absolutely, I have no comeback to that. Good for you.
yes. To every Asian parent out there is like, there's not supposed to be a comeback. It's the best thing.
You talk back to me?
Yeah, no. That's gonna kill me. That's gonna really crack me up, and I don't think I'll be able to recover from that emotional damage. Kizuna gonna be walking out once again to make this A hit happen, but they're taking they're changing the tempo of it. Shinsei takes a couple of shots first, but will aggress to the right side. They do notice the Omen smoke on the enemy side. It's gonna block them off. Don't have line of sight. Can't really do much about it. They're gonna move on backwards as we see the aggression coming out from EG on the opposite side. Sky and Jet working together.
Slow, steady. Zan actually pushed all the way out. If they do decide to go for a C rotate, though, they're going to be punished heavily. Slightest bit. Oh, no. The Trailblazer is going to just smell out the plans of EG.
Yep, sniffing out. Don't know if he noticed the operator, but it does mean that they are going to commit hard on this A site. Going to be popping the Sky Ult as well. Full initiation here, but the Molly's going to slow them out a little bit. Oh no! Viper was not able to get all her Mollies down, but Frey is still holding out the side as hard as he can. Riza is able to trade him out as 4v3 as the rest of the defenders. 1 in the flank, 2 coming up from heaven.
He's gonna just fly her over there, but Artemis shifts into safety. One more actual flank coming in from Divine. Flaring is gonna find Zando with the updraft. It does not matter.
Yep, Flaring, he's feeling himself right now. He's getting some very good reads. Doesn't want to be in that clutch situation again, so he's gonna take as many kills as he possibly can. Kimmy watching that flank here. He doesn't want to give this kill over to Divine, but Spike is about to explode. And Ayrton on the opposite side. It's a guess. It's a 50-50 guess who has the operator here, and at least they know exactly where it is.
Ruiza might actually want to play with him. Oh, doesn't quite get him.
One more time. One more time.
Again.
Oh, Divine is able to get it, and they give the entire round. Oh man, despite winning the round, they give their entire economy over to EG. Oh, at least they have creds, right? Yeah, they got creds. They got creds. They can buy for their friends.
I think Frey just has to go for the Guardian, and Styron may opt for the Spectre along with Arts, and the Reckoning is available. Could be really good, especially if it is like a close site, such as B or C, where it can reveal so much information off of Kizuna Esports if they are retaking, of course.
Oh. Did you say Guardian here? Oh, yes, I do see the Guardian coming out from Frey. Let's see if he's able to wreak havoc like we've been seeing plenty of Guardian players do so far. That was close. A good jumping, but able to pull back just in time. But Zan is very aware that Shinsei is going to start aggressing. He has the same habits too. One of the same person, but only one body can win this time round. Kizuna, now without Shinsei, they don't have their entry fragger available to them. They could look to re-aggress back to A based on how the previous rounds have been working out for them.
So, once again, you called it. Regressing into A. Just gonna take a little control of Rubble. We're gonna play a little bit of a stall situation here, creeping up slowly.
Oh, that didn't... I don't think that revealed him. Okay, that's great. That's great. So they don't expect this to actually be happening here. So they wait first, but no, the foot comes out, but Divine is able to take out 2. He is feeling so... Dude, Divine is really feeling himself. It feels like he woke up a little dizzy today, but after game number 1, he's like, okay, I'm sick of this. I need to make a difference here.
Absolutely. I think Divine's the one that really pops off, especially from the last round itself. With the KO, I think it goes to show that he is ready to play. That with the close operator does not matter. It doesn't even swap to his pistol.
Yep. 1 bullet in a dream, but he's gonna make it work. Oh, Frey is able to do it. Oh my goodness. Moments before disaster right there, but you got a teammates to keep you company. There's nothing to worry about here.
Anime battle right there.
Anime battle indeed. Kizuna gonna call for the timeout. That is a good call here. Considering that they are in the lead, they need to start adapting their attacks. And it feels like EG have done a very good job at slowing them down each and every time. The post plans have not been as rough as it was in map number 1.
But here begs the question though. This is EG's map pick, and they are at least 3 points below Kizuna. It's going to be the final round. The best case scenario, they get the closest with the guns and the operator as well within their hands, and with the ultimates including, and then bring it over to a 5-7. Worst case is going to be 4-8, which is also not too bad because, mind you, when they do pick the map, the enemy picks the side. Could be Kizuna just trying to get advantage off of it.
And we'll see how Kizuna is going to play on the defensive side after this round. I'm hoping to see that EG, they start warming up their hands here. That, like, they really need to start hitting these sites extremely hard because there's just not enough time to get, like, big rotations from A all the way to C unless you're prepared for it. The most you can get is into B.
Absolutely. I think one thing that Kizuna is doing really well, though, is really finding those opportunities, those mini windows of timing that can catch EG off of mid-rotation.
Yeah, Zahan, he's so dirty. He bought a judge, he's placed it right next to him, so when the time comes, he'll know what to do. The match begins. Let's see how Kizuna is going to handle this if they're trying to break this at least to 8-4. The Seals Trailblazer instantly goes into the storm. The Reckoning comes out as well.
Oh!
Going to stop all the push here. They're forcing them backwards as well. Force the move over into C where all the mollies are laid out. Kimmy, he's going to be dropping down his ultimate, but he knows, he hears the mollies available as well as the alarm bot, even committing towards the lockdown. They for sure want this round.
Definitely gonna utilize every single ability they have to claim it for themselves. Flying's gonna go for the plant. EG side, 4 members alive, but they're spread out all around of entry points of C. Here we have the Defender's Killjoy lockdown also being online.
They're going to hear the door open, right? They're going to open the door, and then the Divine's going to swing out and kill everybody. Nope, they're going to work together. They find one, gets the second as well. Doesn't even start the distraction as he blinds the next opponent. Out by Mound. It looks like Kimmy finds one, gets 2. But if he had a different weapon, he might be able to get a 3. But the Guardian has done its job. Tyron trying to pull on backwards. There's a 1v1 between him and Riza. And Riza, he's going to try and block off line of sight. But the scary part is that he just it out. He's gonna walk up forward. It's already halfway through. He's got the shorty. He's gonna jump into it, but he whiffed it entirely. And they give the round over to Enigma.
Stara doesn't even flinch out of that clutch. He knew exactly what he was doing, placing that poison orb and just situating himself ever so slightly away from him.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there. That's got to be really frustrating because he knew he could have tried to clear it with his regular rifle at head level, maybe a little bit lower, and then tried to go for the run with a shorty or something just to scare him off. But no, he makes no noise. At the very last second, goes for it to try and scare him, but no, nerves of steel just kept the defuse going.
Absolutely, kudos to Styron there. Doesn't exactly play the Viper as much as well. He's flexing into it this time around, so you can really see the initiator heart that he has coming into this. Oh man, they're smiling.
Kind of built different, I'm not going to lie. Kind of built different. But so far, at least Kizuna has that lead, right? It's great that EG was able to get that last round back. Now going into the second half, into the attack, I'm curious to see, right? Kizuna generally weak on the defense and Enigma generally weak on the attack, considering the strengths of both teams.
Absolutely, I think Kizuna at this certain point in time really understood how to play around with EG And mind you, it's not that it's going to be like, okay, we're going to understand how they play as defenders and then attackers. They understand them as a whole because they've been playing at least 2 maps now. They know how they're going to retake, how to attack. With that said, the only difference is how big and wide Lotus is.
Yep. These rotations need to be clean, and these reads, the information needs to be solid here, right? Because we're seeing that the Reckoning, very, very powerful tool at pushing people off or slowing them down. Retakes even more so. And I think that as well, the orb farming here is kind of tough, right?
Yep.
With so much space, you can't just naturally default expecting that maybe 2 or 3 people are waiting on the other end. Like, somebody is going to get punished. You can win 2 out of 3 orbs, but getting 3 out of 3 orbs, you're asking for too much.
Absolutely, and we all know that C mount is always highly contested. Or if not, it's going to be a rubble. So then, with that being said, how are you going to even get these offs?
Well, but you got to figure out who's the person who needs it the most, focus on them, while the rest of the team is going to be doing their work, right?
Yeah. Most of the time it's going to be a first pick off, and as our team is running in, one of these guys just starts, crouching and getting those offs.
just one guy. Everybody else just don't stack on top of him. We don't want to be a collateral damage this time. But let's look at the defensive positions from Kizuna, right? Knowing that seeing Sky and as well as Shinsei together, they also have flaring there too. It looks like they're going to push out of this, right?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to push out of this as well as they might actually use the paranoia, but no, it does not utilize it. Instead, it's just going to be smoked off for A side since the initial sound cues were given.
Oh, that's such a dirty combination, right? You drop down this Riptide slowly moving forward, and then instantly the flash will come directly through it. No time to react to it as well, giving you more than enough information without even giving LOS. Now, very early attack in towards B side. They actually get to creep in. They get rid of it, and now instantly they back off. They could have pushed their advantage forward, but instead they wanted to back off, seeing that their Viper is so deep in A.
It's just the idea they knew. Why is this turret placed here? Oh, it's just a bait for you to turn and just easily tailwind out of it. Am I going to see this time?
If you learn anything from map number 1, whenever they show presence, they're going to re-hit that same side once more. And it looks like they did get the rotation out of Kizuna. And all that's left is just Riza by himself on this side. He does have a flash. He can check it right now if he wants to, but as soon as it's down, he's got nothing left to hold the side. He does see the Cascade already come through. Trailblazer, he hears it. 2 people are already into the side. Trailblazer doesn't notice it. He can push through this Viper smoke. He's got 2. Shinsei's with him, and they go and make it happen. They're running out of time. EG, where are they planning on going? It looks like they're going to transition in towards a B hit.
What is this What is happening? It's been seconds, and they've actually managed to get themselves there. But the faster rotation is true waterfall itself, and it's already a straightaway retake situation. Riza and Fly is going to find one of Divine is going to be the clutch. No, unfortunately, ever so slightly.
Oh, that was about to be his moment. That was about to be his moment once again, but a 2v1 at the very end, very difficult to handle, especially when you only have pistols to work with, and he was running out of ammunition. Round 1 here by Kizuna. Man, it was looking really tough for a second there for Kizuna.
Oh, absolutely. I think the just sudden shift of decisions that EG executed out there was so sudden, so unpredictable. But like I said, Waterfall, it's just a closer link from C towards B, and then straight away they were ready to fight.
Yeah, and they were cutting these timings very, very thin, right? By 40 seconds, you're expecting a team to actually look for that execute at some point in time. It came out, they stalled, and then waited till about like 20 to 18 seconds before trying to pull back out and going in towards that B side. Like, they prepped all of this. Very well done by EG. Very coordinated in that attack.
Oh, San trying to use the sound cue to his advantage. Fredo getting damage all the way at 35 HP.
A little low here. But Frey, he doesn't mind it. Taking the brunt of the bullets so far, especially with the anti-eco that Kizuna has purchased. Doesn't look like they want to get aggressive anytime soon. They know that unfortunately EG will have to run into them whether they like it or not. Execution hasn't started just yet. They're prepping for it. Making the call, synchronizing. Tailwind has been activated, so you know what's happening. He jumps right on in towards that side. Viper, Snakebite, gonna stop from actually walking across into Ben. He doesn't want to be vulnerable here. He only has pistols, so he wants the best situation. As Siren has jumped off, and Frey as well. They've taken some guns and now turning it around here. Looking very, very nice. Rice, Bulldog. Oh, does he get the kill? Looking for an opportunity. Riza with the Trailblazers going to run on through, finds one, but doesn't want to walk into the Viper's pit, knowing that Waterfall could be exposed. With only 2 members left, he's going to try his best, but he is pretty stuck in this corner. Ooh, finds one. Almost gets it. He almost gets the second one. So very close.
And look how damaged all of the members are on EG side. But I have to really give props to Zan over there for not overheating. He actually made it through. The snake bite could have just been a kind of a blessing in disguise. You know, don't push further. But we're still going to look at you just in case, because you are Zan, the man whose aggression has been overpowering. Instead, that allowed Frey as well as Tyrant, I believe, to go all the way through from the other side of C.
I always wonder whether Zan's fingers shake when he has to hold himself back from being aggressive. Like, there could have been a real world where he actually just swings out to take out Bryce there.
I mean, that's why he actually scratches his head.
Oh, maybe that's why. He's like, okay, I gotta calm down, scratch his head real quick. At least my fingers aren't on the mouse, so I can't go and aim. But in the meantime, I think that Kimi does get tagged up a little bit, gets healed up by Riza. Kimi, don't do it, don't do it. Don't need to do it. You've already got the information that you need, and you're already pressed up very far out by Mound, but that orb, it's too dangerous to start picking up.
Brian's gonna heal up Staron. Not sure if they're gonna go for a C because the rest of the members might be going to be all the timing. Oh!
Yep, he sees it and he connects the shot perfectly. Kizuna, though, they have 4 members towards that A side. B is wide open. No utils there, nothing to kind of give them that information. Cascade is going to come out and instantly they've got the site. And without much to worry about as well. Then waiting for somebody to walk on through. Frey gets very, very brave, but gets traded back at the very least by flaring. And making sure trying his best to be unhittable as possible. Tries to spam through the smoke with the help of Arndt. He's able to secure it. Kimi finds one into Divine's side. As now from upper, it's not looking good. They have to win out these fights, but the double swing is just too much for them. Kizuna is able to take a round off of EG once again.
A 50 round as well.
Nothing to win.
Wow, these thrifty rounds, they really shouldn't be getting away with it, but each time they just do.
It's so neck and neck though. I mean, it is 6 and 9. Yes, there is a bit of a gap. But when you talk about it, the moment someone hits match point, suddenly the gears just go into acceleration. Gear number 5, put it all the way to the max. And I don't know, I'm expecting an overtime once again. I don't know about you.
I think that it probably will go into overtime as well, because Enigma now will start to adapt to what exactly was happening on Kizuna's side, right? Maybe they didn't know that 4 was stacked up by A, but they had an idea that somebody in C was actually pushing out, and now they're looking to punish it this time.
It's gonna use a cascade towards their advantage here, as well as the guiding light. Shinsei managed to find one before Zan takes him out. Oh, but Riza comes in, damages are really low, 21 HP.
Dang, Zan's reaction time with that dash. So he doesn't get connected, so he doesn't get hit by the paranoia. He gets topped back off by Divine once more, and somehow Arden died despite Zan being so far up. Trailblazer comes on up. Does he notice him on the left side?
Oh, flaring the timing, but Zan manages to flick it all the way to his head.
Disgustingly good, disgustingly good. They've already regressed so much here. The spike hasn't even been picked up as they slowly back away. Notice in B, they've already got their Killjoy sitting down. Frey is so far up. They've got this site to themselves.
He's just sitting in the middle too. He is not afraid, just in case anybody appears up and upper. Bryce, all the way in the back.
Yeah, just covering, making sure.
Yeah, I think it's just because he has an ability utilized in A in the very case.
Can't leave too far away from it. Doesn't want it to deactivate just in case the lurk might come through. But with that spike already planted down, doesn't need it no longer. We'll have to check every single corner. Doesn't want to make the same mistake as before. Riza plays it well, gets the blind off, imagining that cover is there, but it's a rotating door with one focal point. Bryce able to take back the site for himself. However, this post plant doesn't look very easy to deal with, as Zan is the only person there. He's going to try his best. Yeah, post plant's not going well at all. Kizuna looking real good on the defense now.
I like how both of these teams are actually kind of like advancing from the first time they met. They are taking the map off of each other. Now 6 to 10 is looking a little bit more convincing for the side of Kizuna that they actually went and did their homework, and now they are back and ready to take it from EG.
Yeah, I mean, so far, based on what we've been seeing, 4 rounds in the second half has passed. 3 rounds, all defuses each and every time. They have kind of learned from their previous mistakes in map number 1 and are making sure that these post-plant situations are not in the favor of EG.
I'm actually surprised at the amount of respect both of these teams are giving to each other. I mean, we talk about, we're calling the Kizuna stall, and you know, the fact that no collapse actually gets executed by EG when that is happening shows, you know, how much they respect them. They don't want to run into their face, even if it is towards their advantage. Similarly, for EG, like we're going into the attacking side, Kizuna, they are ready to just retake rather than try to fight that, unless it's very close, like the waterfall situation.
Exactly. But I do feel that Enigma Gaming are finding like cracks in the defense of Kizuna. It's just the post plants that are a little difficult. The cracks, though, are plain and simple to see, and Frey has been sniffing them out each and every time, finding gaps and holes to actually get these plants down.
But that's the thing, right? I mean, when Frey... they usually play this kind of situation where they're like either 2-2-1 or like 2-3. And when Frey manages to get the look off of the initial distraction that Zan and friends created, he is usually the first one there. And when there comes a retake, he's going to be the first one to be taken down.
Yeah, it's making for an awkward point of time, right? Because they need to start readjusting a little bit better towards it. But so far, Kizuna has been the victors in that case. Unless this round, it could be different for the attack. Ooh, aggressive updraft coming up from Zan to get some height, to clear out the right box, spam it real nice and tight. Make sure that they can start walking up to get this orb. Reckoning available for Art now.
They're going to sniff out that there are threats up in C-Mount. Playing really closely here, we have Kimmy as well as Bryce, and they actually have a really good setup because the Nano Swarm is located into Elbow. If they choose to go into it, they can just proc it, or if not, then we have Kimmy potentially peeking out.
Let's see if they do. Viper, a snake bite, going to be coming out early on. Make sure that if anybody tries to push through that smoke, they're going to get punished for it, at the very least.
There you go, Nano Swarm's trying to pop. Might be a bit too early though, prematurely, and Kimmy gets shotgun into his face. But Zang gets taken down at the very least.
Yeah, but a bit of an awkward spot here. There is spaces in between, but the response is sound, as this is going to be a quick push in towards the A side. And this is what I'm talking about. These are these windows and more so these cracks that we see from KZ, especially on the defense.
I mean, with that being said too, the read is getting better and better because EG, they're not going to B, whereas KZ had teammates within that site. Star's gonna find Flamin. It's gonna be a great opening, so now it's gonna be less smokes. Actually, no smokes for the side Kizuna to work around with. Bryce is gonna go for the dry peek here. He does manage to find Artin, and Shinsei finds one as well. 2 left on the side of EG, just Frey and Divine. Oh, Shinsei gets taken down.
2, and now this post line is now looking worse than ever. KZ completely shutting them out. We might be going into a map 3 real soon unless Divine is able to clutch this one out. He's been feeling hot, but he can't deal with a flash.
Almost so close. Bryce actually going down to 5 HP. I think the initial lockdown there just really opened up so much pressure inside of Kizuna, but it could have done more harming than good.
I don't know. It's a little weird how these post plants have been turning up, right? Because we're seeing people like Bryce in drop not dying, despite there being technically 3 people on that side. They could have easily taken him out, and more importantly, so even if he doesn't peek, he's stuck there, right?
Yep.
A single molly probably would have done it. If anybody just double peeked, they would have gotten him as well. So I don't know. It's really tough to say.
I don't know, man. It could be just a situation where they're trying to ego into it. I'm not sure if EG actually used the timeout. Did they?
I don't think so just yet. I think they have one more, if I remember correctly. They did take one in the first half, maybe not in the second half just yet.
Yeah, that's the thing, because economy is not looking as great, and it's already almost match point for Kizuna. There are 3 ultimates on the side of Kizuna, so very much could bring this over very easily and really break the economy of EG here.
Yeah, they don't want that, right? You can definitely tell that they're playing this as calmly as possible, waiting very patiently for these picks. And Shinsei with the operator, and as well as his knives ready to go. We'll see where EG is going to find those cracks again, right? Trailblazer will come out to check on B. They see one. Do they want to ego challenge it? No, they just want the orb. They take it. They're able to farm it back up. 1 Nano Swarm down. Oh! Starrat actually wins that against an operator from Shinsei. A headshot wall bang. Gonna do him justice, finds the second one, and this is what they did. They opened up that site. Now Riza, he could try to slow them down, but all he has is just retake utility. So he just has to move backwards and play slow. The Cove being deployed by Arden to ensure that he gets this spike off.
I think the most convincing entry they've ever had. But Riza, he is not going to give it up for free. And Zan's going to put a knife into his head, though.
Oh, that's really unfortunate there. He was doing a lot of good work here. Now, oh, Zan is able to find it. Now regroups with the rest of his members. Kimmy, the timing could not have been worse there. Kimmy gets 2 so far to boil it down to 1v1. He knows where Frey is. He saw his knees. He saw his knees, but now he's mollied him off. He's gonna have to either push through that molly to actually look back at it. It's going to drop down the sentry, brings it down to half. It's looking good, but he's running out of HP, and this annoying little bot is putting him down to basically nothing. Nicely played from Frey.
Frey, if they actually manage to come back from this, he single-handedly did it for his team. But with that said, it's super expensive.
Very, very expensive indeed. Whoever has to make a rebuy in this case is going to be Arden, who needs all of his util. He's going to be coming in with a little less money than everybody else.
Yep, has to omit the Cove. So, for that being said, no safe planting at the very least. Has to really try to take the whole entire site before they put the plan down.
Yeah. Oh, no. Instead, he
got
switches
it.
out back.
He realizes.
I really want to be safe on this plant, man. Rest of the team gonna slowly move up at the exact same default that they've been doing so far with a lot of success against Kizuna. Although Kizuna, they gotta be really careful. The last time it failed was because they weren't expecting that initial lurk, and Frey instantly dead here. It looks like Kizuna are gonna up the ante. Instead of pushing out a C, they instantly push out a B and then rotate back into C for an opportunity to start fighting them.
Oh, this is such a hard position for Enigma to be in, because every single time they come back and they actually get the round, Kizuna is just 1 match point away, and the economy is, I don't know, man. You're seeing 150 and 0 on the board right there.
Yeah, it's a little, little done for at that point, but doesn't mean that they can't win out these rounds. And I think winning out a round is going to be more important. One step at a time, right?
Yeah, one step at a time.
Round. Slowly fall his way. The alarm bot is going to trigger the paranoia. Doesn't connect against him, but looks like Tree is hard contested, and Bryce is able to win 2 of his duels to shut down the attack, leaving Styron all by himself.
30 seconds.
Styron does manage to find 1, finds 2. He knows that the regroup was actually utilized, so Riza's up close. Play around.
Oh. Is he expecting a fake? No, he has the Viper's Pit, and this is where it gets very dangerous because he's got 13 seconds and not enough time to get this plant off unless somebody's brave. They think he's faking it, but no, now they start swinging back out. It's too late. Flaring is able to get him off.
Wow. This is a nice triad situation there. I like the respect they gave in the beginning, but after that, not so much.
At that point, you just have to go for it, right? You have the members, you have the numbers, more importantly, to make it happen.
Absolutely.
Lockdown available on the defender's side, which is going to be extremely frustrating for the rest of the members of Kizuna. But let's see how they're going to play this one out. It's looking tough. It's looking really, really tough here. No ultimates to work with. Nobody's even remotely close. Maybe Arden, at the very least, he's going to have to farm 2 orbs if he wants to get the Reckoning. But even then, we've seen that the Reckoning hasn't done much, honestly, for EG on this attacking side.
At this current situation, it's going to be throw it all, do or die. But C has been pushed countless of times by EG, and to no avail. Most of the times, just thanks to Kimmy and Bryce holding the very entry point of C.
Yeah, this is what EG did to Kizuna previously, and now they're going to molly them to the ground. He's going to start off with the snake fight into the Nano Swarm. The vulnerability is there, and finally they take out, as Shinsei finds, and with, at the very least, the Odin. Now they're going to be backing off. They know that EG is going to be back here again. We know their battle tactics. They pull away, they give up the space, they reaggress.
Gun here.
It's getting too predictable. Even we can read it.
I mean, we say that because we can see everything, but notice that they're going to... Oh, he's going to stop it through! He gets only 1, but it's going to be Bryce who finds the other 2 as the follow-up. Bryce and Arden try their best, but Arden's going to win out that fight. He's 9 HP. The Cove is going to be useful, but at what cost? He has no way to get his health back up.
Absolutely, unless he has a heal ability, time to use it.
Walls up.
Oh, he's gonna drop down the cascade. He's gonna limit the
even
base.
Defenders win.
Oh, can't do much about that. And that's gonna be GG. Well played. Kizuna is gonna be walking away, evening out the score 1-1. We're going to a decider map.
Decider map, yes indeed. And we are going into Pearl this time. I think that's going to be the interesting one because it's going to be a rematch once again, and it's 13-1 the last time towards Enigma to win.
Oh boy, oh boy. I mean, it is a revenge match no matter what between these two teams with very different problems on either side, but at least it's clear to see that they're adapting it as they play these maps.
Absolutely. I just love the fact that we actually ran 3-for-3 in both series, so we get the full experience of both of these matches. But before anything, let's check out the highlights of what happened earlier.
The same habits that we are seeing from EG is starting to get them punished more often than not. Because, you know, at least on the defensive side, they've started to learn a lot better on how to kind of maintain the pressure, and more importantly so, the post plants.
Absolutely. You look how much utility is being utilized, and towards the advantage as well. I think Kizuna really doubling down on C has been such a smart choice for them, because then it just completely cuts off the opportunity of a C quick push that Zan is so known for. And then if not, it's going to be an A situation. And with that long range you need to cover, it's going to be a little bit easier for them to rotate.
Yeah, and man, I like the way that EG's attacking style is like, the way that they're defaulting. They change it up each and every time, whether it's 2-2-1, sometimes even 1-3-1, and arguably the famous 3-1-1, where they hit fast onto the C side. However, there has been a lot of success sneaking in towards places like B, places like A. Again, it's not that Kizuna's defense is perfect. There are just holes that you can exploit.
Yep, holes you can exploit, but not as fast as they would like to, because Kizuna was able to at least start off a lead when they moved over to the other side of the map. So 13-7, Kizuna wins this, which means we go down to a decider match of Pearl.
Pearl, close quarters, everybody biting shorties. Can't say that I don't miss it.
I mean, that's the thing, right? With Pearl, I almost see it similar to Lotus, so I also can see why it's being picked out. Here we have, though, the MVP of Lotus before we move over to Pearl. It's going to be Bryce as well as Styron. I think Styron, needless to say, has done so much for his team, but Bryce, I talked about this guy just playing the Killjoy, but he does it so very well. You can see he does not move, and when he does, he's playing off contact with his teammates.
He is a literal anchor. Put him in water, never floats. Every single time. And maybe he'll pull somebody down with him, but at the end of the day, he makes sure that this side is safe, and he's always just a complete pain to the attacker's side. Every single time they go on towards it, and especially you pair Bryce with his best friend Kimmy, man, C-side completely off the... you can't even get in. You can't even touch any part of it or get remotely close to the plant spots.
The thing about Bryce is that he actually plays it as a true Sentinel play. He's not like one of those situations where, oh, I came from a Duelist role or controller role, and I'm going to sit here. I can frag out when I want to, because that means he doesn't over-aggress. He's at 266 ACS. He has like 16 kills and actually 16 deaths, but he plays it so well that his team is able to play that kind of Bryce strategy.
As the anchor, I mean, I don't know. I don't have the patience to be a Sentinel, to be that sort of anchor for the team, so it's very hard for me to relate, but I do respect it, because there's so many times where, you know those moments where people are like, unlucky, your opponents are saying, timing.
I can say, I agree. My rank games shows that exactly that. Okay, so guys, so no rank games here. The only game we are seeing is going to be the last game of tonight, which is the decider match between Kizuna as well as Enigma. It's going to be Pearl. We'll see you guys after this break.
Hi, my name is Riza and I'm from Kizuna Esports. My role in the team is Initiator and I'm also the IGL. Fun fact about the team is that we're a bunch of jokesters, so during tight situations, you know when to make jokes so calm the nerves down. But when it's time to get serious, they'll get serious. I'm the IGL because of my cool, calm, collected mindset, so during tournament games, I won't really crack under pressure making a call. We felt really happy qualifying through the relegation bracket into Split 2. It was really intense in the relegation bracket because we lost our first series against the Monks, and we dropped into the lower bracket instantly. And we went triple OT against Team Pass, and everything went smooth right after that series. In Split 1, we didn't perform to what we expected. So coming to Split 2 with two new sidings, Shinsei and Bryce, we are expected to qualify for Ascension.
Hi, my name is Kimi from Kizuna Esports and I'm currently playing Flex. Reza is a super cool, calm and collected player. He's very good at taking calculated risks, which is what I respect. I'm happy to call him my IGL. Flaring is a super funny and well-rounded player. Plays by the percentages super well and I'm happy to call him my teammate. Usually during matches, I just go based on my instincts and whatever my IGL Reza says because I trust him.
Hi, I'm Flaring and I'm the controller player for Kizuna Esports. So, as you all probably already know, Kimi is part of the world-renowned AIM group, Yuki AIM, due to his incredible mechanics. I'm confident he'll be able to showcase his abilities on the main stage. I think the team I'd like to play is probably made in Thailand. I think they're the best team in their region and they won last split. We've always played them a lot in practice and matched up really well, so it would be interesting to see if we got the same results in an official. So I think the most important thing is just to try our best and have fun. Due to the nature of the space we play in, a lot of people talk shit about you, put you down, or just think you're not very good. As long as you believe in yourself and just keep playing, you'll eventually make it.
Hi, I'm Shinsei, and I'm the Duelist for Kizuna. Bryce is like the biggest beta I know. Like, you can be entering into A side and he's still lucky into B and blaming us for like dying at A, or he's like the only one alive after like 1 minute into the game. I always eat 1 cup of Shin Ramen before my matches so that I can carry my useless lurker and drop 30 on the enemies.
Hello, my name is Bryce. I'm the Sentinel lurker for Kizuna Esports. Some of y'all may know me as the Riot Gun Buddy Giver or Gordon Ramsay, but I prefer to call myself the GOAT. I actually brought Shinsei over from my old team LVR to play with me in Kizuna Esports, and he plays the Duelist role. But he's not really putting up Duelist role numbers, and I think honestly I could play a Duelist better if I wanted to. I would say I'm most afraid of LVR, my previous team. They now have a star-studded roster, and I'm most afraid of their Sentinel player diffing me, which is Wisa.
They're going to try to line up. And Scary repositions one instantly, 1, 2, 3.
We'll see how they
A ranked game right now. Oh, we're here on timeout, potentially even an ace
into the Cosmic Divide. Deny visible!
Oh, what Q to do? They already breach up onto A.
Spray! Is there gonna be more? Goes for real. That's more. Is it?
Flaring pops us, gets a hit, gets one more. Flaring with 3.
Welcome back, everybody, here. Ooh, decider map once again. Playoffs is always a time where teams are adapting, changing, and more importantly, performing at their best possible selves, especially since this could be the result of making it into the top 3 after this best of 3, assuming that they win or getting knocked down into the lower brackets here. Once again, welcome everybody. This is VCT MYSG Playoffs. BO3 came number 3 between the two teams, Enigma Gaming and as well as Kizuna. My name is Gideon. This is L, media partner, One Esports, and as well as hello everybody to Astro Arena on channel 2. I am very stressed out. I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking at everybody and they think it's my fault that this game is going on this long. I will make the argument that Kizuna is very adaptive. Yes, I see you in the back there. Yes, they are very adaptive indeed, and I will steal the quote from my friend Mr. Leonard Yolo Lee. Be like water. Just be very adaptable. Fit into any container. Does he say that?
I don't know. You might be just confusing another Asian.
Another Asian? I mean, what's wrong with that? I don't see the issue with that whatsoever. I can't even keep up with it without laughing. I can't even commit to my own bit.
Okay, stop in your tracks, everybody. We're going into Pearl.
All right, going into Pearl, let's look at the composition so far, and it looks like we are going to see the Reyna. Now, this is very, I don't know whether they're going to commit to this Reyna, but I think it's extremely unique, right? Because why would you go for a Reyna when you can go for something like a Jet? And the only thing that comes to mind is the fact that you have options of flashes, and you're able to kind of take those closer fights compared to Jet, where you kind of need some space to dash away.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people actually make that argument because you have the Jet or the Raze to just give you a little bit more of that kind of movement. Yeah, the movement just to either close the gaps in situations like that. But what Zan does really well on the Reyna is that, well, he's already a crack duelist as he is. You know, he gets all those fights. And when you give him an ability to either overheal or to dismiss himself into safety, he can make those split decisions. I mean, you can tell by the way he just rotates his pixel perfect crosshair. He is absolutely able to do that.
Man, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like best of both worlds would probably be the Raze because you're a little bit more flexible with the movement and as well as the air strafing, where unfortunately for someone like Jet, a straight line dash, like that's all you have. That's pretty much all you have, and verticals to really work with.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with that said too, we have Enigma Gaming, who's just been doing really well on Pro so far. They actually went 13 to 1. My bad. 13 to 1. No, not 1 to 13 against Kizuna. The last time they actually met them within the group stages, they won. So hoping to replicate it. And actually seeing them play Pro time and time after again, I think this is one of their best combinations and comps that they have.
I mean, we say that, but then this is quite the repeated history once more, right? I mean, exact same map picks once. Oh! Almost getting it. Zan almost nailing the shot that he needed. Ariza is going to top off the rest of the team, and especially on these pistol rounds, it's very important that the attackers stay very, very healthy since they don't have armor to work with. Now, 3v4 in favor of Kizuna so far, waiting for a potential flank, but they don't see it.
There's a classic Kizuna stall.
Fear my weapons. And once again, the Kizuna stall working out beautifully because they don't even realize what's going on here, right? Nobody's rotating over. They're trying to cover as much ground as possible. One mid, one holding corridor, one holding A main, the next down by sewers, waiting for the right opportunity. And now, Kizuna not going to fall into the same habit as EG. Don't re-aggress on the B site, even though they have it, but will come into contact with Styron. Oh, they see it!
Oh no, this is looking a bit grim for the side of EG now. 4 members against 2. Ray and Arzen have to play the reaction game. They're actually setting up a cross together with the poison but that doesn't do as much as Kimmy and Bryce take them down.
It was a very good idea, but there's just way too many members to actually deal with. And as soon as the cross is revealed, you have to kind of get more aggressive with it. If not, the position is compromised. So well done by Kizuna. They get that first round, and immediately they're buying up.
Yeah, buying up. But the question is whether Enigma Gaming is going to join them. Doesn't quite look like it. But Zan's going to pick up that sheriff, and I really think that Zan playing aggressive there is great. I think just the slight decision of overhealing rather than luring out. Sorry. I'm watching here. Sorry, dismissing out. That's the word. Dismissing out could be the mistake there.
I was going to say consume and start saying random words because I don't remember what it's called. I haven't seen a Reyna in forever at this level of play. Now Trailblazers is going to open up the map a little bit more here. However, we do see that they're able to drop at least the curtain for now.
It's going to be one of those situations where Kizuna is going up close and is sniffed up off his aggressive peek there.
It happens every single time. Somebody is like, okay, I'm gonna just check real quick. I'm gonna check the edge of the Viper smoke, and instantly gets met by 4 crosshairs looking down at him. Cove has already been dropped to make sure that this plant is gonna go off no matter what. Finally, getting the plant off in time. The flank coming a little bit later here. They are going to check it.
I like the fact they're actually playing long a little bit. But there is Arzen. He gets taken down by with Divine. Shinsei, he's actually playing a little bit more aggressive than you would think if you're holding the B main hold.
Yeah, and this flank coming in from Styron, right? It looks like he was about to commit, realizes that there's just a little too much util and way too many people on Kizune's side to actually handle to get an effective flank. He's forced to just back off here, and I think he's just going to let himself die to the bomb. Yeah.
Yeah. I like the fact that the thought process about playing this kind of this attack on Kizuna, just placing the bomb over there and not taking the site itself because you have the weapon advantage. You don't want to pass it over to any of the members of EG, as well as you know you can play the long range.
Yeah, I mean that. And Shinsei is like, I got a Vandal, I can do this, right? Yeah, I can do this. Surely I can. I'm not gonna get punished for this and give my gun over to my opponent, right?
Yeah.
Believable if you're Shinsei. Believable. But now we do see that EG is going to get some guns. And this is where it gets really, really exciting, because once again, we are seeing that Zan is willing to push all the way up past line down in towards B main. On the other hand, we do see Kizuna stacking up, one by mid, the rest by main, and it's a full brawl. Shinsei already taken two, aren't able to fire, but Flaring is able to end this engagement. All three defenders taken out on the A side. A is completely open. Art, they slow down a little bit, but it really doesn't matter. Nobody is here, but they are just making sure that they don't make any silly mistakes.
Picture perfect, and now with the Viper as well as Zan, Reina just alive to retake. This is going to be incredibly difficult. Zan does manage to be the sharpshooter that he says, takes him down. But the rest of the team on Kizuna, they're not biting the bait. They're just going to wait until you hear the sound cue.
Yeah. You already heard the first initial snake bite. Looking for the second one, but Risa, one who takes the first shot. Initially timing, Kimmy goes for the stutter step. Really nicely done. Didn't get too much information off of that first initial flash. Does he have another one? Yeah, no, it'll come back regardless. And it's only Frey. Frey's just going to look to save it, but the rest of the members of Kizuna have successfully won on this attacking round.
That is detrimental. Even if Frey does manage to bring it to the next round, they have to go for a save. And because they do not have the jet, which also provides you that economy value, right? When you have the Blade Storm to play around, it's going to be a bit more expensive. Some of these players are going to forego utility as much as they would like, or they prefer, more comfortable with it. It's going to be a bit difficult for them to come back.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult, as a matter of fact. However, the defense hasn't really changed up too much here, right? Kizuna, they're pushing and pulling. Again, the famous Kizuna stall at this point. I think this is something that everybody needs to keep in mind, right? Because it works both ways. Even if you stall and see, hey, you make your opponent think, hey, I'm going to start rotating early. That is the main idea. Any longer than that, you could be playing into the mind games, right? You're going to have to take the 50-50. If someone pushes up, just like this high tide already coming through, the Cascade has cut this, that dissected the A side so badly by main. It's hard to see as Styron, he's going to push on through. The flash was good, but the bullets did not connect just yet. Shinsei finds him with the shorty. Backing up once more. Feels like the roles have been kind of swapped here between the two.
Right. I mean, even if you compare this to the beginning of the first game of the series, which is like Ascent, suddenly you see a little bit more difference of how they play.
Yeah, like EG is feeling extremely confident. The Reckoning is going to be popped here as Shinsei moves his way into Art, finds the kill into Art. Doesn't know that there's actually a second person ready to come. Then gonna walk up. Right, look here. Ooh, misses. They trade 1 for 1 here. The stinger is good, but it's going to be Bryce who finds the kill onto Zen at the end of the day, leaving Frey all by himself in this 1v3 situation. Second time he's left by himself. Going to be the second time where he's going to try and make this clutch happen. Slowly walking up, expecting multiple people by A main. Hides away, has already made the noise, but will have to push A main regardless of what he does.
We actually managed to tag one. He gets re-tagged from the wall?
Can't really do too much there. I mean, yeah. It's tough. It's a 3v1. He's two hard angles and he has the 180 to look at every single time. You can't expect him to win that at all. EG, on the other hand, at least they've got the Reckoning for themselves.
Yeah, they do have the Reckoning as well as the Empress Online for Zan. So if there is a time for him to pop off, it's going to be this time round. But I do feel sometimes we do put a little bit too much expectations on him. Hopefully you can see the rest of the team as well come online, because it's 0-3 for Styron, 0-3 for Frey, as well as 0-4 for Divine, currently not doing as well as they want to be.
Look, if they're willing to take the risk of picking up Reina, you better put high expectations on the Reina player, because that's her entire goal. Go out, frag out, get as many as you can. As now this time we are seeing a bit of a different variation from Kizuna as they're taking control of double doors here. Bryce realizes the push that's actually happening. He's backing up, he's 11 HP. He says, I don't want to be a part of this, guys. If I have to use a nanoswarm, I will, but I need to be topped off. And that's what they're going to do as they slowly peel backwards. They don't recognize the movements coming out from EG. As you can tell, Enigma Gaming looking towards their spawn site, expecting them to show up. Nobody getting that info by double doors or corridor.
Gonna be a slow and steady movement into B itself. All the way on the other side, B main is gonna be Kimmy. That's gonna be the walls and smoke. Shinsei already into sight, but he gets taken down as soon as he gets in. Kimmy though manages to distract and find Frey. 1-for-1. Starman's going to take one before he goes down himself.
Yep, 3v3 now. Dead even. As the defenders are coming in from the flank as well. Reckoning is going to get popped here. This is where it gets extremely dangerous as Riza already gets a flank on towards Heaven side, knowing that the rest are coming in through main. This is where it gets way too difficult to actually handle. They're putting everything down on the ground, and Bryce still alive, making this post climb basically impossible. But there is hope. Maybe EG could be in on. Could pop the Empress here, but with only 3 people, it just doesn't feel worth it. They don't notice it. The timing is good. Kimmy finds one, gets a, doesn't get the second. Zan actually gets back out. Doesn't get the overheal instead. Doesn't want to pop the Empress regardless. Shorty getting real close. Woohoo! Too late. Walks right into Bryce.
Oh, that's the thing, man. When you are casting Zan, it's going to be a list of actions right after another, and he is so ready, but unfortunately does not have the team members to do so, to retake it. So close, though. But now, forced into a timeout. Zan still with the Empress, but Kret's not looking the best.
Yeah, and I think this is a good time for Enigma Gaming to really sit back and start thinking, right? Are they overheating? What exactly is the issue? Kizuna have recognized that the mid double doors, and especially towards our side, usually isn't hovered around too aggressively. Nobody's going for those early peaks, so they can actually take that space, hold it, and wait for rotations to come out from EG, who's been taking very safe paths half the time.
Absolutely. But I have to give major props to Kizuna. When I think about every single thing that could have gone wrong for EG, it has. They're not exactly winning the fights and the trades that they want to out in the very opening of the either A main or to B main. They are leaving gaps for Kizuna to really exploit. And even with that being said, during the retakes, Kizuna is able to just read off so well of Enigma Gaming.
Yeah, I think they've got a really good feel on Enigma here at Pearl. And it's tough, right? You're 0-5, the momentum is already stacked against you. Unless Enigma Gaming have like a very clear way to actually shape things up. Are they changing? Oh, okay. So once again, they're gonna have their KJ dropping the alarm bot by corridor, but hunkering down on the site regardless. Zero mid control whatsoever as they get very aggressive on the A side.
Cascade is gonna push out a little bit more priority of spacing for the rest of Kizuna here. Look at all the walls. This is cutting through into B. But EG's not relenting, and this could be detrimental for them. Zan gets fired out blindly by Riza.
All right. I mean, when you have a firing line, eventually one of these bullets have to make it happen, Syra. Oh, man, it's really tough for the Marshall. There's nothing much he can really do. But Frey, he finds the one shot. He's standing in the Viper, the snake bite so far. He's taking way too much damage. All of them. The util has already put them down to 50, below 50% HP as they all start dropping down like flies. Broken by can't do much, but this is the time where EG is like, okay, this is why we took the time out. Might as well do it before the eco. That way, we're going to be fresh right off the bat.
But if there's going to be a round to win, it's going to be this one. They're going to purchase everything. If they lose it, this just kind of ensures at least the next 2 rounds is going to be given to Kizuna. We're going to automatically give them 10 points.
Yeah, and that's going to be really rough, especially going into like the second half, and they're the ones who's going to be on the attack. So far, I mean, Kizuna are going to farm as many points on the attacking round while they still can. Who knows what their defense is going to look like.
With that being said, though, it does take a toll on mental. When you get read so hard like this, EG suddenly feels so helpless.
Well, I mean, EG, they adjusted their plan to make sure. Oh no! San ends up dying onto the A main side, and they were the ones who were supposed to get the aggression down. The flashes looked good as well, but nah, it just didn't work out. Very, very unlucky there. Man, how did they lose that gunfight? Did they just? I guess they sprayed through. They had to spray through the flash, right? I mean, Sky was on the opposite side of the map, and especially for EG, they had 3 members, including the Sky, to ensure that they win that fight.
At this certain point in time, it does seem like disrespect thrown onto Zan the same way that he did towards Kizuna back in the Sen. Wherever you go, we're going to address you this time round. Kizuna already making their way into B side. Doesn't matter if you have a turret, doesn't matter if you have nano swarms. None of them are going to touch it. We can play around our code, but Styra's going to find Shinsei at the very least. Flaring is going to come in with the refrag, but they don't even need all the space on B. As soon as they can get the spike down, but they're going to play off the Reckoning. Flaring is going to put the spike. It's still 2v3.
They have to commit to this fight here. Yep, they know that the last is in the flank. Perfectly done here. And that's why the rest of the KZ, as soon as the flank died, they started pressing on in towards the site. And yes, to be fair, they did have to reload their guns. And it was a 50-50 of whether he was going to be up or down. And at the very least, they only lost one man for it. 3 still alive.
Arson, the last man standing. He is at 53, but can't do as much. He already revealed his position. The rest of Kizuna, they're just staring and trying to hunt him down as well. Look at them, they are relentless.
Yep, he's going to take his time with this. He can basically be anywhere on this map. And let's see whether or not Kizuna actually find him. Are they going to track him in through spawn? Do you think he goes through mid? Yep, they do. That's going to be one. Only good for one that time. Maybe getting the second one, but the jumping.
0-7, who would have thought? I had to actually look back to the last time stats because it was 13-1 in favor of Enigma on Pro.
Correct.
I thought I wrote it wrongly.
I mean, to be fair, they did lose pretty bad on that very first map. However, things have definitely changed since that very last time. Last time they played, it was like, what, 3-13 in favor of Kizuna. The second time they played, it was 13-11 on Pearl. And finally...
Oh, 13-11, okay.
Yeah.
I missed the one.
And Kizuna against Enigma, game number 3, which was Lotus, 13-5.
13-5, okay, there you go. So it was a close match, so they're not totally... clueless of what they've been doing for the previous times. It's just this time around, they're more refined and they're reading Enigma so well.
Yeah, they're doing a really great job. This is really tough for Enigma, right? It's tough to watch because it feels like no matter what they do, they can only do wrong compared to Kizuna. They get away with pretty much everything, even though it may not necessarily be the cleanest. However, they've got the util to do so. So they will abuse it as much as they can. That lockdown is going to keep the rest of the members out and push them into a meat grinder of its own for Shinsei as he absolutely annihilates the members there, and the defenders can't do much. They're forced to back off of the side, but end up dying no matter what.
That's the thing when you put the lockdown down, you know, because EG, you know they play up close. You know they either play close or on site. When you have the lockdown, you suddenly threaten them with the fact that you could just get locked here and we're going to kill you. They have to be do or die.
Yeah, but I think that Kizuna, they know how to attack on this map. They know exactly what to do, especially with only utilizing one ultimate as well, right? Not having to expand any more than that. They could basically keep delaying and staggering them every single time.
Zan trying his luck with the Stinger. Unfortunately, is not able to get anything. Shinsei coming with the backstab, and he's going to be taking down Zan. A flawless round for Kizuna at round number 8.
Oh, it's looking real great. It might be a perfect half for Kizuna. Just 4 more rounds to close this out, to basically close this out. But we'll see. We'll see. Usually that's never the case.
Yeah, never the case. I think Kizuna is going to just take a time out here. Not exactly to just re-strategize or anything like that, but it could just be one of those things. Okay, let's not overheat, guys. And if you take a look on your tab right now, there's actually 5 ultimates available on EG side. So if there's any round, it's going to be this one.
It's definitely going to be this one that they should be able to bounce back from it. Now, the real question is, place your bets. 1 out of 5 chance. Which player do you think needed to go to the bathroom? Yeah, I saw you taking a swig of water there.
Let me see. Okay.
Wow, you're really thinking about this.
I'm gonna really think about it, justify it at the same time.
Oh, there's a justification
that
comes along with it? Okay.
100%.
Okay.
I'm thinking Bryce.
You're thinking Bryce is the one? All right, we'll ask him later.
Okay, why? You want to know why?
Okay, sure.
Okay,
sure.
Sentinel player, the one that stays alive the longest, doesn't have much window of opportunity through deaths to run into the toilet.
You know what? That sounds pretty big brain, but I guarantee you every Sentinel player in this game has a bottle next to them. Don't ask me what it's for, but we all know what it's for.
And every duelist is a bucket.
No, they're just wearing diapers. They don't have the time.
Oh, yo.
They don't have the time. It's you go in, you get the action done. All right, that's all. And if you're a good one, you wear 2 diapers because there's no time at all when you're killing that hard. And KZ going real hard this time, but they are going to be making sure that they have some pressure down by mid. The Trailblazer is going to spot only one in KJ by mid. So that's going to prompt movements from EG. Give me the Viper's Pit being dropped down almost straight away here. Counter Viper ult as well. Things are going to get very hazy here very, very soon. But notice that 2 defenders, holding back. Riza finds one. Frey is going to lose out on the counter ult, and Shinsei finds his own onto Arden as well. We didn't get to see the Reckoning at all. And it's going to be Zan. He finds 2. He gets back out. He just pops the Empress. It's time to kill. It's time to go. Shinsei shuts him down. The follow-up flash wasn't quick enough, and Shinsei locks his 3rd kill.
Oh man, Shinsei really showing who is a duelist here. Starone has to be forced to use his lockdown. It's gonna shoot him away, but where it's planted, it's so easy for them to play around it.
Area's clear.
This is where it gets really rough, right? No matter what Starion does, he knows that he's gonna get triple peaked at the end of the day, right? Strength in numbers. It's Kizuna going to be able to close out this round 9-0.
Cherry on top for KA for Shinsei here.
It's starting to look like an absolute bloodbath here. Hopefully Kizuna are not going to start messing around. We know how we saw them during at least for split number 2, where it's like, oh, they have incredible rounds, but refuse to. I wouldn't say refuse, but generally not being able to close out the game as cleanly as they should.
I think it happens with both of these teams, actually. We saw Enigma Gaming previously. The closest map probably they had would be Lotus. I think they had quite a good start, but unable to make much out of it.
I mean, we say that, but they are a very defensive team, so usually you would expect them to be doing better at this particular portion against Kizune rather than the other way around. I don't know. Maybe during the time between Split 2 and as well as the playoffs, they've been reassessing. Maybe attack is the way to go.
I think with due respect, Styron, Frey, and Divine, they were training with the SEA Games team. So could possibly be the reason why they didn't get as much coming to this. But with that, Styron does show he is still a sharp shot with the Guardian. He does manage to see him, but blind the Drew. Shinsei is going to make quick work of them too.
Yep, he's blown Secret wide open. And he's going to get topped up again, making sure that he takes the dismiss instead. Sees the high flash, doesn't bother going. Even only Kimi by himself to play around the stall. Trailblazer's going to get the information that Bryce is going to be on their right side, but with 3 members going, they have to swing out together after this flash, but it's a little too late. They turn back around, and it's going to be Shinsei who stops them right in their tracks. 10-0. RK, has there not been a 12-0 game thus far? Maybe I don't know, 13-0 game throughout the entirety of MYSG? I'm saying that because I highly doubt there was, so I didn't bother checking it. Now I might need to pull back the stats.
I doubt so. Also the hand movement.
The hand movement.
Yeah,
don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I don't think there has been a 13-0. At the very least, it's been 13-3. Or 13-2.
13-2, so it has been close, but not... Okay.
So this could be history in the making, and to EG nonetheless. When I think about it too, just judging from the way that EG plays in Lotus, attacking doesn't seem to be their forte as much as well. Just off of the similar kind of structure of these 2 maps.
But that's the thing, right? I feel like they're slowly tilting because they are losing out on fights that they feel that they should be winning. And I agree with them. There's a couple of moments that they definitely should have won, but unfortunately has been piling on throughout this map. And the pressure, it's just building up even more. So we'll see here. Corridor has been blown wide open. Now they're looking to get back into the site. They're expecting at least like 3 or maybe even 4 members coming out from this side. But notice that, hey, wait, Nobody has showed up. Where's the rest of them? As Kizuna rotate back over in towards A to try to intercept somebody. This time, EG's preparation on the defensive side has worked out well. They've been covering sewers this entire time. Nobody has shown up until the 11th round. Kimmy finds his kill onto Arden, which opens up the opportunity to get in towards A side. Arden, they find the spike. If Divine gets one more, no, he doesn't secure it, but the spike drop. That's going to be important. They just miss the perfect timing to stop the spike again. Frey just missing him by a couple of seconds. They will get the molly down though and secures the kill. Regardless, he denies the plant. This is huge for EG.
Could be the closest one yet. Gonna deny them. 12 seconds on the clock. Kimmy's gonna find Zan, and now Frey. He has to fight for 2. It's down, but Kimmy is going to take him, continuing the streak.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Last round in
This
the
is
half.
the last round in this half. Kizuna absolutely dominating this map so far, and EG on the other hand, what is happening with them? What is going wrong?
I don't know, man. It does feel like a little bit of miscommunication here and there, because for the first time we saw them, just a slightest bit of adjustments about which side you're going to be playing on has been made, but no major adjustments has been made so far. I mean, they haven't been focusing on mid. They haven't tried, playing for a retake kind of situation where they play off different timings. It's always been the same thing. And I think Kizuna now, they're having the upper edge. It also could be that downward spiral that really affects EG's mentality. And Frey, though, is going to start strong, taking down Shinsei, the menace that's been putting them into the hot seat.
Yep, they've traded 1-for-1 so far. And, speaking about that mid play coming in from the defensive side, they did exactly that, right? They tried to go and make it happen, but regardless, they still find some punishment. They traded 1-for-1 so far, which is looking good. But EG need to get back into their post, follow back into the plan that they initiated earlier. But it's going to be Bryce who finds that first initial pick. Frey, he doesn't want to switch weapons. He doesn't want to do anything. He doesn't want to make too much noise because he's about to get the flank of a lifetime. He's calling the rest of his team members. He doesn't see anybody rotating or any sound, so they're only going to re-aggress on the B side. Confirm! Zian already finds one, dismisses, back into halls to get back on out of there. The plant isn't coming down just yet. 42 more seconds. The Reckoning again. So many Reckonings coming out. The Kakasa is going to keep Zion in place and ends up dying through the smoke cascade. Pulls him down. The flank goes through and now back down. You think that the 1v1 is good enough? No. Riza, look back into the camera. Wasn't even close, buddy.
Man, you gotta feel bad a little bit for EG because you could tell that was the closest fight they've ever put out there. You can even see Xander smiling. He knows he's tried his best. Actually, they don't seem too bad. You kind of seem to be, oh man, it feels bad, just not out there.
Yeah, no, honestly, I think if this is one of not feeling it today, this is the game to really show. Oh boy. Well, we'll see how this goes because so far, I think it's been going extremely well for Kizuna, right? If they win this out, they manage to make it into the top 3. And think of that, right? A team that didn't really exactly have a sponsor or an org to make it happen. Oh, the game's already started. Oh, sorry, it's just the replay. Thank God.
No, it's halftime. 1 minute and 15 seconds. We still have those time.
I was sweating. I was like, man, a minute passed by so quick.
We have rifles?
Oh, yeah, we have rifles as well? Oh, boy. But I will say that so far, Kizuna, what a story, A team that's coming together, playing for fun, realizing that they're actually pretty good at this game, has the potential to make it into top 3.
Yep, and it all started because he said that they reminded you of Paper X.
Oh, they really do. They really, really do. They just don't run the double duelist, which I was hoping to see this time around.
The only thing, the one characteristic I feel like Kizuna actually resembles Paper Rex is not like, okay, they're aggressive or anything like that. It's the wildcard factor?
The wild card? Explain the wild card factors.
I mean, we have, coined the terms Kizuna stall, all those situations. It's like you do not expect them to do something that outrageous, but they do it anyway.
They do. They really do. Eventually, somebody's going to be able to punish the Kizuna stall. But for now, if Kizuna is going to win this very last round, and I'm pretty sure EG are looking at each other as like, guys, we can't give them this last round.
No way, no way.
No way. We're on pistols. There's no way we lose this on the attacking side.
Absolutely. But Kizuna, though, frenzies everywhere. I'm thinking an early kind of skirmish will be what they're picturing here. But wow, what a game for Kizuna so far.
I mean, it's been great for them. They've been basically getting everything, right? And I think for Riza, in terms of him as a shot caller, I think he's doing a great job. And I think for this game, he has the least amount of work. He makes one call, everybody does it, everybody gets their kills, they get back into the side, play post, and they've already won the game. So I think this is one of the more chill games for him.
Absolutely, and I think for the likes of Kimmy, Bryce, and Riza, they've been doing God's work. Not off the fact that they're fragging out like crazy. They've been surviving so long, and most of the time the clutches are up to these three.
Exactly, right? Especially how it's, oh man, this is going to be an all-out war here at A main as the cascade comes through. Styron is really close forward. Shinsei! Oh my god! Finding two all by himself with the rest of the team, swinging out to clean up shop. Frey, come on. Come on, buddy. You can pull this back. You can do this, right? Shinsei may have gotten 3, but you're about to get 4.
Come on, Frey.
Come on, man. You can't give him that 13-0 just yet. I mean, it looks like it's going to happen regardless, but Shinsei wants it, and he gets it every single time. 13-0 to close out this best of 3. History's been made. Kizuna, the first team to annihilate, absolutely destroy 13 rounds in a row.
And this is your 4th place you're talking about from the group stages, really showing up, taking down who was above them. It's not even like a clean sweep kind of situation where we predicted, oh, you know, close one eye, we know they're gonna win. This is kind of like the underdog situation.
It really is. I mean, when I was looking at the stats, and especially the last time they played against Enigma, there are maps that they absolutely rolled them, but not to this degree. I was expecting, at least with Enigma, they were going to start cleaning up on certain things, certain aspects of the gameplay, like, for an example, being a little bit more aggressive on the attack, or at least looking for interceptions. But half the time, and especially in this particular map, just the raw muscle through works.
Absolutely.
Raw flex.
And I think a lot of these, I'm just remembering like Riza, you know, flicking from like, you know, 70, 80 degrees in like B main. It really comes down to every individual player. So I think kudos to them. On EG side though, they don't really look as phased as we expected them to be.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, look at these highlights, right? The fact that KZ were going very methodically, it never felt that they were overheating too much. It felt very justified, very intentional with their movements.
Yep. And you can even tell because now they're not stalling as much as they did within Lotus or in Ascent, which is usually one of the situations like, okay, what do we do next? They just say, okay, go into B. We're gonna do that.
I love the... can't help it, sorry. I love the Riza impression of just like, go B. Everyone's like, yes, master. We will all agree. Don't worry, you won't die. Don't. Okay, we won't die.
Look at it. I mean, Riza has really clutched it out a lot of times as well. So I can't really say, you know, he's just giving orders and sitting back.
Exactly. I mean, everybody was doing well. Man, these stats are hard to look at. They really are. But this is going to be something that every Kizuna fan, and especially for at least for Team Kizuna, they're definitely going to screenshot this real quick for themselves. They're going to be like, yes, put that in the memory bank.
Look at the Reds.
Look at the Reds. Look at the 11-11. Untouched. No thrifties. 9 first kills, though, is the only thing that stops them from having a perfect record.
Yeah. But I think with this, it's also a wake-up call for Enigma Gaming, and at least they get it early. And it really begs them the question of how much can we adapt to it? Because when I do look within like the KDA of the players of EG, as well as the map pool that they've been playing, it does seem a little bit one-sided, where a whole other part is not explored as much. So maybe they could go back into the drawing board and refine it when moving on throughout the playoffs.
I think first things first, I mean, we really got to start thinking about the viability of Reyna in this particular map, right? Like, yes, you can have a bunch of people that can enable him, but the fact is you're playing 2 controllers, right? You need somebody that creates space, not kind of stalls, waits a little bit, gets the kill, and then chains them together. You need somebody who's able to immediately, instantly get that impact.
Definitely. I think he was kind of waiting for Divine to do that. But when you look at Shinsei, who's on the Jet instead and has the team understanding what we are playing, and look at that, AC has a 4-3-3, 36.2% a headshot. It doesn't matter whether he's running up to your face, he can hit those headshots. And I think he's been doing this from time and time after again. Undeniably, I think he's one of the best hit shots shooters out there.
That is... I wish I could double check my notes on this one. I did list it down somewhere. I will get back to you.
I'm
maybe
sure
some
there
other time.
are a bunch of other people. Yeah.
There is a bunch of
Yes.
other people, but there's one that stands out in particular for one particular game. I think he had like a 50% headshot rating in that entire map. I can't remember what it was. It's in my notes. I will check it afterwards. But in the meantime, at least we can congratulate the teams for actually making it into top 3 almost guaranteed. Kizuna is going to be knocking down Enigma 2-1 in this best 3.
Okay, I bet we have a bunch of questions to ask Kizuna as well. I'm wondering who we're going to get. I'm not sure. I don't know. Who would you want?
Who would I want?
Riza?
Bryce.
Are you short-sighted?
First question, are you short-sighted? Question number 2, did you have to go to the bathroom by any chance? And third question, do you keep a bottle next to you? No purposes, you know, ambiguous as always.
Yeah, you know, like totally nothing to do with the whole entire cast that we've been painting.
Look, we have set a different precedent here. That's the thing, right? You never want to call them out, but you kind of want to get a hint of it. And hopefully Bryce is able to do just that. In the meantime, the fact that Kizuna was working at this high level, I wonder what kind of state of mind they're in, right? Like, was somebody pulling them back in terms of like, we're already winning so hard. When do we call it quits? When does it start becoming a little like too far?
I see. Oh, okay. We just got the cue into Kizuna's interview. And of course, we have none other than Riza. Hello.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Hello, Riza. It's good to hear from you. I'm curious, right? Everybody asks the same simple question. How are you guys feeling after that game? But in particular, how are you guys feeling after 13-0 on this map to close it out? First time ever.
Honestly, it was very surprising that we did it. But Henry, my teammate Flaring, said that from the start that we're going to get 12 rounds on T-side, and somehow we did. So I'm really happy for my teammates there. From the discipline, the calls that I made for them. You know, everyone was coming well. So I'm really happy with the hard work that we did throughout this week to get this win today.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. All of it has been working out perfectly. And I mean, there were times where there was that push and pull. And especially Enigma, they were playing pretty well in the previous maps to hold you guys back. But what was the most pivotal moment for you guys, right? How did you guys maintain that mentality of not overheating, as a lot of people like to call it?
Honestly, on the first map, we just know what we needed to do, you know. It's like they played very straightforward, so we just go into second map, just play how you play, just trust our own calls, don't overthink against them, just keep the comms up, fight together, don't just give them the free picks. So that's what we just did.
Absolutely. And I think that you guys did it really well. A lot of the reads were spot on. My question though for you, it's actually quite simple. It's quite professional as well. Do you do any preparations coming into Enigma Gaming when you're going to fight against them? Because you really seem to understand them in and out.
Honestly, gotta give props to my coach, you know, Mark. So he prepped all the things for us, and we just had a map talk before the series. So he just gave us the rundown of how they play, how they do their sets, things like that, and he ended up like working for us.
Wait, hold on. Like before this series or like...
Before this series.
I thought they were like prepping for like months.
scrims, right? I not just right before. Oh,
for scrims, we just have our own plan of what we need to improve. And going to Enigma, we just did a map talk before the series.
I see. That's very impressive then. You guys absorb information really, really quick then.
I mean, it took a while, right?
Well, I mean, yes, but still, they finish it off extremely
You perfected
strong.
it. Yes, perfected it. 13-0. Okay, Gideon, I have one last question. Do you have anything else?
Well, other than the unprofessional questions, but please go ahead.
Okay, so last question. It's going to be, because now you're in the upper bracket and you did beat out Enigma Gaming, you're going to be facing against Bleed. So last time around, of course, we know Bleed is 2-0 from the whole entire group stage. How are you guys feeling going to be up against Bleed so early in the playoff stage?
Honestly, the last time we fought, we couldn't win any city rounds, which is like quite unlucky. But you know, their trades are very insane. They got really good firepower, but we just need to do the same. You know, that's the game plan.
That's the game plan.
All right. Thank you so much, Riza. It's been awesome talking to you. Once again, Kizuna is going to be moving on towards that next round in that top 3 to face off against Bleed. I'm excited to see you guys pull off your best. Thank you so much for the interview.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Wow.
Such a sweet guy. Such a
I'm so
sweet
sorry
guy.
I cut you off about all the questions though.
Look, he was touching my heart already, and I didn't want to make him feel uncomfortable to make him go and ask Bryce about a bottle, an undisputed bottle somewhere around his room. I'm not going to be very specific about it, but regardless, it's great to see. But they assimilate information so fast just before this series. They're like, oh, this is all that you need. Coach Mark gives it to them, they absorb, and they just win it.
Absolutely, and I think the biggest props is that they had such a huge fight within Ascent, and they came out with still a strong mentality and stronger even after that. So congratulations. Also, let's take a look at the brackets of currently our playoffs. We see that Bleed has made it to the second round as well as Kizuna. So they will be meeting later on between both Bleed and Kizuna. But tomorrow though, it's going to be EG, who is unfortunately bumped themselves down to the lower brackets. They are going to be up against Tio and X10 together with Bikini Bottom Brother House.
Oh, I'm so glad that you were saying that one. I was about to call them T30 and BPP. But Bleed against Kizuna is going to be something that everybody's going to keep their minds on. But the lower bracket is going to start off first. Remember that if they make it all the way to the end towards that semi-finals, they're basically guaranteed top 4 in that league. Sorry, top 3 in that league until we get down to the grand finals for the final top 2. So far, it has been one hell of a day.
Absolutely, and I think Enigma Gaming and X10, they have rest to hit because tomorrow is going to be right up back, fire started once again. So thank you so much, Gideon, for being on the panel with me.
Well, thank you so much for having me. Being a replacement caster isn't so bad, you know? You come in here, not have too many ideas of what's going on, and butcher a bunch of people's names.
But hey, at the very least, you know, VCT, NYSG, they've been entertaining so far. I'm sure you had a great time. You even got to really live through the whole entire screen time of all best of 3s.
Oh, absolutely. That's all that I'm looking for. That's everything that I could ask for as a caster, only naturally, of course. But once again, we'd like to thank our partners, our media partners, One Esports, TGC for making this all happen, and everybody at Astro Arena Channel 2. Hello, thank you for coming by. Riot Games, beautiful game, and especially with how the pro scene has been looking out so far, I'm very excited to see MYSG, especially during the Ascension tournaments.
Now, before anything happens though, I do want to ask, you don't really know much about the next teams. I think Tio as well as EG and X10 and Bikini Bottom Prada House. Do you have favorites though?
Oh, absolutely I have favorites. I'm just going to say that those matchups are easily going to be Enigma and X10. That's it.
Yeah, replacement caster just did research on what he has today.
You don't have to call me out like that. You don't have to call me out on that.
I'm good, man. Okay, my name is Lemonade and this is Gideon Q. We had a blast here. See you guys in the next one.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
see you in Bangkok, Thailand.
Look at this!
This is going to be so fun.